Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pittsburgh Pirates, they made it to extra innings again against the Cardinals. But this most recent game here, last night, or yesterday, it was yesterday afternoon, Pirates lost 3-2, giving up 2 runs in the 10th and not scoring 2 themselves in the bottom half of the inning. Pirates remain at home in PNC Park. They're going to start a 4-game series with the New York Mets that will last through the weekend, and they're going to play on Monday, too. How about that? A unique series. Okay. Fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more fan headlines, you can go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaventura, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaventura is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaventura is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaventura means good beer. Stone Buenaventura is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaventura. Cheers.
Getaway Bar and Grill, located on the backside of Brookline. Every Saturday, enjoy $3 Blue Moon 16-ounce drafts and Blue Moon light cans. Getaway Bar and Grill, 3049 Sussex Avenue off McNeely, just on the backside of Brookline.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16 and get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusion supply. See Lowe's.com for more details while supplies last.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Over on Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. morning. Good morning. Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Hello and welcome and good morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. It's for the average Joe. And when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CJR Wholesale, our Fan Early Morning Show sponsor. And I'm frustrated this morning. I'm sure you can guess why. Man, I remember back in April when I thought the Pirates would be doing well, right? They were 9-2 at one point, I want to say. They had a 5-game winning streak to start the year, and as Paul Zeiss pointed out yesterday, which I wasn't even conscious of this. The last time that they went on a big streak, it was to start the season. They haven't been on a big streak since those first 5 wins, and so here they are now. They're on the more losing end, but they've been kind of circling the drain. They've been in the same spot. They've been doing the same thing over and over again. They've been winning a series here, losing a series there. They haven't been terrible. They've been hanging around with opponents. I'd say overall they've been a respectable team. They just don't do some little things right. And then they struggle. And now they're falling further and further out of the race because they couldn't beat the Cardinals in this series, even though they had a grand opportunity to do that. 412-928-9370, that's the phone number you can reach me at this morning. And we'll talk about the Pirates, and I'm going to react because I'm so frustrated right now. I'm annoyed by this team, and we're going to talk about it. So 412-928-9370, you can talk to me. There you can talk to me on X at Callis_33. I got a break due up here, but when I come back, I'm going to field your calls. So just get on the line, 412-928-9370. Get a phone line, and we'll talk next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the average Joe, presented by CJR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro.
I'm Brad Heller with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy praised Dak Prescott last month for having his best offseason program. However, the QB was spotted on vacation this week in a walking boot. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport is reporting that Prescott has been dealing with a very minor foot sprain, and it's not considered to be anything that should affect his preparation for the upcoming season. The Cowboys kick off training camp July 25th in Oxnard, California. Meanwhile, Chargers QB Justin Herbert is singing the praises of his new rookie receiver, second-round pick Ladd McConkey, after the team's off-season workout program. Herbert telling ESPN, quote, "He's just picked up the offense so easily. It's like he's been a 4 or 5 year vet. He understands the game." LA's rookies report to training camp July 16th, followed by veterans on July 23rd. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, and Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Island Road in Churchill. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce growlers all month long. Great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get ready to unleash your potential this season. Your Monroeville Pure Hockey store has inventory of the top gear arriving from now through year-end. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Kids are invited to swing for the fences and play ball during Major League Baseball's Play Ball Weekend, June 14th through 16th. Find an event near you or get in on the action in your own backyard and take part in the Play Ball Weekend Challenge at home with Diamond Kinetics. Learn how to hold a bat, find out what player your swing is like, and develop your game along with Coach Ball Game. To get in on the family fun all weekend long, go to playball.org/weekend. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorite smokestack, pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get Go app today to order and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. Ready for all those summer get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Their Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items. Barbecue parties or graduations are easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. Learn more at gianteagle.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cabali.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 and didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke. Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Now, Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems on the roadways as we begin the morning rush after the holiday. One of them is a vehicle fire in North Versailles that has closed Route 148 in both directions between Route 30 and Arcania Street. The other, an accident that has closed Route 51 in Stowe Township in both directions between Orr and Thomas Streets. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes will not be opening this morning, so you'll have to use the Mainline Parkway North. That is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Nicholas Eric Callis here. Good morning to you and welcome. It's a Fan of the Morning Show. For the average Joe, when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CJR Wholesale, our Fan of the Morning Show sponsor. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. You can use X to write, and you can use your voice with the phone. One more time, 412-928-9370. A couple things I want to address, and then we'll talk about the Pirates. I can't keep saying the same things over and over again, and I feel like I have been. And it's fun to be frustrated, but we want to do that in spurts. And I got a little bit of time here to talk to you, so start with just one thing that was on my mind too. I saw this, I think it was Rangers Padres a few days ago, where a dude walked on the dugout because a pop fly was hit. It was down the third base line. So this dude starts walking on the visitor's dugout, looking to catch the pop-up, wasn't looking where he was going, had a 24-ouncer in his hand, and ran out of space on the dugout, so thank goodness there were nets. I think there were always nets around the dugout area. There weren't. I don't think those were part of the extended netting, but still. Walked onto the dugout, drink in hand, and just walks off the edge of the dugout, does full tuna into the netting, scrambles his way back to his feet, then lost his drink, by the way, when he slipped off the dugout, and then ran back. And there was now, what got me about this Rangers-Padres game, this fan walked on the dugout, tried to get a pop fly, then ran out of space, ran into the net. What surprised me about this is that when security came over to take him out of the game, to remove him from the ballpark, he was acting all surprised. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean I got to get kicked out of here? I mean, I don't think you're allowed to walk on the dugout at all. But for him to just, like, mosey on over there, I mean, we got to control ourselves, too, at these games sometimes, too. Some of us just get a little too far out of control. And you have a little too much to drink, and then all of a sudden you're invincible. And this dude really thought that he could just walk on the dugout, catch a pop-up like that was okay, but did not have the wherewithal and ran out of space. And just fell into the opponent's dugout and was caught by the net. So that just makes me think. I mean, sometimes we do outrageous things when we watch sports and when we're entertained, when we're being entertained. And man, I mean, a few people I've seen get taken out of ballparks are like, yeah, my bad, I screwed up. And this dude, who, again, I mean, I think there's notes posted everywhere. I mean, I've seen at PNC Park. I've sat by a dugout before, and I think there's just like there's little plaques that say, you're not allowed on the dugout. Now, we see the mascots do it. We see, the entertaining figures go up there, the T-shirt cannon people, the mascot. They go up there whenever it's in between innings. So maybe this man was influenced. He said, yeah, I've seen it before. People stand on there. I want a foul ball. I mean, even just standing on the dugout, and if you want to, stand up there to get the pop fly, I mean, that's fine. But, to not have the wherewithal, not to fall into the opponent's dugout. Or it could have been either side, too. I mean, it doesn't matter. Home team, away team, whoever you're rooting for, you're falling into a dugout, you're doing something wrong. And I saw that on X yesterday. I think it was pretty recent, but I just watched that, and I'm like, man, I mean, what are we doing as fans? Sometimes when you screw up, you just got to be like, yeah, I shouldn't have been on the dugout, man. This dude was just looking at the security people like, bro, what do you mean? I know I shouldn't have fallen, but and his drink sprayed everywhere. It was bad. It was interesting. So I was interested when I saw it, and I'm like, so yeah. Sometimes it just made me want to say, hey, people who are at these games, anybody, if you do something wrong, if you reach over the wall for a fly ball and you interrupt the game, if you create fan interference, if you spill your drink everywhere, if you walk on top of the dugout, if you go onto the field, expect to be removed from the game. It's fine. And a lot of streakers too, they expect to get arrested and then banned from all major league ballparks. That's something different, but, I mean, this one guy was just like, yeah, I walked on the dugout and I fell. It happens. Who cares? He didn't break the net either, which I was surprised by. It held his weight, and he was able to recover and at least get back on the dugout after falling into the net. Instead of, I can't imagine what it would look like if the net would have torn and he would have just fallen into the Padres dugout. That would have been quite a scene. But saw that on X yesterday. Just wanted to kind of reflect on etiquette, I guess, of fans, because I looked at that and I'm just like, why does this guy think that was okay? Oh, I just made a mistake. You can't go on the dugout, guy. Baseball, very interesting. 412-928-9370. Call me. Okay, now it's time to be frustrated, because I'm going to talk about the Pirates. The Pirates lost again yesterday, and another close game. Now, to their credit, I mean, they won the hard-fought battle against the Cardinals the previous day. And they won in extras, and it was great. And they came back down a run in the 10th, come back and win it. That's great. But there are so many opinions that fly around about this team, and it's infuriating to me. Because I feel like I want to say, you should have won this game. You should have won this game against the Cardinals. This one that was played yesterday. Should have. But, I mean, I feel like some people will still say, it happens. These little things happen here and there, and they're young, and they're not ready yet, or they don't have the tools. There's not enough money being spent on this team. But I hear all that. But then also part of me just goes, you know what? This team's good enough to be almost there. They got to dig deep, and they got to win these games. And I still go to that mantra, and I feel like this should be the mantra of the season. The fans got to rally behind this. Why not Pittsburgh? And I'm going to say that every time that I hear this argument, you know what? They're this team. They don't have the superstars yet. No, why not? Why not this team now? This didn't happen, that didn't happen. It's unfortunate. It's baseball. Blah blah. No. Why not the Pirates this time? I mean, the best teams in baseball, the teams that do deserve to make the playoffs, they win these games. They win these tough games. I mean, I remember back to 2015, one of the greatest regular season series I saw in my lifetime. was when the Pirates took 3 of 4 from the Cardinals right before the All-Star break. And that team wasn't saying, the Cardinals are good, and they're in first. And, it's okay if we lose because, it's tough. Fans weren't saying that. Players didn't seem to have that mentality. The Pirates came back twice down in extras. McCutchen hit a walk-off home run. I believe he got to an 18-game hitting streak with that home run. It was super exciting. Then the day after, pretty much a similar thing happens. The Pirates give up the lead late. It was tied. In extras, the Cardinals scored to go up multiple runs. When the Pirates came back to win it again. Rallied against Trevor Rosenthal, who was one of the best closers in the game at that time for the Cardinals. There was no like, they can't do it, tough series, They did it. They came back. They were neck and neck against the Cardinals all year with their head-to-heads too. The Cardinals played really well down at Busch Stadium. Pirates played really well when they were home at PNC Park. But really, I guess I'm kind of heartbreaking myself here, and I'm sad myself because, well, those teams did that thing. This team is not doing that. The better teams for the Pirates and just better teams in general, they find ways to win these close games. The Pirates don't seem to be winning the majority of these close games. But it's not only that. If the refrain weren't also for the Pirates, the emphasis wasn't on how big of a series this was. It felt like teams from before, too, when the Pirates were good, they would step up to the challenge of these games. Like, they would, Hurdle may have acknowledged, or players may have acknowledged, this is a big series. And then they would go out and play like it was a big series. It was always big when the Pirates played the Cardinals before. Most specifically because the Cardinals were usually in first. You didn't really feel that last year because the Cardinals finished in last. Like this season now, they're in that third wild card spot. They're there. And before, the Pirates needed to beat the Cardinals in those head-to-head series to gain ground, or else they were going to directly lose ground by losing these games. And you just felt the urgency was better. But Derek Shelton goes out. And, remember this quote?
Yeah, well, I think the divisional games carry more weight now just because we played less of them and because of the fact that everybody is bunched up. So I think that really plays. And then the Mets are playing about as well as anybody in baseball. Since J.D. Martinez got there, they've played about as well as anybody in the National League. So it's going to be an important stretch for us. We just have to continue to figure out ways to win games. But the divisional games, because there's less of them now, are very important.
Well, they were important. Now the Pirates are 4 back. The third wild card spot, the Cardinals pretty much deadlocked with the Padres. A half game separates the second from the third wild card spot in the National League. The Pirates, again, they're 4 games back. They're now 41 and 45. They're doing really well at not getting to 500, but being darn close. Infinitely here, it seems. They're doing everything they can, it seems, to not get back to 500. They're doing just enough to stay around it, but not actually get there. Mets are 2.5 back. The Mets have lost their last 2 games. So that's something to note. They've won 6 of their last 10, but they've lost their most recent 2. Cardinals also, with these wins, have created separation between themselves and the Diamondbacks and the Mets, who are the 2 closest teams. They're both 2.5 back. But that's even more frustrating because the Mets have lost 2 in a row. You could have gained some ground on the Mets by winning this game. The Pirates would have been a half game back in the Mets had they won this game yesterday. And the Cardinals, they'd still be in the third wild card spot. But who cares? The Pirates would have been closer. Maybe the Diamondbacks would have gained a game too, because the Diamondbacks have won their last 2. It's just annoying. Like, I want to like this team. I want to like the players on it. You know, despite how badly some of them have performed this season as well, too. Like, I want to like this team. I think there's a lot to like about this team. I think McCutcheon's been phenomenal. It's great he still wants to play for Pittsburgh, and it's great that he's getting on base and being the leadoff hitter that you need in the lineup. I think it's great that Brian Reynolds had a great June and started July off by hitting a homer in this series. Rowdy Tellez. Love that he hit a home run in July here to start. Martin Perez had a great outing yesterday. Jared Jones, despite apparently pitching through a slight injury, and they put him on the injured list to be safe. But, despite the pitching performances even, like, they were great pitching performances. Mitch Keller's maybe wasn't great. But the other twos were. Paul Skenes is on this team, for goodness sake. You want to like this team just for Paul Skenes alone. I mean, national baseball fans love the Pirates because Paul Skenes is on the team. I feel like the Pirates are becoming likable again overall. Like, they're a solid team. They're close. They've got a lot of interesting names. But this is just frustrating when Shelton just goes out there and says big series, and then you just see little plays here and there that make you think that they're not really thinking of this as big. And the offense falls just short again. I reposted something Josh Roundtree said. Josh Roundtree, host series and Iceman. He called our hot dog eating contest on Wednesday. He was the play-by-play announcer alongside Pony and Mueller. And he tweeted out, and I retweeted it because I liked it. He said, if only the Pirates had a little more offense. Again. Alluding to that maybe they should have acquired a hitter, because maybe if they had 1 or 2 more big hits, they could have hung with the Cardinals. The pitchers hung with the Cardinals tremendously. Did very well. The hitters just not showing up in another game. And it's great that they came back too. And listen, I'm fine because if they win this game in extras again yesterday, I'm good with that because at least they show, okay, they didn't do enough in regulation, but they came back, they clawed back, and they won. I can't put too much fault on the bullpen because the bullpen's been strained a lot this year. It's like when I defended the Steelers' defense last season. It's because the offense was so bad, and the offense kept going out there and having, a historic amount of 3-and-outs. I feel the same way about the Pirates pitchers. Like, there's only so many times that this Pirates pitching staff can be locked down, and they were locked down in regulation. But then extra innings comes and they fail a little bit. The offense has to come and pick them up. That's my opinion. And I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Nice talking to you this morning. Let me give you fan weather real quick. Let me pull that up. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado LT crew cabs up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com today. High of 87, low of 71. More rain in the forecast, about a 55% chance throughout the area. And then tomorrow, high of 86, low of 69. Should be clear, and it'll be a hot day. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Quick traffic report. Then Jeff Hathorn has the Fan Morning Show pre-show coming up next here on the Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Road closures to tell you about. One of them in Stowe Township. Route 51 closed due to a bad accident between Ora and Thomas Streets. Also closed Route 148 in North Versailles due to a vehicle fire between Route 30 and Arcania Street. Also Downtree and Wires in Springdale Township has closed Utes Run Road in both directions near the intersection with Main Street and Tawny Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Happy 5th of July. Jeff Hathorn with you. And pre-show, fan morning show comes your way starting at 6 o'clock. Cal, did you enjoy 4th of July? It's hard when you're getting up this early in the morning to go out and do fireworks.
Let me tell you a story, Jeff. I was going to bed at 9:30, and my dog started rustling, and then I heard a bunch of pops and fireworks. And he comes up, and he's just hanging out in my bed because he's all scared. But for a half hour, from 9:30 to 10, it was just ba-doom, ba-doom, boom, boom. And I think there were storms in the area, too. There was a little rain that fell. So I'm hearing the pitter-patter of rain and the pops of fireworks for half an hour when I'm trying to go to bed.
So our dog gets scared, too. Mm-hmm. Like, wants to hide in a corner from fireworks.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like, we couldn't get her to go outside. Last night. Like, hey, you need to go to the bathrooms. Like, there's no way I am going outside.
Pittsburgh.
No chance that they're heading outside. So I had to get up earlier this morning, let her outside. Even then, she was, like, tippy until she saw a deer. And then it's like you're grabbing at the leash to try to keep her in. But, man, fireworks are awesome.
Yeah, they're great.
If they could figure out a way to do them at like 5, just for us.
You think it's still light out though in the summertime?
No, there's got to be a way to have daytime fireworks that you can see. Come on, we've invented all these great things.
That's true.
Let's do it just selfishly for us. But no, obviously, thousands of people downtown. Looked like it was a good show. It started a little bit late because of the rain, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
But I've never. I guess when you're a little kid, fireworks are kind of cool. I don't know.
I still think they're cool. I still like fireworks.
Like, would you go to a Pirate game? Hey, it's fireworks night. I'm going.
No, that wouldn't get me to a Pirates game outright. I would go to one. I don't remember the last time I went to a fireworks show at PNC Park, now that I think about it. And Donnie and I were talking about this on Wednesday because he told me that he doesn't like fireworks very much anymore because, he called games for the West Virginia Black Bears, and they had fireworks shows all the time. So he's seeing them, all the time. So I get that. Yeah. I don't, though. I don't see them very often. So when I do see one, like Bethel Park had one. Bethel Park does it right because they do it on the Saturday before the 4th of July. And that's great because you're not causing a disturbance during the week, for everybody. People are free, too, on the weekends where they might not,
So we're up in the North Hills, and Hampton will do it on July 3rd. So we can see theirs. Well, they don't want to compete with Pittsburgh.
Well, that's
They do it the day before. So
that makes sense, too, because a lot of people have off on the 4th of July then. So you can stay up at night, right? And then you go on your off day.
Or, even if you worked on the 3rd, it's night. So most people are done with their jobs. You're going to have off on the 4th. So go out, watch the fireworks, hang out.
Another way to do it right.
It makes a lot of sense. But to that point, it's like, all right, I've seen it. I've been there. And what is funny is at ball games, when there's fireworks nights with the players, like you'll never see the players want to do interviews quicker because they see them. For some of them, they see a window. Like if I can get showered or not even shower, if I can get into my car while those fireworks are going out, I can get out of that stadium before the traffic goes nuts. Because, most of the time when those guys leave, fans have left, traffic has dissipated, and it's not a big deal. On those nights, they're leaving just as the fans are leaving. Yeah. So there's this weird dynamic of they want to get the hell out of there. Like, come on, let's go. Because there's times we're sitting in the room where we're waiting for guys, they have treatment or whatever. Normally on fireworks nights, man, it's like,
get me out of here.
Let's get this post game. I want to get out of here, try to beat the traffic, and go home. So I love the 4th of July. It's awesome. The cookouts, getting together, the whole historical significance of the day. But yeah, I'm kind of like Donnie, I guess. Fireworks they're cool. If they're in my face, I'll watch it a little bit, but I'm not going to make a journey to go watch them.
See, I don't know. I mean, it's tough now. I have a tough perspective on things now, and I have a tough perspective with a lot of things now because when you do this job, waking up it's weird. It's unusual. But we got to be up so that when people are getting up, we can be entertaining. It's like yesterday, I think it was the first time in doing this job for, almost a year, over a year, a little bit, that I was mad. Like, I was frustrated because I would hear them and I'm like, I get it, but like, I got to go to bed. And now I got to take care of a dog. And I'm, and my mom was out at a party even. I mean, she was gone and I was taking care of, him while she was gone. And I just couldn't. I couldn't. Like, I was mad. I'm like, okay, now I got to take care of this dog. I got to get to sleep. And then I woke up a little bit later than I wanted to this morning, and it was just. Now I'm a little frustrated.
Well, the tough part of the shift is.
And then the Pirates lost yesterday too, so it's all just.
And we'll discuss that coming up at 6.
The callous frustration here, just swirling now.
Well, and then when you know you have to get to sleep, and you know you can tell it's ticking away, then you don't sleep well.
Yep.
So it all becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you know you have to sleep. You're so stressed that you want to sleep that you can't get a good sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And like this morning, I guess, a few hours ago, I kept waking up. Like, I know I have to go in. I know I have to go in. So it's like 2 o'clock. Get up. Damn. Try to fall back asleep. Look again. It's 2:30. Okay. I got to try to get a little bit more sleep, over and over and over again. And then, the best part, it's like college. One of the things you learn in college is the value of a nap.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you're in high school, a nap is kind of like, oh, you're a kid. You're like, there's a stigma with it. You get to college, a nap is your friend.
Mm-hmm. I think it was harder to nap in high school, too, because of the schedule. You have the full day. And then...
Right, but there's still, it's like, you nap? Like, you have friends that have little brothers or sisters. Like, there's just this thing with it. And you're right, with the schedule, it makes it more difficult. But, man, you get to college... You get through those first couple of, morning classes, and it's like, well, wait a minute. I can go back to bed.
Yes.
As long as you don't have some idiot roommate that's, waking you up. I mean, it's just, there's glory. And I assume there'll be a nap in your future today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How about this, though? Actually, the opposite. I had a roommate who would stay up late and play video games at night, and it was terrible. Actually, I had two. Two of my roommates did. One was just up, which wasn't, too bad, but he would play till, 3 in the morning and then would have, 8 a.m. classes. Not good for him. Then the other guy would scream a lot. And I'm trying to go to bed at, 11 even. It was because my classes weren't too early in the morning, but I'd go to bed at 11, and he'd just be playing Fortnite. You know Fortnite, Jeff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he would just be playing Fortnite, bleep, bleep, just swearing and saying,
Well, did he have the headset on? Was he doing it with other people?
On, but he would yell. It was weird. He was one of those guys. He would just scream. And I couldn't. I was just like, man. But then, and then he would go to bed, and then he would his alarm would go off, and he wouldn't wake up, but me and my other roommate would. So it was not fun.
By the way, Fortnite is kind of crazy because you can, So at one point we had 3 boys. One was in Australia, one's in New Zealand, and one's in Boston. And they're playing Fortnite together.
Video games have changed, Jeff.
I mean, just the thought of that, they're communicating on the headset and they're playing this, that is their way to kind of bond when everybody's in a different place. That point's kind of awesome. But when I was in college, we had the dorm security. That was a job I had.
You were a security guy.
Well,
that's awesome.
Security means you sit in make sure no one gets in the front door of the dorm. And you had to do security checks and make sure. But it was the easiest job because you could study most of the time.
You never had a huge problem? Or is that where the story's leading to?
No huge problems. But we had a video game in the lobby.
Okay.
There was 3 dorms that we would have to go through. And we get stationed at the different ones. But you wanted to go to the one with the video game. And it was this game called Spy Hunter. Well, a buddy of mine was an engineer, and he had taken a quarter at the time used to trigger the game or to play the game, and he had fused it with a fishing line seamlessly. And you just put the quarter in and you could pull 100 plays for nothing.
Wow.
Because it just read the quarter going through, and you could get the quarter back out. So we would sit there and play that damn video game over and over and over and over again. And you just get and then your eyes are focused in, so you get done. So we would have shifts like 11 to 3 or 3 to 7.
What kind of games were they?
It's like a racing game.
Ah. Okay.
And it was awesome, but like your mind was so spinning by the video game, you couldn't fall asleep.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you got back, because your eye, all the optic, whatever. But it was, and I'm also dealing with this jet lag. So our oldest lives in Sydney, Australia. And the second oldest is going to school in New Zealand. And now the youngest boy is going to Australia to start his life too. So we all went over as a family. That's where I've been the last couple of weeks. And it's 16 hours ahead there. So right now it is, I don't know, late at
9
night.
o'clock?
So I'm all over the place. So most of the time, if I was communicating with somebody here, it was the next day where I was. And I don't know where we just got back Tuesday, and then you're doing the morning show. So my body's like all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what day it is, what time it is, where I'm at. But Callis, if you ever get a chance, go.
Go to Australia?
Go.
I saw some pretty pictures of you by some mountains.
It's pretty awesome. Like, it's winter there. So that mindset was a little bit different because you're trying to pack and you're thinking, okay, what do you need? And I'm like, I better at least take a winter coat. Oh, yeah, I needed that winter coat in New Zealand because there were parts where it was like you're wearing a ski cap. Like, it's cold. And the days are short because it's winter there. Sydney. It's like 65 in the winter. It's ocean right there, beaches. It's this huge city, but yet you can escape to these hikes and.
Doesn't Sydney have a notorious opera house as well?
It does.
Did you see it?
It does. Yes.
Was it as magnificent as in pictures?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's especially so. We go over to this one part where there's beaches and all this nightlife and stuff happening, and you take a ferry back to where we were, and you see the opera house from the water. Like that was pretty cool and they also have the big bridge there. And every, New Year's Eve, you watch whatever you watch, they show, it's already New Year's in Sydney, and they show the fireworks off the bridge and, around the opera house. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden there you were, like a place you never thought you would be in your life. I never thought he would work in Sydney.
What does he do?
He does marketing. So he markets American brands to Aussies.
Wow.
So he had a marketing degree, and he kind of fell into this job. And, he's marketed, Cole Haan, Speedo. And you know what, the cool jean or one of the cool jeans in Australia is? Wrangler.
Oh. Wow.
Not the cheap Wrangler you think boot cuts, it's a fashion jean there.
Wow.
But he loves it there. We went to an Aussie rules football game. That was awesome.
Well, that sounds interesting.
It really was. I mean, have you ever seen it's got the goalposts and then two smaller goalposts on each side of the main ones?
No, I haven't then. It's not like rugby or
it's kind of like a rugby ball, but there's the score of the game was 99-98.
Wow.
And they play 20-minute quarters.
Huh.
And
I always thought the point of those quarters was to sever up an hour. Although I guess the NBA doesn't do that. But football does, and hockey severs up the hour by 3.
Interesting. Basically the point of the thing is you can only take 6 steps before you have to get rid of the ball, or you have to dribble this football, like oversized football, which, sometimes these things can bounce different ways.
Right.
But you kick it through the main one, you get 6 points. You kick it through one of the side ones, you get a point. But it was it was fun. First quarter break. I'm wondering, what's the in-house entertainment going to be with this thing? Sweet Caroline.
How about that?
Sweet Caroline. To which we may have yelled, "Let's go Pitt." And these people around us are like, at first they're like, who? And then they realize, idiot Americans.
Yeah.
Idiot Americans. But we were around some Irish people that were in Sydney visiting, and like they were having way too good of a time. And they kind of knew, they had all bought jerseys to kind of look like they were, but they really didn't know what the heck was going on. But man, it was cool. Like that was a fun, and they had this grudge match rugby game. Like the hitting in that. You ever watched rugby?
Yeah. That's very physical.
Yeah. And whereas people there were saying like, "Oh, we're tougher. We don't need the pads."
Right. They don't wear pads. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like these dudes hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then in New Zealand, rugby is like everything. Like they do this thing called a haka dance, where they're stomping their feet. This traditional dance for the Maori, who are the people who settled or that were first settled in New Zealand, and it's so. I mean, all these traditions that are just unknown to us here were so cool to experience. So it's fun to be back. Good to be back in the USA. But man, I'm telling you, put that on your list.
Are you enjoying summertime weather better now, or did you enjoy having a little?
It was nice to have nice to have a little break from the extreme heat.
Oh, you were gone during that, weren't you?
Yes.
You were gone during the 90s weeks.
And then yesterday was almost 90.
Yeah.
So, but I wanted more sunlight.
Yeah.
Because even on the nice days, it's getting dark at 5:15.
Yeah, that's no fun.
So.
But sometimes, even now, I mean, speaking of sleep schedules, whenever I go to sleep, I feel like I'm wasting my day away because usually, well, at least in summertime I do, because it's still light out. It's still light out when I'm going to sleep, at least in the summertime. I'm like, man, I feel like I could be doing more, but I know I got to get up at 3:30, So, yeah, it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, but as you know, the beauty of this is you walk out the door and it's still morning, and you've got a day in front of you.
Yeah, I tell people all the time I get to see the sun rise and then I guess not set. I see it rise. I don't see it set.
And when's the last time you paid attention to a traffic report?
Yeah, that's true. No traffic. I do like getting up better in winter, though, because when I walk out the door, I'm awake right away because it's just cold. There's no sun. If I have to, it's comfortable getting out, during summer. Winter really just forces you to get up and get out.
Well, you hit on it during your show. Let's talk more about this Pirates' lack of hitting and what happened yesterday in the 3-2 loss to the Cardinals with the Mets in town for a 4-game series.
I do got to tell the people real quick, too. Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com.
At 7 o'clock, we are going to select our Pirates' all-time rosters.
Ooh, yes.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot to choose from. Some positions are more stacked than others.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do all the positions, do a lefty-righty starter, closer, and maybe we'll pick a manager, too. First pick will be key. We'll do some type of coin flip or something to figure out who gets the first pick. We'll do that at 7 o'clock. At 8, Chris Peak from PantherLair.com. Been a lot of movement with Pitt football, and it's kind of gone under the radar because of all the other stuff going on. Dan Zangrilli will join us at 8:30. At 9 o'clock, Bubba Chandler, who is the Pirates' young starter, picked for the Futures game. He is going to join us at 9, and then at 9:30, Jason Spezza, the Penguins' assistant GM, as prospect camp starts for the Penguins on Saturday, and he's going to preview that. And
you pull out the best ones, Jeff.
Talk about the guys who I am filling in for, Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson. Normally here, they will be back next week. Jeff Hathorn, Nicholas Callis here with you. It is the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
For the 10th time this season, when allowing 3 runs or less, the Pirates lost a game. And this one was, in their cheat runs almost that they gave up because, it's 10th inning, you got the ghost man at second base, so that's almost a given run, or it's an unearned run for pitchers. And the Pirates lose. And really, maybe the Pirates win that game 1-0 if not for a mistake by Martin Perez, but I don't want to slam him. He was awesome. He was really good yesterday. Perez was on it, went 7+. Really bounced back from what was a rough first start back where he gave up 6 runs coming back off the IL. Perez, as so many Pirate starters have done this year, gave them an opportunity to win the game. And they couldn't do it. They couldn't find opportunities to get a 2-out double in the first. 1-2-3, 1-2-3. Reynolds homers. All right, you feel a little better. Connor Joe singled, doubled up. Brian Hayes hits, caught stealing. And I don't, with 1 out, I don't even blame Derek Shelton for rolling the dice there because you're trying to manufacture something. You want the offense, you're trying to get some kind of spark, get something rolling. What can this group do to create some momentum? Maybe a stolen base, ball gets thrown into center field, you get a runner to third all of a sudden with 1 out, and maybe Sawinski can get you a sac fly, but caught stealing. Next inning, McCutchen draws a 1-out walk. Fielder's choice to get out of the inning. 1-2-3. You get a 2-out double by Sawinski, which, if this ball is in the north side notch, if it's anywhere else, it's a home run. Then you see Palacios work a walk after he was initially ruled as hit by a pitch, but ended up walking. Strikeout by McCutchen and Reynolds. Don't take advantage of that opportunity in the 8th. 1-2-3 in the 9th. After Holderman was able to walk through through a little trouble in the 9th and able to, keep that square, Pirates are unable to take advantage. Then the 10th is weird. You get a ground out by Fermin to move the runner over to third. Very productive out. It's what the Cardinals do. They seem to do everything right, except for what happened at the bottom of the 10th. But almost everything they do is right. Double drives that home. But there's the question on the double. And Nicholas, this is where I want to get your opinion. So after the game, on that play, they're playing relatively shallow. They're trying to cut off a sac fly. And the ball's hit to the to the right of Michael A. Taylor. If he just lets it drop and fields it and holds to a single, you don't have another runner in scoring position. But this guy's a Gold Glover. If he catches the ball, he goes after it on a dive, and it gets by him. Runner gets to second base. Do you blame Taylor for not playing that off the hop? What's your thoughts?
See, this one's tough because I think that in a split-second decision like that, it's almost impossible to try to judge somebody based on that. In hindsight, and he even said it, I heard his post-game, he said, if I had to do it, I'd do it again. I'd do it over. But in that moment, you're thinking, okay, I got a beat on it. I could try and make a play. And we've criticized the Pirates before, too, I think, in some cases for being less aggressive on those fly balls. In that situation, though, and with the reputation he has, because he's not hitting, fans are going to say, well, He's a Gold Glover.
Right.
He's got to make that play. Why are we paying this guy? Why is he still
Well,
on the
it's
team?
not even that. It's like, why don't you let it bounce, kind of circle back around? Because even if you make the catch, even if you make the sliding catch, the run's going to score. So you're not cutting off a run.
That's the kind of pressure I think fans are putting on him, too. I mean, maybe he's hearing the murmurs, like, I'm a Gold Glover. I got to do this. And he tried to do something spectacular as a result.
Right. Now, that being said, I don't blame him at all.
No, I think it's impossible.
Because I think you hit it. He's a Gold Glover. He's made plays like that. And not only do you get a chance to get the out, but then you don't have anybody on base. I realize now the runner goes from first to third, and a 2-out single ends up bringing him home, and that ends up being the game-winning run.
Mm-hmm.
But in that moment, when you've been that good defensively, if it's a player that isn't as good defensively, maybe I have more criticism because then you let it bounce and keep it in front of you. But for a player that's been that good, instincts are that good, jumps are that good on balls, I can't kill him for going after and trying to be aggressive and make a play.
No. It's an impossible situation, though, because it's a bad look, though, overall, I think. I don't blame him. To answer your question, I don't blame him, but it's a bad look now. And, I mean, he's going to get killed either way because fans can't seem to justify why he's still on the team.
And, and
it's rough for him. It's a tough situation to be in.
And, I mean, Santana could have not given up the single to allow the second run to score.
That's true.
So, I mean, to just blame
I guess to blame him for the loss. No, you don't blame him for the loss. No, not at all.
Like, I'm not going to go. And maybe if you score, like, 2 runs in the game. Or if Perez – I mean, I think the throw is a little low from Tellez on that play at first base where he didn't get his foot down in time, which accounted for the other run on an E1. But don't give up a double to Carlson, which ended up scoring the run. But
I don't like blaming the pitchers either. I mean, the pitchers have been put in also.
Oh, no. I'm just saying. If things could have happened where Michael A. Taylor wouldn't have had to make such a tough decision. But again, here we are on another morning after a loss, and it's been wild this year. I don't know if I can remember a year where there have been so many where it feels like the postseason, where after like a hockey playoff series, where after every win you think, all right, this team needs to add, they can do it, they can make the playoffs, and after every loss, why don't they do this? This team stinks. Why aren't they making these moves? You know what I mean? It's like the overreaction to every single game this year, which speaks to, I think, fan frustration, which has been going on for a long time with Pirates fans, and obviously seeing what you see from the starting rotation. And you know that starting rotation is good enough to get you in the postseason, but their hitting isn't there. And I don't think whatever they might do at the trade deadline, whatever it might be, and it's probably not going to be much, let's be real. They're not going to do some kind of huge trade deadline move. But whatever it is that they do in that situation, the miss was in the preseason. The miss was not getting better options to compete at camp. The miss was not spending enough money this offseason to help the offense. The miss was, and you get this, Brian Hayes hits .320 in August last year. Has, I think, 14 extra base hits in September last year. You saw that his rookie year, and you're thinking he's kind of where he needs to be. With all the different, whether it's hitting coaches, whatever it might be, and I'm sure that plays a part of it, whether different philosophies. His father played in the major leagues for a decade and a half, so I'm sure there are things that he's telling him. He's got everything swimming through his head. It seems like it's all clicking now. It's all coming together. And he's come out this year. I mean, he's had some singles in the last few games. There's not a ton of drive. No RBIs. And that's a guy you need to have success to get to where you want to go. I mean, he's hitting .230. it's those areas more than, because if you want to make a move at the trade deadline, and no matter who the Pirates are looking at, they've got all this competition with them. So the Braves lead the wild card right now by 2.5 over the Padres, who are a half game better than the Cardinals right now. The Braves in San Diego, I mean, their rosters are playoff rosters. So let's just put those two in the playoffs. So it's St. Louis, Arizona's 2.5 back. The Mets are 2.5 back. The Giants are 3 back. The Reds are 3.5. The Pirates now 4. Nationals 4.5, and the Cubs are 6. So if Vlad Guerrero becomes available, even if you want to get into that sweepstakes, you're competing with all of those teams. Not everybody needs a first baseman, but you get what I'm saying. And that's just the National League. And that's not to assume that division leaders don't need help at a different position. Even in the American League, Angels probably, although whether they admit it or not, A's and White Sox are out of it. Detroit, Texas, and Toronto, they're 8.5 back of the wild card. Not sure where their head is. Maybe they feel because, there's 3 teams between them and the postseason that they feel like they've got the ability to make a run and they're not going to sell. Or they don't want the optics of a sell. Or maybe they're going to think about, hey, if we add one player, we could get ourselves over the hump. I mean, the Rangers would be an interesting sell after winning the World Series and then you just sell off everything. But it's that, so you want to make a move for somebody, you're going to have to compete against all of these teams, which is obviously going to drive up the value. Like if I'm a selling team, if I'm Miami or Colorado or the White Sox, man, I'm dragging this out. Because I can I could just dangle it out there for teams. Because there are several that are looking to make moves, that improve themselves, to get themselves that player or players that can make a difference. So you have that chance with the Cardinals here, and you lose 2 of 3. Yesterday in 10 innings. So you blew an opportunity to move ahead. Now you got a 4-game series with the Mets. New York is, after starting really slow, New York is coming on. You heard in the Shelton soundbite. I mean, they're starting to put it together. And as much of a rebound as anybody is who's facing Paul Skenes tonight and Luis Severino. Severino's 5-2 at the 3.42 ERA. So you get him on Friday. You get David Peterson, who's 3-0 at the 3.50 ERA on Saturday. Sean Manaea, guy's got a no-hitter in his pocket, 3.67 ERA, doing some great things, and he's going to be a lefty issue against, you don't know who you're starting on Sunday. And then the one advantage, or probably the second advantage you have, is Mitch Keller against Christian Scott on Monday. Can you get enough offense against those pitchers? And then you're going to ask Paul Skenes, listen, we're not probably going to give you much support, so you got to go out and be perfect again. Bailey Folder, go out there and be perfect again. Mitch Keller, you got to go out there and be perfect. You got to bounce back from a tough start and go out there and because we're not going to give you a ton of runs. And that's kind of the lot of where the Pirates are at right now. So at 4 games back on July 5th, it's too early to know where this team is. Like, you don't sell the farm on July 5th. And that's where the Pirates' mentality is, listen, we've got to get better internally. Not just because they're cheap. Not just because they always want to hold on to prospects. It's because at this point, that's what they need to do to keep themselves in the race. Just find a way to have Cabrian put a little streak together Again, he's had a few hits in the last few games. To have Jack Sawinski, who hit one deep to the notch, could have been a home run yesterday, find more at the plate. Maybe a Josh Palacios comes up and can be a spark like he was at times in September last year. Like those are your options. You're not going to make those type of moves this early. Before the trade deadline. This team needs to figure out where they're at, and there's still a little time. The overreaction to every game. Let's see where they come out of this Mets series. Hell, let's see what happens when they go into the All-Star break. There's a lot of teams involved. When you added that third wild card, it made it so much different. One playoff spot seems to have added 4 or 5 teams, and it's going to be that way every year. So as you think, okay, let's sell the farm. Let's just go out there and trade them all. Trade all these prospects. Well, is this really the year? I know there's no guarantees that the rotation will be the same. I've heard the Mets comparison, and I know Joe's made it a lot, the Cubs comparison that, they had these young arms and then it didn't go year after year. But do you sell it all for this year? With this group? Is there enough offense that you can afford with all the teams that you're competing against that you're going to have to make an offer? Do you throw out Tamar Johnson and Bubba Chandler to make a run this year? Or do you use the offseason? And I know, and that doesn't even mean that this year's out. Where this team will be in a couple of weeks will tell you. Not what's been happening right now. Not a loss on July 4th. What do they do in this series against the Mets? What do they do in the next couple of series? They've got to prove internally right now. And then as they get to the end, we'll see what's available. It's going to be a crazy trade deadline with all of these teams involved. Let's see where the Pirates are at the end of September. Or at the end of July. Nicholas, let's talk coming up. Top of the hour. We have the Pirates all-time draft. I know you're excited, Callis.
I'm very excited.
So we'll discuss how we're going to do that coming up. Plus, a reminder, Bubba Chandler's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Jason Spezza at 9:30. Chris Peak from PantherLair.com, and a lot of things that's been happening with Pitt sports, especially football, grabbing 3 transfers or 3 commits. And then at 8:30, Dan Zangrilli will go over more of this. We'll get some of his thoughts on what he thinks the Pirates need to do at this point, or how do they solve their hitting woes as we continue Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost in extras yesterday and lost the series 2 games out of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals. Pirates are going to transition quickly to a series with the Mets, which starts tonight. And it's a bit unusual. It's going to last through Monday. About that. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600. 9600.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 larger TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including soccer, the summer games, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Ready for all those summer get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Their Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items. Barbecue parties or graduations are easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. Learn more at gianteagle.com.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Thunderstorms today, the high 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is David Shepard with an Artist Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. We were hoping to see Sir Andy Murray one last time at singles at Wimbledon, but Murray, who had the procedure on a spinal cyst on June 22nd, has not recovered to play singles. Just like his career, though, he's going out a fighter. Murray won 3 Grand Slam finals, 8 runner-ups. He just happened to come in the difficult era of the Big Four, yet he was still able to become the first British man since 1936 to win Wimbledon. I'm David Shepard.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interest first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at Route 28 moving well east and westbound past the Route 8 Etna bypass, especially as you're heading down toward the north side. In North Versailles, Route 148, 5th Avenue remains closed in both directions due to an earlier vehicle fire between Arcania Street and Route 30. Also closed Route 51 in Stowe Township between Orr and Thomas Streets. Parkways east and west, little heavy into their respective tunnels. The HOV lanes are closed for the morning rush along the Parkway North in Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff Hathorn with Nicholas Harry Callis. And coming up at the top of the hour, we are going to put together the greatest Pirates team of all time. We're going to draft it. So how this will work is we'll just pick a position. We'll alternate picks. Best of all time. Can be somebody from the 1900s, like not just the century, but like the decade, way back then. Could be somebody on today's team. Is there a player, Nicholas, that you really want on your team? Like you're going to be ticked if I take because you really want that player on your team?
Absolutely. There's a few.
But there's got to be one.
So we're going down the list. We're gonna do it by position. We're each gonna alternate picking at each position, starting with catcher and working to pitchers.
Yes.
Do we get to choose a designated hitter?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll be upset. There's a lot of great names to pick from.
So you're playing this smartly. I'm trying to drag out of you the player that you really want so I can pick him.
I'm not going to tell you that. Come on now. Nice try.
It's funny because there's so much history and there's so many different ways you can go with different players. And this is just, and to be clear, this is time with the Pirates. So if they happen to pick up somebody where somebody may have gone on to do great things somewhere else, this is about their time with the Pirates. So you could probably think of a few players that have done amazing things in the league but have spent little of that time with the Pirates. This is about someone who had that type of career with the Pirates. We're going to do that coming up at the top of the hour here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson with Nicholas Harry Callis on the 5th of July. It is a Paul Skenes night. Coming up at about 6:45, there's an article in MLB.com about Paul Skenes starting the All-Star game and why that would make sense for Major League Baseball to have Paul Skenes start the All-Star game. Bypass any of these other pitchers having a great year that have been in the league longer than him. We'll state his case and why he believes that. But coming up, a Mount Lebanon native with a big day yesterday in Major League Baseball. We'll tell you about that. Pretty historic day for the locals. We continue here on the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday against the Mets. The Pirates lost yesterday against the Cardinals to lose 2 of 3 in that series. Now the Pirates are going to start a series with the New York Mets, and that'll be today at 6:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45 of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More Fun Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home that kind of big win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. It's 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar, Smokey Robinson, and a superstar artist that's so big we can't even tell you who it is yet. Learn about that person at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org. Callis went to this concert, same event, a couple of years ago. Peter Frampton in Chicago played. It's an intimate setting. It's awesome.
You told me that yesterday. Sounds like a great time.
It's amazing. So check it out, hm3.org. Mount Lebanon grad Ian Happ, obviously of the Chicago Cubs, hit a pair of 3-run home runs yesterday. Not only a pair of 3-run homers, but one from the right side and one from the left side, and he did it in consecutive innings. He is the first Cubs player to do that since 1937, hit consecutive 3-run homers from different sides of the plate. Ian Happ hitting .238, but the on-base percentage is .351 this year, a .799 OPS. He has 20 doubles and 13 RBIs. In his career, 171 doubles and 138 homers. Happ helping baseball in the area. Obviously, everybody knows locally about Bednar, and there are others. And there's a guy from Mars this year has a chance to be number 1 overall in J.J. Weatherholt. 2022 All-Star with Gold Gloves in the last 2 years. He has no errors this year. None. 2 straight Gold Gloves. Another one probably coming. Signed to a 3-year, $61 million deal. And Ian Happ, it may strike a nerve with you, or might really, even if you don't realize he's from Mount Lebanon, you think, oh, I know this name for the Cubs. Yeah, because he kills the Pirates. .308 average, .396 on base percentage. So 4 out of 10 times when Ian Happ faces the Pirates, he's on base. 31 doubles in his career against the Pirates, 18 homers in 102 games against the Pirates with 64 RBIs. And by the way, in that game yesterday, Jameson Taillon, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts. Taillon now a .299 ERA and a .118 WHIP. When they made that trade, I'm not going to go back with hindsight, because when they made the trade, he'd been dealing, obviously, he's dealt with a lot. With cancer, injuries. You didn't know what he was going to be. He was going to cost you some money. Trade him. You make that trade to the Yankees at the time for Yajure, Contreras, Smith and Jigba. You felt pretty good about the return, and you didn't know what Taillon is going to bring. He's one of the best guys in baseball. And he's found a home. Another good outing yesterday, as he doesn't just do it against a lineup. He mows down the Phillies. As Taillon, 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts yesterday, with Ian Happ providing the offense for him. As we continue here on the Fan Morning Show, Pirates are pretty happy with their ace right now. Is there a case for Paul Skenes, who starts tonight against Luis Severino, 6:40 on 93.7 The Fan? Dan Zangrilli at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show to get you set for another Paul Skenes night here on The Fan. Is there a case for him to not only make the All-Star game, but be the starter in the All-Star game? We'll discuss that as we continue. It's Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 3-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals to lose 2 of 3 in the series. Martin Perez went 7 1/3 innings. He gave up no earned runs on 6 hits, walked a batter, struck out 2. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush showing some signs of life. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West, getting a little heavy now past the Banksville merge point to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, but mainly steady. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. The HOV lanes closed for the morning rush. This is due to some earlier damaged gates there. Meanwhile, if you're traveling through North Versailles, Route 148 5th Avenue remains closed due to an earlier vehicle fire between Route 30 and Arcade. Lucania Street. Also, Route 51 closed in both directions in Stowe Township between Orr and Thomas Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Pittsburgh's a great place to ride a bike, but sometimes cars don't pay attention and bicyclists get hurt. If that happens to you, call Goodrich & Geist, the good guys.
Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored. Contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
Yes, Brian, I am having an affair with your brother, but we're in love. What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me how I can get an auto loan.
Wait, what?
You know, auto loan. How can I get one?
Mm-hmm. I feel your confusion. Let's use it in the scene.
Yeah, cool. But the loan?
I don't know. I'm your acting coach. I drive a 2001 Miata. You should talk to Clearview.
You have auto loan questions. We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Crowley here. It is hot outside. Really hot. You need refreshment. You need beer. There's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. Whatever you like. They've got 1,000 beers in stock. Craft beers, domestic beers, international, whatever. You want it, they got it, and they've got it all for the best prices around. It's not just a beer distributor, it's a beer superstore. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show here on 93.7 The Fan. Jeff Hathorn in for the guys as we lead you into the 4th of July weekend. Buccos tonight, 6:40. Paul Skenes on the mound. Ah, yes. Paul Skenes. It doesn't even at times seem real. 10th start. And what I'm about to read you is something from MLB.com about a Pirate. It's from Will Leach, one of the MLB writers. He says, right now there's probably no bigger star in the game, or at least on the mound, than Paul Skenes, a Pirate. Mentioned how he's incredible. He's electric to watch. That brings out not just the diehards, but the casual fans. That he's a guy you can't take your eyes off of. Says as you look at the starters for the All-Star game, or starting pitchers, while you can make arguments for several pitchers, he thinks Paul Skenes should start the All-Star game for the National League. Here's his reasoning. One, simply, he deserves it. I mean, he's 4-0, 2.06 ERA, 34% strikeout rate to a 5% walk rate. That's the second largest gap in MLB. He gives up about 5 hits a start. He's got 5 pitches, and as Leach said, they're all great. Leach says that Skenes almost single-handedly makes the Pirates a team anyone would be terrified to face in the playoffs. That he has just been incredible. His second point, it would be the grandest exposure for him. Here's a guy that MLB Network stops their programming to put on their air, no matter who the Pirates are playing. Skenes has hit some of the national stage, but what an environment to showcase this 22-year-old pitcher than right there at the All-Star game. He says people will be transfixed to watch it. And he said, then another point he brings is not just regular media, not just television, but what this would do for social media. Given the popularity of his girlfriend, Livy Dunn, the off-field interest for the All-Star game would be immense because of the hype on social media, reaching all these people that may not follow the game at all, but wonder what this is about. All-Star games are hurting for eyes. Maybe baseball less so than some of the others. I mean, now they're doing drastic things in other games to try to get people to watch it, to try to make it exciting. You put Paul Skenes out there and get people on TikTok and Instagram going crazy. Leach said it would turn the All-Star game into an event bigger than it already is and bigger than it's been in years if Paul Skenes were to start the All-Star game. Another reason he states is that Skenes loves the big moments. Most outstanding player in the College World Series at LSU. Never looks nervous, gives those little winks. Seems to be in control, has this cockiness, but not over the top. You know, his comment to Hannah Mears about, how the league is going to adjust to him. Or what about when the league adjusts? Well, they got to worry about him. He loves the big stage. He wants these opportunities. He has the vibe that not only with that confidence, let's say he starts the All-Star game as a rookie. 11 starts into his career. And there he is on that stage. What are those hitters going to want to do? And think about who he might face. Aaron Judge, Soto, Vlad. What if he were to go out there and just mow down the top three? I think it was Pedro. I'm trying to remember, Cows. I think it was Pedro Martinez years ago. He struck out Larkin, McGuire. I think Larry Walker made. He came in and struck out 5 in a row. And what Will Leach is saying at MLB.com is, what if Skenes just comes out and strikes out the side?
It would be impressive, indeed. Especially because he's so young. Sometimes now you get caught in the fanfare of the veterans doing that to each other, but watching Paul Skenes do that would be great.
I think it makes a lot. I hadn't thought of it. I thought of him having an outside chance to be an all-star, although, maybe Reynolds will be the Pirates rep. Keller, for the course of the first half of the season, has more on the resume.
You think Brian Reynolds, just with his month of June, could make him an all-star?
I think the potential to be an all-star. I mean, I don't know. I haven't had enough of a dive to look at other players who are the other one-offs on some of these teams that stink, and where's there going to be an availability? Is there going to be room in the bullpen or on the pitching staff, or is it going to be, well, you know what, there's really not an outfielder, so that's where it fits. So I hadn't thought of Skenes doing that, but when I read Leach's article, this makes sense. I get how some players be like, what the hell? How do you bring this guy in and he's the starter when he's only had 2 handfuls of starts in the major leagues? But these games need viewers. All-star games are dying. What better way than to have this hyped kid, this confident, hyped kid out of Pittsburgh, who maybe still a lot of fans haven't even seen pitch, starting the All-Star game. Not coming in the 6th inning, not coming in the 4th inning or the 8th inning, but starting it. So you've got all the hype leading up. What's this kid going to do? How is he going to, when he faces these all-star players from the AL, how's that matchup going to play? I mean, I love it. It's just an inning. He'd be jazzed for it. I get that he doesn't have a whole broad spectrum of work this season. I mean, strikeout rate is insane. I mean, we've been lucky to see it here. And what is so cool is that all of that, this is not like some random guy from the Angels, not random, maybe one of the greatest players of all time with the Angels now with the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani. Not some guy that's unattainable on the other side of the coast or that you never get to see in person here in town. This is a Pirate player. This is a reason the fans are kind of excitable and why every loss seems like the end of the world, because, man, we got Skenes now. This is the time. And now you've got national guys talking about the Pirates. It's cool. I mean, how often do you get national reporters to write articles about Pirates players? I mean, recently, maybe a little on McCutchen coming back? What else has moved the needle? And listen, I'm not saying it's all about hype, but I'm saying it's cool in this instance that there's a legit player from here that they're talking about after 9 starts in his career to kind of bypass it all and start the crown jewel event of the season, the All-Star game. Wouldn't that be something? Skenes will start tonight, 6:40. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And before we get to the sponsor, let's hear the weather from KDKA TV.
Morning similar to yesterday. Most of today is going to be dry with a chance for severe storms coming in after 6 o'clock. Strong wind and downpours are the biggest concerns when it comes to any storms that develop. Yesterday we hit 89 degrees for our high temperature. I have us hitting 87 for today's high with morning temperatures in the low 70s. Noon temperatures should be in the upper 70s and humidity levels will remain high all the way through the day. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. When we come back, Pirates all-time team. Callis and I will do it. Go head-to-head. Find out who are the best players in Bucco history as we talk about what might be one of the biggest or best pitchers in Pirates history in Paul Skenes, right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Big things are happening at CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center this summer. Here with Patty Byrne. Patty, tell us about the big announcement.
We just finished our beautiful new showroom, making CGR your destination to see your projects come to life. Our displays feature Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, and much more.
That's great, Patty. And you also carry Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, plus Provia siding that's made right here in America. And everything is on display to make it easy to finalize your project.
Plus, CGR Wholesale hands down has the best customer service around.
No doubt about it. Stop by and check out that new showroom on Route 51 South in Ross River, or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
O'Reilly.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush marches on. This report brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway East. That's a little bit heavy for you between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West also heavy past the Banksville merge point. Route 28, the Parkway North remain up to speed. Just a heads up, the HOV lanes along the Parkway North in Crosstown will remain closed for the morning rush, but should be open in time for the afternoon. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Nicholas, you ready to do this?
Yes.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It is the Pirates' all-time team draft. Jeff Hathorne, Nicholas Callis. All right, we need to figure out who's got the number one pick.
Okay, so so how are we doing this? We're going by position?
By position. One player, one
Okay.
pick, one pick.
So we're starting to catcher going around the horn, and then to pitchers.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well then.
All right.
We don't really
we're
need a
gonna do
first
this.
overall then. So who wants to go first here?
That's
and
what
then...
I've got a number behind my back. Odd or even? Odd or even?
Even.
It was 4.
Let's go.
Damn you!
Well, no. Here's the thing, though. I mean, this is fair. Then if we're going by position, I'll choose first here. You choose first next.
No, it's all right. I
get the first pick every time. What? No, it's okay. No, that's not as fun.
Actually, we're gonna snip.
No, yeah, alternate. I'll take the first pick here. You take the first pick.
All right.
For first base.
So you got
There we go.
catcher.
Yes.
Best Pirates catcher overall.
I choose Manny Sanguian. You can't go wrong with Manny. Very nice man, very talented baseball player.
All right, I have a couple of options here. I grew up, I love Tony Pena, but I love the trade and what they got for him. Jason Kendall had a lot of hits, but he didn't win a lot of games, and a lot of those hits were singles. If Russell Martin were here for a longer period of time, I would say Russell Martin would be a guy.
Mm-hmm. Clock's ticking.
Kendall.
Actually, there is no clock. Never mind.
I'm going Tony Pena.
Ooh. Wow.
I know Kendall. It should be Kendall.
I would have picked Kendall. But you picked Pena, so that's okay.
All right, first base. I get to go first. There's no drama here. Wilbur Dornell Stargell. You can't argue. 475 home runs, 1,540 RBIs.
No explanation is needed here. Yeah. I'm going to go with Bob Robertson.
Okay.
I don't think a bad second choice. Willie's the obvious first, but Bob Robertson pretty good.
Bob Robertson.
He's the only other good first baseman I know from the Pirates. They haven't had too many good recent ones. I think Dan Zangrilli's talked about that a lot. It's a shame. They haven't had a consistent first baseman since Stargell.
No, they really haven't. Jason Thompson, they were kind of hopeful of. He was like the guy after Willie. And when you look back at it, he really actually wasn't that bad, but he was living up to Willie Stargell.
Yep.
And that is a tough thing to do. All right, you've got the good first pick here at second base.
Bill Mazeroski.
Yeah. That one's pretty easy.
Big home run in the World Series. Great defensive second baseman. He's mine.
Yes. So I'm going to go way back in the day and go George Grantham.
Wow. I've never heard that name before. When did he play?
A long, long time ago.
George Grantham.
Yes. In fact, I will tell you that he debuted in 1922.
Okay.
But the stats are there. And, I mean, Johnny Ray is a guy who is a more modern player. Jose Leaned, except for, postseason, would be an option.
My dark horse pick there was Freddie Sanchez.
Well, and
Neil Walker.
Neil Walker was someone I thought very seriously about.
21 homers in 2014.
But Grantham hit like 315 in his career with the Pirates. Like, he had some good numbers.
The season was shorter back then.
All right, so far, you've got Manny Sanguillen, Bob Robertson, Bill Mazeroski. I've got Tony Pena, Willie Stargell, George Grantham.
Now to third base. That's your first pick here.
Yes, it is. And I'm going with Pie Traynor.
Oh, tough.
I mean,
that would have been my first two.
The guy hit 320 with 164 triples in his career. Pie Traynor.
That'll do it.
At third. This is interesting for you.
Yes. I want to pick John Wayner because big money Wayner, but
there should be a role on this team for him.
Yes, but I don't know if it's the starting third baseman. I'm going to go with Bill Madlock.
Wow.
Mad Dog.
All right. Pedro would have been in play.
No, he couldn't field.
Bonilla played some third.
Some third isn't. Nah, I go Bill Madlock. I'm confident in that decision. Oh, I get to go first now for shortstop. Honus Wagner. Not even waste time explaining that one away. I choose Honus Wagner at shortstop. Arguably the greatest Pirate of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where it didn't play out for me. Because that's if you look at one where you say, all right, I want to make sure I have first pick for.
The shortstop.
Yeah. I mean, that's. So I'm down to a couple here.
You know what? You're going to get the first two outfielders, though. So don't
Dick
feel
Groat.
Dick Groat.
And then there's, Jordy Mercer had a nice career, but I mean, Dick Groat.
Okay. Yeah. You put Dick Groat and Jordy Mercer in the same sentence.
Well, I mean, if you look at Pirate stats, like there's guys like Jay Bill that had Pirate stats, but
you made the right choice. Okay, left
right
field.
About that. That's a correct slam.
Left fielder, go ahead.
Well, outfield.
You just want to do a generic outfield?
Outfield. Roberto.
Okay. Yeah, that one doesn't need any explaining. All right, so that would mean I get two outfielders from here then, right? That would be fair? Because if we were going the snake draft back and forth.
Well, then if you want to go left field, then let's do it that way.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. We'll do left field.
No, we're not gonna do this either. We're not stacking the lineup here. We got to their primary position would have to be in these positions here. So you'll get right fielder anyway. So take Clemente now. That's fine. But they had to have been a consistent outfielder at that position. You can't just put Clemente in center, for example, is something that I thought could happen. So, but you have him at right field, so you get to keep him. Can I pick a right fielder now then?
You want to? So we're just skipping a right field?
Yeah, we'll go back around, but I'll take Dave Parker in right field as my pick. So we just did the right fielders. Now we're gonna go to center field.
By the way, I really love Dave Parker.
Yeah,
Dave Parker should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous that he is not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to center field. So we each picked our right fielder. So now center field, I will choose. I'm gonna choose McCutchen. because he, I've always argued, has been the savior for this generation of Pirate fans. He's a very nice man, MVP, very talented, pretty much a five-tool guy in his prime. Andrew McCutchen, your turn, center field.
Yeah, I would have gone Andrew McCutchen as well. I'm down to a couple of guys now. Al Oliver played a lot of center field.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Van Slyke played some really good center field for 3 playoff teams. And I know there were some guys back in the day that played center field. This one's tough. I'm going Jack Sawinski. No, I'm going to go. I'm going Andy Van Slyke.
Okay.
And again, this is probably growing up watching bias.
Sure. You can have bias. That's fine. We'll ultimately let the people decide, though. All right, so from catcher to outfield so far, I have Sanguian, Robertson, Maz, Bill Madlock, Honus Wagner, Dave Parker, and Andrew McCutchen. You have Tony Pena, Willie Stargell, George Grantham at second base, Pie Traynor, Dick Grote, and the outfielders Roberto Clemente and Andy Van Slyke. So now we need left fielders, and you get first pick at left field.
So this is time with the Pirates.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
You're on the clock, Jeff.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds. Very good.
Don't like the man.
That's okay. He played baseball well, though. And even with the Pirates before he was on the alleged voids.
There was somebody else, I'm not going to say for obvious competitive reasons, that I was very much considering.
Okay. I'm going to go recency bias, and a guy that I'm sad that his career went down in flames so badly after his time with the Pirates, but he was really good with the Pirates, Jason Bay.
Wow.
I mean, he was tremendous when he was with the Pirates. So
I thought you were going to go Kiner.
No, well, I have DH next. And so I guess, spoiler alert, I will choose my designated hitter to be Ralph Kiner. Because he wasn't known for playing the field very well, but he could hit. So I choose Ralph Kiner as my designated hitter.
Yeah, I don't think we had to get that technical. Like, I love the Kiner pick, but I don't know if we had to, you know.
So you can pick anybody, any hitter on the Pirates.
So this was tough because I didn't want you to have Bonds, so I picked Bonds there.
Sure.
My DH is Paul Wainer.
Ooh.
Paul Wainer of the 897 career OPS.
Yeah, that'll do it. It's a good choice.
And Al Oliver would have been, that's another guy. I mean, Oliver's not as much as Parker, I think, is overlooked. Al Oliver was a hell of a player for the Pirates, and stats kind of back that up.
I agree.
Did you have any temptation to pick anyone over the recent years other than McCutchen?
In center?
No. In this draft.
Oh, just any recent guys. I had Neil Walker on my second base side. I had Jason Kendall at catcher. John Wayner, I guess it's kind of recent. And then in the outfield, I had Brian Reynolds and Starling Marte out there. So that was close, but a lot of the historic guys really take precedent there when you're picking overall greats. And we got to do pitchers now, too.
I think this is to me.
So you have
left-handed pitcher.
Okay.
Liriano had a good little run,
mm-hmm.
but the Candyman can.
Mm-hmm.
John Candelaria.
Well, I'm going to take... He had a short career with the Pirates. Had 3 seasons-ish. kind of short. But okay, so here's a recent guy. And I guess since we're talking about recent guys and who I'm tempted to pick, one of my favorite pitchers growing up, Oliver Perez. He was hot when he was with the Pirates.
You're going Ollie?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I respect that he had a long career, but even with the Pirates, he was sizzling. Remember those commercials? He used to take the cookies out of the oven. These are hot. I throw hot stuff.
Wow. All right. Ollie Perez.
And he was good enough to get traded to the Mets and make it to the championship series in 2006. So,
well, he's lefty, so he lasted till he's like 48.
Yeah, he was real old. But he had a good, better part of 3 seasons with the Pirates, so I'll take him. Now, for right-handed pitchers, I get this one. I will choose my guy, Steve Blass. Excellent guy and World Series winner and great pitcher.
Steve Blass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, love Steve Blass.
Love Steve.
60 years with the Pirates overall. Is an amazing person.
Yes. But great pitcher, too, and that's what we're judging him on here.
He had, yes. Now this is interesting because I've got Bob Friend on the board, the all-time strikeout leader for the Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going the Cy Young Award winner for the Pirates, Doug Drabek.
Mm.
Did you give any consideration after 9 games of saying Paul Skenes?
No. You can't all-time grade a guy who's been here less than a season. He could get there. I'm sure he's going to get there.
Yeah, that's not.
But if we're talking about history of the Pirates, do I choose between Bob Friend, Doug Drabek, Steve Blass, or Paul Skenes? I'm going to pick one of those 3, and I did. Yeah, no, not yet, not Paul Skenes.
All right,
closing pitcher. That would be. So you get to round it up, then it seems.
I am going with the Rubber Band Man. That is my closer, Kent Colby.
Now, I wasn't able to think of too many closers between Colby and. We'll discuss this afterwards after I make this pick. I'm going to go with Mark Melancon, the leader of the Shark Tank.
Mark Melancon.
Mm-hmm.
Mark actually had some really good numbers here with the Pirates, but
He was a great He was a great setup guy, and then when he was promoted, he was a great closer.
I mean, Elroy Face.
Yeah, that's
available.
I knew I was forgetting someone.
Dave Justy. It was who.
I was going to ask you who closed between 80 and 2000 that was worth.
No one.
No, because I remember they picked up Jose
Bill
Mesa.
Landrum. Bill Landrum was good.
Okay.
They picked up Melancon was better.
They picked up Jose Mesa on a 1-year deal, and then we're just cycling through.
Yeah, they cycled
Sullivan
through a lot
Torres,
of guys.
Evan Meek, Joel Hanrahan, Matt Capps.
Yeah, all-star Matt Capps.
That's right.
They've had some good ones. They've found pitchers to close for them.
Yeah,
and they have done a nice for all the things that were critical of the Pirates. They have over the years found relievers, and they had a guy who had great success with the Yankees, who started with the Pirates, a guy named Goose Gossage.
Yeah, that's true.
He had a 0.95 whip with the Pirates.
Oh, man.
But he was only here for 133 innings. And then he
Yeah.
went to New York, and that's when he really gained his fame.
Yeah.
But he was with the Pirates. And if we're not doing this, but if we were going for like a lefty hold, like Tony Watson was. I was just kind of looking through some different
he was
numbers.
really good.
Tony Watson was good. Grant Jackson was good. All right, let's do manager.
I get to choose.
You're first.
Chuck Tanner.
Oh, all right.
You seem surprised by that pick.
Love Chuck Tanner.
Should be in the Hall of Fame.
I'm going to go with the other World Series winner, 2-time World Series winner, Danny Murtaugh.
I mean, I don't think any of us lost with our picks there. They were both pretty good picks.
All right, so here are the teams.
Okay.
You read yours.
All right. So from catcher around the horn, I got Manny Sanguillen, Bob Robertson, Bill Mazeroski, Bill Madlock, Hannes Wagner. Then to the outfield from left to right, Jason Bay, Andrew McCutchen, and Dave Parker. My designated hitter, Ralph Kiner. And then pitchers, Steve Blass, Oliver Perez, Mark Melanson, and Chuck Tanner is my manager.
I have Tony Pena behind the dish, Willie Stargell at first, George Granum at second, Pie Traynor at third, Dick Grote at short. The outfield is Roberto Clemente, Andy Van Slyke, and Barry Bonds. Paul Wainer is my DH. Could have been John, but it's Paul. My lefty pitcher is John Candelaria, Doug Drabeck from the right side, Kent DeColvey is my closer, and Danny Murtaugh is my manager. We'll tweet this out and get some reaction.
Yes.
But let's discuss what we think as we continue. Fan Morning Show here on July 5th. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.com. It's 7:20. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 3-2 to the St. Louis Cardinals. The Pirates lost 2 of 3 games in that series. They're turning around. They're staying at home. They're going to start a 4-game series tonight with the New York Mets. Game time tonight, 6:40. Coverage on the Fan starts at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, this message from Adam Crowley.
Crowley here. It is hot outside, really hot. You need refreshment. You need beer. There's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet, whatever you like. They've got 1,000 beers in stock. Craft beers, domestic beers, international, whatever. You want it, they got it, and they've got it all for the best prices around. It's not just a beer distributor, it's a beer superstore. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online, too, schultzford.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. NBA and NHL both play seasons between October and June. But one place their roads diverge, their ability to generate revenue and spend on their players. Right now in the NHL, there are 3 players who average over $12 million per year. In the NBA, 137 players who will make over $12 million this year. Swish equals cha-ching. I'm Jody Mack.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway East. A little heavy now between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, but pretty much up to speed. Parkway West a little bit heavy past the Banksville merge point. Route 28 is fairly steady from Harmer to the north side. Parkway North, the HOV lanes closed for the morning rush. They're expected to reopen by the afternoon. They had to fix some damaged gates there. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, we have no problems to report east or westbound between the Gateway, Ohio line and Breezewood. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Design.
Don't miss 4th of July savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to 60% on select Nordic-inspired furniture and decor. Shop our Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate, a proud sponsor of the Fan and the Pirates' effort to get out to your field. All right, Jeff Hathorn with Nicholas Harry Callis. Fan Morning Show for Adam Crowley and Dorn Dickerson here on this 4th of July, I guess, extended weekend. It is a Friday. I don't know what day it really feels like. Yesterday kind of felt like a Sunday in so many ways. But we just drafted our Pirates all-time teams. Callis's, Manny Sanguin, Bob Robertson, Bill Mazeroski, Bill Madlock, Hannes Wagner, Dave Parker, Andrew McCutcheon, Jason Bay, Ralph Kiner, Oliver Perez, Steve Blass, Mark Melanson's the closer, and Chuck Tanner's the manager. For me, Tony Pena, Willie Stargell, George Granham, Pie Traynor, Dick Grote, Roberto Clemente, Andy Van Slyke, Barry Bonds, Paul Wainer, John Candelaria, Doug Drabeck, Kent Tekulve, and Danny Murtaugh as the manager. Any immediate regrets, Nicholas?
No. Did you hear about me and Chris Muller's immediate regret, though, the other week?
No.
Last week we did a draft, too, and we did one. It had to be top 5 sons. Or, I'm sorry, top 5, I think, fathers. No. Top 5 sons who had a father play in a professional sport as well. And I believe the dad had to play for a Pittsburgh team.
Oh.
And you know who we missed? A really big one. It was real subtle, but right there. Patrick Mahomes. Because his dad, Pat Sr., played for the Pirates, pitched for the Pirates for a real brief stretch of time. And we both missed that, and we heard about it.
What has Mahomes done?
Yeah, what has he done?
I mean,
he's pretty subtle there, too, yeah. So, no, compared to that, no regrets here. I think this is going to be a very competitive duel between you and me, and it will be posted on Twitter within the next 5 minutes so people can express their opinions of our drafts.
Yeah, there are a couple guys I really wanted. Like Hannes Wagner was someone I really wanted on my team.
Well, I really wanted Clemente and Stargell, but you got them, so that's...
And Kiner was a good pick.
So was Bonds.
And Kiner was more of a center fielder, so... that may have been somebody either of us could have grabbed in center. But I think McCutcheon's a good grab for you. So we'll post that all-time draft, get your thoughts on it. Coming up, maybe some future Pirates stars. A couple of them had some big games yesterday in the minors. We'll take a look at that. And then after that, we've got some tickets to a concert. And we told you earlier about MLB.com's article saying why Paul Skenes should start the All-Star game. So in last segment of the hour, before 8 o'clock, we're going to open up those lines and let you tell us why you think Paul Skenes should or should not start the All-Star game. But coming up, we'll look at those Pirates, including Henry Davis back. What did he do in his first game back as he deals with that concussion? We continue. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Before yesterday's game, the Pirates placed Jared Jones on the 15-day injured list, and they did that apparently as a precautionary measure just to make sure that he doesn't get overly injured from the minor strain that he was feeling after his start. The Pirates lost yesterday in extra innings, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 games to the Cardinals in that series. Now the Pirates are going to play the Mets in 4 games. It's going to last through Monday. If you want to listen to Game 1 of the series, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details while supplies last.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from Underground Utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
If you owe $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may be feeling overwhelmed, filled with anxiety, even embarrassed. Well, stop. That's right, stop. It's not your fault. Life happens. People lose their jobs, get sick, get divorced, and many other things that can lead to financial stress. So, don't feel bad about it. Do something about it. And join the over 300,000 people who worked with accredited debt relief to pay off their debt. A company with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're here to help people just like you. Get out of debt faster and feel the relief that comes with financial freedom. So stop delaying. Make the call to learn how much they can save you. Time and money. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Call 877-272-8115. 877-272-8115. That's 877-272-8115. Program and services not available in all states.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, coming up next segment, we're going to open up the lines to get your thoughts on should Paul Skenes, is that legit that he should start the All-Star game for the National League? It's something that was in MLB.com, and we have tickets to a pretty cool concert that are the incentive to have you call in. We'll tell you about that coming up. But first, as we continue looking at different things going on with the Pirates and answers, are there any internal, not necessarily on the roster right now, that could help this team? In the minor leagues last night on the 4th of July, Indy beat Louisville 5-3. Ji-Hwan Bae 2 for 4. And Bae is hitting .359 at AAA as he works his way back from injury. Henry Davis, his first game back from concussion, 2 for 3, both singles. Liover Peguero with his 16th double. Ryan Borucki had 1 inning and an immaculate inning. 1 inning, 3 strikeouts. So is Bay worth another run? Henry Davis starting to work his way back. Liover Peguero with his 16th double. Borucki with 3 strikeouts. Altoona won 1-0 over Harrisburg. And here's a pitcher you may not have heard of that has really come on this year. Is Thomas Harrington. Started to make a splash last year, and now, I mean, this guy was 36th overall pick, but he was out of Campbell. Wasn't a lot known about him. He's just 22. He's 6'2", 185-pound righty. 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, and Altoona's 1-0 win, so obviously didn't give up a run. On the season, he's 1-2, a 2.72 ERA, 105 WHIP, 49 2/3, 48 strikeouts, and Thomas Harrington has walked 6. 48 strikeouts to 6 walks. Greensboro 1-8-4. Tamar Johnson, who is the Pirates' representative to the Futures game, along with Bubba Chandler, who will join us coming up at 9 o'clock. But Tamar, 2 for 3, 2 runs, 3 RBIs, 2 walks, hit his 8th homer. He has an 8-game hitting streak, which has raised his average to 237. His on-base is 392. He's just 20. Pirates' first-round pick a couple years ago is starting to come on. Nick Camillo, who's 6'3" righty from Rutgers. He's 24. He's a little older. And listen, I grant you, Greensboro's a little easier place to hit. So sometimes you look at those numbers. You remember a couple of years ago, Mason Martin had these crazy numbers in Greensboro, but you have to take Greensboro and that park and that league into some account. But he's got 15 home runs, 45 RBIs, and he drove in another run yesterday in just 44 games this year. That's the minor league report as we continue. 412-928-9370. You tell us the best reason for Paul Skenes to or to not start the All-Star game as suggested in a story at MLB.com and win a couple of concert tickets. That's coming up next here on the Fan Morning Show as we continue our coverage of the Pirates, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. You're listening to the Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson here on this Friday morning.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Cardinals in extra innings, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 games in that series. The Pirates now 4 games back of the third wild card spot, still occupied by the St. Louis Cardinals. And the Mets have lost 2 in a row. They're back down to 2.5 back of the Cardinals for that third wild card spot. They're the closest team right now to the Cardinals with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pirates going to play the Mets in a 4-game series coming up this weekend. Game 1's tonight at 6:40. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkways east and west a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed from Harmer to the north side. Parkway North Main Line also up to speed from I-79 to the north side. However, the HOV lane's closed on the inbound side as crews had to repair some broken gates there. Meanwhile, in North Versailles, Route 148 5th Avenue remains closed in both directions. This is due to an earlier vehicle fire between Route 30 and Arcania Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh Sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So, let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored. Contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaventura, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaventura is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaventura is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaventura means good beer. Stone Buenaventura is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaventura. Cheers.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection here on 93.7 The Fan. And let's set the premise again. MLB.com did a story where they're suggesting, Will Leach, the author of the article, that Paul Skenes should start the All-Star game. 9 starts into his career. And he cites these reasons, that he deserves it because his strikeout rate to walk rate is second best in the league, that it's great exposure for him, that it will get people excited, that it's important for this game because All-Star games are losing viewers by thousands. And the intrigue of having him do it, plus the social media hit with Livy Dunn, the potential of who he might face and those, and that excitement as well. Skenes loves the stage. So he is saying Skenes should start the All-Star game. So I want to hear from you, 412-928-9370 in this segment. And the best caller, the most convincing caller, will win 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels and Chris Jansen at the Pavilion at Star Lake next Saturday. So it's coming up. 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels. I mean, legend. With Chris Jansen and others at the Pavilion at Star Lake. And either way, whether you think that's a good idea or whether, hey, he needs to pay his dues, this is cool, but not ready yet. 412-928-9370 right now, and the most convincing caller will get those tickets. By the way, it is the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Start with Vic and Hazelwood. Hey, Vic. Vic, how are you? Hey, Vic.
Hey, now you're there.
There
What's
we
up,
go.
brother? How you doing?
I'm good,
hey,
man.
Listen, man. Absolutely, positively, he should start. And here are my reasons why. Number one, it would actually have the Caitlin Clark effect. You know, everybody wants to see him. Viewership would go way, way up. Number two, I think they should have Olivia throw out the first pitch. Come out there in a nice little cowboy hat. Come out to the song, This is Texas, We Play Hold'em, and throw out the first pitch. And you guess who the catcher should be? Nolan Ryan. Man, that place. And then they should have a little job talk before the game gets here, like Aaron Judd go on, just to talk mess. You know what? I'm going to smack one out the park on him. You know that's going to hype my man up.
Vic, just to have those two in it, like sitting there talking during the game would be amazing.
Right. Exactly, bro. I'm telling you, the viewership would go way up. And you know Paul Skenes is going, if he did face Aaron Judge, he's going to blow him right out the park easily.
All right, Vic, hang on. 412-928-9370. Why, yes or no, Paul Skenes should start the All-Star game. Chad in Bridgeville, you're up next. Opportunity to win 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen at the Pavilion at Star Lake next Saturday. Hey, Chad.
Hey, man. How are you today?
Good. You?
Doing well. I definitely think Paul Skenes should start the All-Star game. I mean, it has turned into, it's all about the fans now. They're not playing for home field advantage in the World Series. So why would you not want the most popular pitcher in the league, number one? Number two, like you just mentioned, you got the social media aspect of it with Libby Dunning, et cetera. And that's just going to pull the younger fans that might not watch the All-Star game, but they want to see Paul Skenes pitch up against whomever. It may be the best players in the world. So why would you not have him start?
All right, Chad, hang on. So we're between Vic and Chad. Mike in the truck. Mike.
Yes.
Give us your thoughts.
My thoughts are, let's not pitch him in the All-Star game. Let's make him our pitcher and not showcase him for the other teams for later down the line in future considerations. Let's let him pitch tonight. Let's let him finish the last game against the Brewers. We have 3 games against the White Sox the worst team in baseball. And then let him come back and pitch the first game against the Phillies.
All right. Mike, I appreciate the call. 412-928-9370 is the number. It's between Vic and Chad. I get what he's saying. But, I mean, you have control of Paul Skenes. It's not like you're looking to make a trade with Paul Skenes right now, or that's something that should worry about at this point. 412-928-9370. Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen and others at Pavilion tickets on the line. We have Vic and Chad as the finalists right now. Dan in Monroeville. Dan, give us your thoughts.
Blah, 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 blah. His statistical numbers say he should start. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, Dan. I like his brevity, so let's put Dan on hold, and we'll get to Jack. Hey, Jack.
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, did you know that the Yankees changed their policy on facial hair?
All right.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
They had 3 players in the lineup the other day wearing mustaches, and I think they did it because down the road they want to be able to get Paul Skenes.
Wow. I love the deep conspiracy theory early. Jack, I appreciate the call. All right, we're up against it.
Hold on, I gotta debunk that. They've always allowed mustaches. You just can't have beards.
I know.
So that was a silly call.
I get where he's already thinking that that the Yankees are changing their rules to allow Paul Skenes, which is like 6 years down the road if that were indeed to happen, because the Pirates have control of him for a long time. All right, we're between Vic and Chad. Both compelling cases.
What do you think, Jeff?
Vic dropped the Caitlin Clark. I'm going with Vic.
All right.
It was really close. It was really close, and I appreciate both the calls. Vic, congratulations. You win a pair of tickets to see Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen at the Pavilion. And Chad, thanks for calling, and for all the other callers as well. That is at Star Lake next Saturday at July 13th. As we continue here on the Fan Morning Show, there's been a lot going on with the Pirates. There was all the free agency. There's always news in the NFL. There's been some things happening with Pitt football. We'll check in with Chris Peak of panthalair.com to get the latest there. Dan Zangrilli is going to join us coming up at 8:30 to get some more Pirates talk. Bubba Chandler at 9 o'clock. He is the Pirates Futures Game representative. He is having a great year in Double-A, and now that Paul Skenes is in the majors, he's the next young, hot pitching prospect. We'll talk to him. And Jason Spezza is going to join us at 9:30 because the Penguins have prospect camp starting tomorrow morning in Cranberry. Of course, you can go up and watch all the prospects. We'll get a little more lowdown on some of the players you can watch, what they're looking to get out of that as well as we continue. It's the Fan Morning Show. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. So, fan weather. Opportunity for a heavy thunderstorm this afternoon. Any of this rain, please happen before 6:40 and then not until like 10. So we can get this Pirates game with Paul Skenes tonight right here on 93.7 The Fan. The weekend looks gorgeous. High of 88 both days. Periods of clouds and sunshine. And the rain percentage is only 25% on Saturday and 6% on Sunday. Monday's going to be a steamy 92 for that afternoon game as the Mets are in town for 4, and you'll hear it all right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 10% off your entire project. No payments for 12 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at Awaken180weightloss.com.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The lighter than normal holiday weekend morning rush continues. You'll find mainly steady traffic on the parkways east and west into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. Route 51 out of the South Hills looking pretty good for you. Just traffic light delays at all the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. Meanwhile, in Stowe Township, an overnight accident still has Route 51 closed in both directions between Orr and Thomas Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, it seems like it's so far away. But really, within a couple of weeks, not only will Steeler camp start in Latrobe, it will also start for the Pitt Panthers with the basically entire new offensive staff. As Panthers will debut that along with a quarterback that we're familiar with. But some moves made recently with the Panthers. And we were going to talk to Chris Peak coming up here on 93.7 The Fan. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Fan Twitter, by the way, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Jeff, I made a giant mistake.
Uh-oh.
I totally thought I had his number, and I was thinking of the wrong Chris. You want to text me that real quick?
I will do that for you real quick.
Okay.
As we discuss more. And by the way, congratulations to Vic, who won those tickets. And, I mean, that's going to be a cool concert coming up on Saturday with Bret Michaels. That's a pretty fun one. He's talented. He's I saw the ad for it at the ballpark. They were running an ad for that concert, and yeah, that's going to be a good time. Pitt Panthers is what our conversation is right now. And coming up at the bottom of the hour, Dan Zangrilli is going to join us. We're going to get back into Pirates baseball talk as the Pirates start Paul Skenes tonight. Cherish every one of those opportunities to see Pirates and Paul Skenes, as he will be opposed by Luis Severino. Dan will have the pregame coming up at 5:45 with a 6:40 first pitch here on 93.7 The Fan. We're joined now by Chris Peak of Panthalair.com. Chris, there's been a lot going on in multiple sports recently, but Pitt's picked up a few seemingly potential impact commitments. What do you make of this class and who the Panthers have been able to secure here in the last few days?
Yeah, it's been fun, Jeff. June is always a big month for recruiting, and that was certainly the case for Pitt. They've added, I think, 15 commitments since June 8th. So they've definitely been busy on the recruiting trail, and you'll be shocked to hear this, but Pat Narduzzi seems to have loaded up on defensive backs again.
Really?
Yeah, it's the craziest thing. I never saw it coming that they would take a ton of defensive backs, but here they are. They got 5 committed right now. They've got, I think, 3 corners and 2 safeties, and I think they're some of the best recruits in the class. There's like Sean Lee, he's actually plays quarterback at Harrisburg High School. The kid is a crazy athlete. Had 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns last year between rushing and passing for Harrisburg.
He dropped.
Right. We had a little drop. We'll get right back with Chris Peak of Panthalair. Panthers open, by the way, with Kent State August 31st at Acrisure Stadium. We're back with Chris.
Sorry, Jeff. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened either.
I was just talking, and all of a sudden my phone, somebody hung up on you, beep. So I was like, oh, man. I guess Jeff didn't want to hear about the exciting kid from Harrisburg. Who's
No, I'm always into that. I'm always into Harrisburg.
No, yeah, but no, and Pitt fans should keep an eye on it this year. I mean, Sean Lee is the quarterback at Harrisburg High School. Now, he's not related to the Sean Lee from Upper St. Clair, but he is related to the other Sean Lee who played at Penn State from that area. So a little bit of a connection there, but he's really good. He's a super athlete. He's going to be, I think, a good corner in college. Mason Alexander's a 4-star prospect, another cornerback, really good prospect. Elijah Dotson is a cornerback from Michigan who's coming in. So, I mean, they've done really well at the defensive back positions. And then the other interesting thing about this class, Jeff, is that they're really loading up on offensive skill guys. They've got 4 receivers and 2 running backs, and I think it was a big point of emphasis. And I think it says a lot about what they think of their current roster of offensive skill players, both in quantity and quality, that they felt like they needed to go pretty heavy on those positions. It's kind of funny, and the fans have gotten a kick out of it. I mean, pretty much all the wide receivers are like 5'9", 5'10". It's like, I don't know what it is. I think Cade Bell just wants those elusive guys who he'll sacrifice size for speed. I think we've seen that with, Sincere Lee and Raphael Williams, the transfers he brought in. And it's like all their receiver recruits too. I mean, they're all right around that size, but they're all really fast. They all can make a guy miss. You get them the ball in space, and they can hit home runs. So that's clearly the point of emphasis here. Is they wanted to reload the skill positions, and as always, they want to reload the secondary, and they've done it so far.
So is that an advantage to bring in it for like a Cade Bell offense? Not to go like full option, but you can bring in some of those kids that might not get recruited by the Alabamas and Clemsons and those type of schools. You bring them into a system, make them successful, and you can continue on your recruiting base and put them in a style that may not work if they go to another type of offense.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I think, if you're Pitt and the vast majority of schools in the Power Conferences, you're looking for those sort of, I mean, it's such a dorky thing to say, but those sort of market inefficiencies. Like who are the guys who are getting overlooked by the quote-unquote bigger schools because they're maybe just not tall enough? You know what I mean? The Kalijah Cansey type, the Aaron Donald type. I mean, those are cliched examples, but that's what you're looking for. You're looking for those guys who you're like, wow, this guy's not getting recruited because he's 2 inches too short, but he's explosive and he's got a big burst and he's strong and he can make plays. And so you go get those guys. And I mean, I think to some extent, a lot of the offenses that have been successful, particularly at the lower levels, whether you get into G5 or FCS, they're finding guys like that and guys who, okay, this guy didn't get recruited because he's only 5'9" instead of 6'1", but he's super fast. If we can have a good offensive scheme that gets him the ball in space and gives him a chance to make plays, he can take off and go. So, I mean, you look at the numbers Sincere Lee and Raphael Williams put up at Western Carolina. I mean, obviously you're changing, the level of competition, but you and I heard it all spring. Cade Bell and the other offensive coaches talked about how Cade Bell is really good at scheming guys open. Well, that's the whole thing. It's got to work, right? That has to happen. If you're going to take guys who are a little bit smaller but faster, you've got to scheme them open and then have a quarterback who can get them the ball, and you should be able to find some success. So, I think that's what they're always going to be looking for, is those guys who maybe get overlooked, particularly out of the state of Florida, and then bring them in, and you believe you see something in them, and bring them in and see if you can turn it into a big time player. Obviously,
recruiting has become a financial situation as much as anything now. How is Pitt handling that side of it? How well are they competing against some of the other schools that may have more resources?
I mean, if you look at the offer sheet, they're not winning a lot of recruiting battles against Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Texas, USC, Florida, et cetera. I think, really when you look at the schools they're recruiting against right now, it's a lot of sort of peer schools. It's Virginia Tech, Virginia, Iowa, Iowa State, Boston College, other sort of middle-tier ACC programs, middle-tier Big Ten programs, middle-tier Big 12 programs. That's kind of where Pitt is recruiting. And to be frank, I think those are the kind of recruiting battles they need to win, is against the teams that they're going to be playing most of the time. And so that's where they're sort of operating. I think, there's probably varying degrees of resources available at all those schools, but it's generally in the same area. I think where that becomes a big factor, number one, I think it's a bigger factor with transfers. I think the NIL element is more in play with the transfers. And then the other one is when you get close to signing day and other schools say, hey, we need to fill out our class with a receiver or D-tackle or whatever it is, and they try and come in and flip one of your commitments. Then I think you end up, just call it what it is, you end up in a bidding war. And I think that happened last year running up to signing day. I think there were a couple of guys where NIL became a factor and Pitt had to step up, or Pitt's, people working on Pitt's behalf had to step up in order to keep some guys in the class. But I think that's where really, that's where the resources really come into play. I think to some extent now when you're getting the commitments, but when it comes time to put the pen to paper and other schools are trying to get that kid to put the pen to paper for them, that's when you have to have those resources available.
Well, Chris, it's never been a lock why it's been a verbal commitment as opposed to, signing a contract. But especially now, is it even more that, hey, you need to stay on these guys because other schools they're not going to lay off?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you could turn the clock back to, I think it was the summer of 2018. It was the 2019 recruiting class. So we're talking about, 6 years ago when they started having these June official visits, because it used to be you can only take the official visits in December and January and February or during the fall, but they added these June official visits, which has turned the June commitment season up to 11. And so you get a ton of commitments, but what ends up happening is if you get 15 commitments in June, like Pitt just did, you almost kind of assume, and I don't know if the coaches would ever admit to this, but they probably should, you kind of build in 2 or 3 of these guys probably aren't going to sign with us. You're just going to lose some of them. It's sort of inevitable, and you don't want to be defeatist about it, but that's just kind of the reality, because you get committed that early, and then you don't have the opportunity to take another official visit. And if other schools can get the kid to come into their school in December or late November for an official visit, they can make a big impression and end up flipping that guy. So it's a different kind of recruiting world right now. You still want to go for a big haul in June, but you kind of have it built in so that, Walmart assumes a certain percentage of its goods are going to be stolen, right? And so they have it built into their budget and whatnot. And I think if you're Pitt and you're recruiting, you just know, well, we got 21 commitments on July 5th or whatever today is. Probably 18 of those guys will sign. I don't know who the 3 are that are not going to sign, but they're going to lose a few because they just always have.
All right, as we head into camp here in about a month, Nate Yarnell is the starting quarterback. Does he keep that job August 31st against Kent State?
I think so. I think so. I think there's a non-zero chance that Eli Holstein can win the job. But I would put the heavy favorite on Yarnell, and I think he's earned it. If you go back and look at those last 2 games last year, Jeff, and just those 2 starts, and you could throw in the Western Michigan start from 2 years ago if you want, but just take those last 2 games, the Boston College and Duke games. You project the stats out over 12, 13 games, he's close to a 3,000-yard season, 20-some touchdowns, and single-digit interceptions. you absolutely take that. You know, that if he can play like that. And the key with Yarnell is going to be the efficiency. I mean, he's got to get the ball to the receivers. If they are schemed open, as Cade Bell tells us they will be, and then just don't throw it to the other team, which was obviously a problem for the guy he replaced last year. If you could do that, you just get the ball to receivers, don't throw it to the other team. I think he'll be pretty solid. I think he'll be I don't know if I'm setting the bar low here by saying just throw it to your own teammates, but that just sort of feels like that's the goal for Nate Yarnell, and he's been pretty good at it when he's gotten an opportunity.
So, Chris, you don't bring a guy in from Alabama to sit for long. Like, what do you think the plan is with Holstein?
I think the plan is he gets the job whenever he wins it, you know, and I think they were impressed with him this spring. You know, they've mentioned a few times that he was still kind of banged up a little bit from an injury he suffered in, I think, January or something, and he still was able to ascend the depth chart and climb up to number 2, ultimately leading to Christian Bayer transferring. I think that impressed the coaches a lot. I think he's a good player. I think he's got a lot of good physical attributes. He's learning the offense just like everybody else is. I think when he earns the job, he'll get the job. You know, I think Pitt fans like to think that Pat Narduzzi promises the job to one guy and that's it and never reconsiders it. I think if there's a point either in August or during the season where Holstein presents himself as the better option to win games, he'll move into that job. And, you know, I think even if Nate Yarnell's the starter all of this season, I think, you know, everything is still on the table for 2025, you know, because I think they have that much belief in Holstein and I think they're that excited about him.
We're joined by Chris Peak of PantherLair.com. It would seem like Kenny Johnson would be a guy where this offense, like, here's someone who could burst out of the returners. Like, who do you look at as players that are really going to benefit offensively?
Yeah, Johnson's interesting. I mean, I think it'll be him. I think he'll end up having a giant role this year. I mean, I think, you know, you look at a spring game, I think they threw him the ball like 20 times. I mean, he was just getting target after target after target. Now, that was without Williams and Lee, the 2 Western Carolina transfers playing. And so I think those guys will have pretty big roles. I don't know what to expect out of this receiving core. I don't see, you know, I think you look at Bub Means over the last 8 games last year, he was a legit, like, number 1 receiver. He played like it, and he put up stats to support that. I don't see a guy like that on the roster this year. I see, you know, Dejon Reynolds is kind of a tough physical possession guy. Kanate Mumfield, I don't know what his best role is. I mean, they talked about playing him outside. Maybe that'll be a good move for him, but I tend to think of him as more of a slot guy, although I think when he was at Akron before he transferred to Pitt, he played more outside, so maybe that's a better role. Johnson, I'm excited to see what Kenny Johnson can do, but I think we have to keep in mind he had like 120 receiving yards last year. I mean, it was a very small sample size. He had a really big kick return for a touchdown, and then kind of not much on offense. And so he's got a lot to prove, and I think there's a lot of hype around him and a lot of pressure on him to be the number 1 wide receiver, but he's got to actually go out and show it. I think the 2 Western Carolina guys are going to have a role in it. I think they're going to play a lot. I think they're going to be top 6 receivers for this team and get on the field a lot and get the ball a lot. And if they can make plays like they did at Western Carolina, then, you know, I think they could be prominently featured. But I just don't know. This receiving core, to me, I think has as many questions, maybe more questions than any other position on the team, at least on offense.
So, and I'm paraphrasing here, but, you know, Gavin Bartholomew and Rodney Hammond both told us, like, hey, I came back here because we were embarrassed by last year. This isn't going to happen again. What kind of role, especially for Hammond, because you think about this offense, this Cade Bell offense, you think passing, but they have had success running the ball. How do you think this fits with Hammond?
I think it'll be good. You know, I don't know if we've really seen him featured as a pass-catching running back. They didn't at Western Carolina, they didn't throw it to the running backs a ton, but I think they do want to, you know, get that as part of the offense, and we haven't really seen Rodney Hammond do that a lot. I'd just like to see him get something approaching a full workload. I mean, he never really got it last year, whether he was hurt or Andre Powell just was making weird decisions. He never really got a full workload, and I'd like to see what he could do if he gets, you know, 18 to 20 carries per game. I don't know if he's going to get that kind of volume, but I think he should, at least to show what he's capable of. And you know, I mean, you mentioned Bartholomew. Jeff, can we just get this guy the ball like 50 times? Can he just get like 50 targets this year? I mean, it's like, this is a legitimate playmaker. However you want to move him around, however you want to line him up, You want to put him out wide. You want to put him in the slot. You want to put him in the backfield. I don't care. Just throw him the ball. Like, good things have happened when you've thrown the ball to Gavin Bartholomew consistently over the last 3 years. They just have never – you thought after Lucas Krull graduated, wow, now there's all these targets that are going to open up. But for whatever reason, Frank Cignetti was like, nah, this guy who leaped over a Tennessee defender and caught, 27 out of 28 passes in 2021, I don't really want to get him the ball. It didn't make any sense. Like, get him the ball. And I think what we heard in spring is that they were emphasizing getting it to Bartholomew, and they should. I think I think he could be kind of a surprise weapon for, this team as we talk about question marks with the wide receivers. I think he can make plays. He can do good things. So please don't waste his final year at Pitt.
Panthers lost a key assistant defensively. And obviously every year you're having to fill in for different guys. What do you think about this defense? I mean, we heard a lot about Cruz Brookins. We know there's some young guys that seem to have taken a next step. Lovelace, potentially being one of them. What do you make of this defense this year?
I like the back seven quite a bit. I mean, you have questions at cornerback, of course. You got to replace three guys who played basically all the snaps last year. And so you're going to have to see if guys like Tamarian Crumpley and Rylan Gandy and Noah Bigelow and Rashad Battle are ready to play it. But I think the safeties are going to be really good. Those two redshirt freshmen, Brookins, like you mentioned, and Jesse Anderson, I think are going to push the three upperclassmen, Donovan McMillan and Javon McIntyre and P.J. O'Brien. I think this young linebacking core, I mean, there's a bunch of young linebackers, and then there's Brandon George and Key Thompson, who I think they both started their college careers like in the Obama presidency. I mean, they've been around so long.
That's actually maybe accurate.
Yeah, I feel like they've been at Pitt. Well, Key Thompson just arrived, but he played like 7 years at Ohio before he transferred in. But, I mean, you get all these really promising, exciting, athletic young linebackers, a couple veterans who I think can provide some good experience on the field. I think that group is all great. It's just a big question up front. The defensive line wasn't as effective last year as it had been in previous seasons. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. Some is the caliber of players. Some is just the way other teams were choosing to attack offensively. But you got to get more out of the D-line. They got to be better against the run. They got to do better on the pass rush. And you've got a bunch of unknowns in that group. I mean, there's nobody in terms of a proven commodity on that defensive line right now. And, you brought in transfers, and that's good. You've got some young guys. You moved Nikai Johnson inside to tackle, and, maybe Jimmy Scott's ready to step up or whatever it is. But, it's going to be a big prove-it year for that defensive line. Tim Doust is the new defensive line coach, and he's going to have a lot to prove. He's going to have to show that he can take this group and mold them into playmakers to kind of live up to the standard of what that position group has been for Pitt, basically up until last year.
All right, Chris, and Chris Peak from PantherLair.com. A lot of discussion about improving and need to take it back to where Pitt football was. It's a schedule with, some new ACC schools. It's a schedule that where you end the season on the road, basically, with the last two. Do you think this is a bounce-back year? What do you think about the opportunity for this 2024 Pitt team?
Well, I mean, the good thing about only winning 3 games last year is, the bar's set pretty low for what counts as a bounce back, right? I mean, if you get 4 wins, you've improved over last year. I don't think they're going to only win 4 games. I feel like I've been asked a lot lately about, record predictions and stuff. I mean, I think at a minimum this team gets back to a bowl, and which is 6 wins, 7 wins. And I say that because I look at last year, and I'm like, for all the things that there were issues with, whether it was the receivers or the D-line or this or that, they still, if I still believe if Nate Yarnell starts the whole season, they probably win 7 or 8 games. If Christian Bear starts the whole season, they probably win at least 6. I mean, they just wasted the first 5 games of the season, not counting Wofford, I guess. So the 4 out of the first 5, they wasted. They gave themselves no chance in those games, no chance at all. And, I look back and I'm like, that's close to half the season. Or it's a third of the season that they just said, nope, we're not going to have an opportunity to win this game. And so I think just even with, improving the quarterback play up to average, solid, nothing effusive, just a decent level of quarterback play. And I think you're buying yourself 3 or 4 more wins right there. So, I mean, I think this team my latest prediction has been like 8-5, either going 7-5 in the regular season and winning like an Eastern Michigan type of bowl game, or going 8-4 in the regular season and losing, whatever, losing a bowl game to go 8-5. I think that's the level they get back to this year, which I think would count as a bounce back. You win 5 more games than you did a year ago, and probably come out of the season feeling a little bit better about some of your young defensive linemen and some of the, maybe feeling a little better, feeling probably pretty good about the young linebackers, I would think, and a few other positions. So that's my prediction right now. I'm sure it'll change again next week, but I'm kind of settling in that 8-4, 8-5 range.
Hey, Chris, thanks so much for taking time during this holiday weekend. Enjoy it. We'll see you on the south side way too soon.
Yeah, it's coming up fast, Jeff. Thanks. I'll see you.
Thanks. Chris Peak of PantherLair.com. Check out all of his stuff with the Rivals Network. If you're a Pitt fan and you haven't checked out Chris's stuff, you should. Opener, Kent State, August 31st. Then at Cincinnati, West Virginia, at Acrisure Stadium, September 14th at 3:30. You hear all the games right here on 93.7 The Fan with the voice of the Panthers, Bill Hillgrove, Pat Bostic, Larry Richard, Dorn Dickerson. In for Dorn Dickerson today and Adam Crowley, Jeff Hathorn. When we come back, we'll get back into the Pirates. Dan Zangrilli from the Pirates pre- and post-game show will join us here on the Fan Morning Show at 93.7 The Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday to the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 games in that series. Pirates are going to play the Mets now. They're going to start a 4-game series with the Mets. It's going to last through Monday. If you want to listen to Game 1 of the series, it's tonight at 6:40. You can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with Dan Zangrilli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for July is Old Thunder Brewing's False Kingdom IPA. And the charity is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I had a CT scan that found that I had a 1-inch tear in the inner lining of my aorta. I knew that I needed to go to a UPMC surgeon.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute has performed more than 20,000 heart surgeries in the last 5 years.
If not for the care of the UPMC health team, I would have missed the birth of my grandsons. I wouldn't be here to share the memories.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Febreze. Fabric Talk. Hey, it's me, your couch. Today's my favorite day of the week. Febreze Fabric Spray Day. The occasional deep cleans are nice, but in between, you know I'm needing a refresh. Ooh, here she comes with the Febreze Fabric Spray. Oh yeah, spritz them armrests. Don't be shy. Nothing like a good spray down to get me smelling so fresh and clean. Don't forget my back. Nice. Febreze Fabric Spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. One of the toughest things in competitive sports is replacing a legend. Big shoes to fill. Congrats to Pat 58 Dogs Bertoletti for winning the nation's hot dog eating contest. Sans Joey Chestnut. Here's hoping you're more Aaron Rodgers-like replacing Brett Favre. I fear you're more Mac Jones replacing Tom Brady. I'm Jody Mack.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news in Stowe Township. Crews have reopened the northbound lanes of Route 51 between Kennedy Lane and Orr Street. However, the southbound lanes remain closed in that same area. Also, an earlier downtree and wires in Fraser Township has Utes Run Road closed in both directions near the intersection with Main Street and Tawny Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pirates 6:40 tonight. Paul Skenes against Luis Severino. As a 4-game series with the Mets commences with Dan Zangrilli, starting with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Dan joins us now. Dan, you've been covered baseball. You called play-by-play for a few years. What's the excitement like to have a player like Paul Skenes to be able to do pre and post, to have an opportunity to talk to him, to be in the ballpark with the energy when he pitches?
Wow. Good question, because, you as you know, Jeff, you kind of get in the mundane day after day after day, year after year after year, and then once in a while, somebody like this guy comes along. you and I obviously were around, and you remember Garrett Cole coming up and what that could have potentially meant for the Pirates. Right there in the thick of a pennant race, right? He came up as everybody remembers, in June, and the Bucks were right there. This is a little bit different from, I guess, where the Pirates are. Not as competitive this year as they were in 2013, but the other side of the coin is that they, I think, have somebody that's far more special than Garrett Cole. So I don't really have anything to judge this upon. The one thing that I kept going back to is when I was in Altoona in 2010, I actually had the opportunity to broadcast Steven Strasburg's very first professional start. He and Aroldis Chapman made their professional debuts the same day. ESPN was breaking in on our broadcast. They were going back and forth to the Chapman broadcast in Cincinnati, and then the Strasburg Altoona versus Harrisburg game, because he was pitching for Harrisburg at the time. And the spectacle that Strasburg brought, he sold, I want to say, 7,000 tickets online overnight. The influx and the attention that he had, this was back in April of 2010, to a minor league town in Altoona was absolutely crazy. Haven't seen anything like it since, until maybe Skenes. So to answer the question, it's a once-in-a-generation athlete, and then you put on all these other additional storylines of, he was a two-way player, Air Force, the military background, essentially is going to be a military general someday, perhaps. So it might be, General Skenes or whatever he does with the military. I mean, seriously, after he's done playing,
right?
It's going to be a fascinating story to tell, not only as this dynamic athlete, but then everything that he's about off the field, and of course, everything happening in his personal life. So it's one of the more fascinating, unique stories of somebody as not only an elite athlete, but who is just this fascinating story off the field as well. I'm still, frankly, trying to wrap my arms around it. It's evolving right before our eyes, and then he goes out on a nightly basis and just overpowers everyone. I'm not sure. I mean, I wasn't around for Jose De Leon, Jeff, but you look back, that's, I guess, the only thing from an instantaneous results perspective that can compare, statistically speaking. So it's wild. I'm just sitting back watching it and enjoying it like everybody else.
Yeah, and I think the thing to me, I mean, you hear all the stories, as you mentioned. You hear from his Air Force coach about what a leader he was and how he could have been commandant of the academy. Like, he is that type of guy. I love now seeing him in person. It's that confidence, borderline cockiness, but it's not over the top. It's just this, the wink at the camera every night. How he loves the big stage, to me, is something that sets him apart. I mean, other guys have thrown hard, but there's just something about Skenes that's different.
There was such a debate this time last year, and, a lot of folks who were in the Dylan Cruz camp, and then there were a few folks that thought Wyatt Langford could or should be the guy. You really couldn't have, and I don't know if this has turned out to be true, probably not, but I think the position last year was you couldn't go wrong. You had maybe 3 or 4 guys that you could take. And not to sit here and pat myself on the back, but, I just kept saying Paul Skenes, Paul Skenes, Paul Skenes, because, the Pirates have no other pathway or access to somebody like this outside of the draft. And you can't pass up the opportunity. He's been far better than anybody, I think, has anticipated or even imagined. And it's obviously conjured up a lot of frustration, because this has been pennies from heaven. This sort of stuff just doesn't happen to the Pirates. And if you ever get it, you've got to be so proactive and make sure that you don't lose it. There's so much pressure, I think, on the organization, and that's and that's rooted and stirred up because of a really scorned fan base that just they see this shiny object here, and we've got to do something with it. How do we make sure that we capitalize and make this a special moment, special few years that we have with him, because it doesn't come around all but once every 40 years. And it's fun to watch. It's even fun to watch him, Jeff, get punched a little bit. If one team lands a glancing blow, or if he loses his command for just a moment, a batter or two, or if the four-seam fastball, which is about the only pitch that teams are somewhat hitting against Skenes, if he gives up a home run or somebody runs into one, he's so quick to adapt, adjust, and do those veteran-like things that take so many years to acquire, those skills, that moxie, that poise to be able to adjust. And he's got the wisdom beyond his years that makes him the best pitcher in the league right now, I think, for my money. And assuming everything goes as planned, you're looking at the most special arm the Pirates have had, at least in my lifetime.
So we saw another special starting pitching performance wasted yesterday in a 10-inning loss to St. Louis. I mean, the debate about, finding an outside bat, finding somebody. I mean, could Brian Hayes or Sawinski find a Tellez month? Do you think that's within? Because it appears that they're going to go internal, and does a Palacios provide us? But where do they find a spark from offensively?
I mean, it has to come within, because an outside acquisition, I don't believe, is going to be enough to move the needle unless you acquire 4 bats, because the Pirates are 4 bats short. Would 1 bat help? Yes, it's better than nothing, but I go up and down the lineup, and I play that hypothetical game because I would love to see the Pirates acquire somebody. I'm not like anti-acquisition over here. Okay, let's just put this one player in there, whatever name you want it to be. It's just not going to be able to, I think, move the needle enough in still what is a very team offensive sport, which people, I think, fail to forget. Okay, you've plugged one hole, you still have 3 others. So will they, can they, how do they? There's a lot of things approach-oriented with Sawinski, a lot of things that stem from a health perspective, perhaps from Hayes. And then Davis was supposed to be a very big part of this. So those 3 guys, I mean, obviously they have to perform just at a fraction of what they've shown that they could provide. Otherwise, and I think we're at or maybe even past the point of saying that, all right, then things can turn around. And I'm not confident that it's going to happen, because even if you get 1 or 2 of those guys hitting for a month at a time and not together consistently, it's still not going to be enough, much like just bringing in 1 player would, to provide the Pirates, I think, what they need consistently over these next 70-some-odd games to make up the ground that they need to make up and to be able to roll off these 4, 5, 6 wins in a row. Well, people say that's all you have to do. Well, they haven't done it in 2 months. So it's really, really unfortunate and really, really frustrating because of all the great pitching that they've received, all the great pitching that they've wasted. Now 19 losses when a starter completes 6 innings, to me, is absolutely mind-blowing.
It is. And, as you look at the wild card standings, Dan, the Braves and Padres, and then you get the Cardinals in that final spot right now. Arizona, New York, San Francisco, Cincinnati, Pirates, hell, even the Nationals are only half game behind them, and the Cubs in a game and a half behind the Pirates in the wild card standings. I look at some of the rosters of these other teams, and I think this isn't the year.
Right, and just all the names that you just rattled off, whose players would you rather have? Click the button on every one of those teams, right. Look at the lineup, and then look at the names, even look at the numbers, even though offense is down league-wide. Who would you want their guys versus your guys? Probably not. And yes, if you get to the postseason, and assuming this is the other thing that I don't think gets spoken enough about, assuming that Skenes and Jones make it to the postseason, okay? What is Jones at? He's at 92 innings, I think, or 91 innings. So, 125 is the high water mark. You're probably not going past 150, 160 if you want to be ultra aggressive. You can do some very quick back-of-the-napkin math and project out what that's going to take just to get to the postseason. Listen, you want them in the postseason, but you need them to get to the postseason. I just don't think that there's enough runway. There's enough times that you could cycle them through without that number getting to a really, really uncomfortable and maybe even reckless place from a workload perspective. So, yeah, the Pirates were very quick to put Jared Jones on the injured list with this very minor right lat strain, overly cautious. Yeah, I think this is probably a great golden opportunity there to essentially shut him down for a couple of weeks, which I don't know if that's a bad way to go about it. So there's a lot of things that just, I believe, are stacked against the Pirates that make this a bridge too far to cross, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's been fun. I get the frustration. I get wanting to go for it. But when you look at all of the teams that are involved, there are 5 teams essentially right now that can unequivocally say, we're not going to make the postseason. Like, we've got no shot. And
that's what the second wild card does.
Right.
I don't want to say it gives you false hope, but it keeps everybody in it. I don't know if this wild card is intended to actually give people a realistic chance, more so than it is to be a mirage for fans to keep them interested in markets like Pittsburgh with training camp around the corner. I hate to say it, as conspiratorial as that, but that's what they wanted to do. Baseball, that was their intent, and I think it was a good thing to try to keep fan engagement up. But when you look at it realistically, this is still a team, Jeff, that's 4 games under 500 on July 5th. 4 teams that are 4 games under 500 in mid-July or at the halfway point, barring some sort of crazy surge, they're not postseason teams. And here's the other thing about it, too, for me. This is the 2012 season for this year's regime. Everybody was really, really ticked off, and I remember doing the shows. It was our first year doing them, the flagship station. It happened to be year 5 of the Huntington regime, and they showed the signs, but they just weren't quite ready yet. And it was frustrating. And a lot of folks, I remember, especially because of, it was a little different in that, they were in first place a little bit later, and I think that they showed signs to go off and be a much hotter team, the 2012 team, than the 24 Pirates. But there was that huge, precipitous, historic fall-off in August and September. Well, that team, I think we can all look back and acknowledge, just wasn't ready. And then in year 6, and I think Neil Huntington and Ben Cherington share a lot of similarities in the way that they go about building their roster. I think year 6 for Cherington, much like it was for Huntington, 2025 is going to be this team's 2013.
Yeah, and I think there'll be a time to deplete your farm system to make a move. I just don't as much for the number of teams that you're battling to try to make it. And to your point about the pitching, which is a great one, I don't think this is the time to empty the farm system.
And, if I felt that a bat or whatever acquisition would really move the needle, I'm not opposed to paying a steep price or a strong acquisition cost, or I'm not sitting here trying to hoard prospects. I just think that you're going to make that move. You're going to empty the tank for what? I mean, if you're going to start, it's ready, aim, fire, not ready, fire, aim. When you make deals like that. So I think you've just got to be fairly strategic and sensible about it, because you can really upend your organization if you just start trying to throw darts with a blindfold on. That's what I would liken emptying the holster in 2024. Because, okay, go ahead, do it. Do it. Hypothetically, put the guy in the lineup in your little model, even if it's anecdotal and not like statistical, like a scientific project here. How much is it going to move the needle? So instead of just 3 guys hitting, now you have 4. Well, you still need, from my perspective, 2 to 3 other guys. You need 6 of 9 guys that are contributing at a league average or slightly above league average level, from my perspective. And they are so far away from that why throw a Band-Aid on a bleeding jugular?
All right, Dan, final one. We did a Pirates all-time draft. Here's Callis's team. Sanguin, Bob Robertson, Maz. We did it at each position. Bill Madlock, Hannes Wagner, Dave Parker, Andrew McCutcheon, Jason Bay, Ralph Kiner, Oliver Perez as the lefty starter, Steve
I don't
Glass.
need to hear your team, Jeff. You win.
Melanson and Chuck Tanner. I've got Tony Pena, Stargell, George Granum, Pie Traynor, Dick Grote, Clemente, Van Slyke, Bonds, Wayner, Paul, that is.
Okay, not John. All right.
Yeah, Candy, Candyman, Trebeck, Tekulve, Murtaugh.
Yeah. That's a 4 games to none sweep in a best of 7.
Wow.
Oh, no way.
100%.
No way.
There we go.
We had to alternate back and forth, too, just so you know. It wasn't like he picked all of them first or I picked all of mine first.
You have Honus Wagner, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, he has Clemente. Said, did anybody pick Kiner?
Yeah, I did. He's my
You
DH.
did? Okay, he's your DH. All right.
So you think about it a little bit, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And who do you have on the mound again?
I got Steve Blass.
And Oliver Perez.
Yeah,
the
that one.
1972 version, I assume, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, and you, Callis, you would have said, yeah, I'll take Blass in 75.
Dan, we'll catch you in 9 hours.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Right.
Thanks.
Dan Zangrilli. He'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show coming your way at 5:45. Paul Skenes starts tonight against the Mets. 6:40 first pitch on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates do play tonight. After losing to the Cardinals 2 of 3 games in that series, Pirates and Mets are going to play 4. Mets right now are 2.5 back of the wild card, or the third wild card spot in the National League. Mets have lost their last 2. The Pirates are 4 games back of that third wild card spot. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli hosts the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45, right here on The Fan. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of good news now in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. In Stowe Township, they've reopened a portion of Route 51, Island Avenue. This is the area between Ora and Thomas Streets. The southbound lanes in that area remain closed. The northbound are open. Parkway East, you're a little heavy between the Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The Parkway West also heavy past the 51 off-ramps to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed. Early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30. Stop smoking seminar 8.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long. Great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at idlewild.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Chance for some storms this afternoon. 55%, high of 88 today, tomorrow, and Sunday look beautiful for the start of this Mets series. He's one of the studs in the Pirates farm system, probably their best pitcher in the farm system right now. Bubba Chandler will join us as we continue on the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Crowley here. It is hot outside, really hot. You need refreshment. You need beer. There's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet, whatever you like. They've got 1,000 beers in stock, craft beers, domestic beers, international, whatever. You want it, they got it, and they've got it all for the best prices around. It's not just a beer distributor, it's a beer superstore. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight against the New York Mets in Game 1 of a 4-game series. If you want to listen tonight, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time 6:40. Our coverage starts at 5:45, presented by Pellet Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Bubba Chandler next, right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owner's Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. By the way, the HOV lane set to reopen on the outbound side for the afternoon rush. Meanwhile, an overnight accident in Stowe Township still affecting the southbound lanes of Route 51. They're closed between Ora and Thomas Streets. And in Fraser Township, Downtree and Wire still is closed. Utes Run Road near the intersection with Main Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Jeff Hathorn with you here on this Friday morning on 93.7 The Fan with Nicholas Callis. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for 50 years. And on that hotline is Bubba Chandler, Altoona pitcher, Futures game representative. Bubba, hey, welcome to 93.7 The Fan. It's the play-by-play home of the Pirates here in Pittsburgh.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
I'm good, man. How are you? What has this season been like for you?
Oh, man. It's been fun. Every year is a different type of year. And, you'd rather, if you're going to struggle in the minor leagues. And that's kind of, I've had a little struggle this year, but I've really, picked it up as of recently, and, I think that's a contribute to the struggles we've had, so.
So what did you find contributed to those struggles, and what have you done to correct it?
It's super simple. I wasn't throwing strikes. I wasn't letting my stuff play. I was just kind of, trying to do way too much, and when that happens, you walk people, and then next thing you know, you give up a hit, and a couple rounds come around, and kind of just messes up an outing. And that's kind of what I was dealing with. So, is
there a mental side curve that maybe in high school, I'm sure you played against good players, you were able to just use your ability to win games and do what you needed? Is that something that's really grown for you? And when you face better competition of being able to handle that mental side?
Oh, yeah. I think the mental side of pitching's big or just as bigger than the physical side of pitching. Yes, I've definitely learned how to grow on the mound, and how to think through every pitch, through every at bat or every batter, and yeah.
You're coming off 7 2/3, 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts in your last performance, and you were also named to the Futures game. How did you find out about that, and what's the excitement level for you to have that opportunity?
Yeah, first off, I'm super excited. I've watched the Futures game for the past couple of years now, and always thought, hey, it'd be cool to play in that. It'd be cooler to play an all-star game, but I'm gonna take it while I have it. And but yeah, our minor league farm director called me a couple Mondays ago and let me know, and it's pretty cool honor.
What do you expect it to be like?
Pretty laid back. A lot of good ball players out there. Just having a good time. I got a bunch of buddies that are going out there, so it'll be good to see them. I haven't seen them in a while, so yeah.
Do you feel yourself like, hey, I'm one of the best pitchers in the minors?
Yeah, I think that's everyone's mindset. I think you kind of have to have that mindset when you're going out there to pitch. But yeah, getting the recognition, it's cool. But at the same time, I kind of just let it go, call it rat poison. Don't let stuff get between the ears, and just go out there and do your job. You don't want to be the best pitchers in the minors. You want to be the best pitcher in the majors. So just kind of think of it that way.
How close do you think you are to taking that next step, to having that opportunity in the major leagues?
I don't make those decisions. I think, I think I still have a long way to go. But each day is a new day. So
Thomas Harrington is coming off a really good start as well. And there's some good pitchers in the Altoona rotation. How much do you push each other? What's that kinship like? Do you share a lot of ideas?
Oh yeah, we're road roommates, so we talk a lot. Yeah, he's a great pitcher. Just from the fact the days that he doesn't have his best stuff on the mound, he still goes out there and does what he did last night. Throws 7 shutout innings and just pitches. And it's super fun and impressive to watch. But yeah, we definitely we compete against each other. And yeah, he's a really good pitcher.
When you guys are in that room, do you have those conversations of, hey man, I'm looking forward to that day when we're at that next level, when we're being that guy?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, those conversations create different conversations, and they're always fun.
You were a multi-sport athlete. Did it take a while to kind of settle in to just baseball? And how do you spend, how do you kill the time basically when you're not playing? It's obviously as a pitcher, from a game standpoint, you're only going once every 5 days or longer because of the way the schedule works in the minors.
I've always kind of played golf. Golf's big thing for not only me but for pitchers and baseball players. It's a fun little pastime. But I really think throughout the days now, I've kind of really gotten into like breaking down film, like kind of how I used to in football. I used to be a big guy, and the film room, I used to love it. And that's how I used to think, because I'm going to beat teams, is I'm going to break down more film and understand the film better than you. And that's kind of what I'm doing now is, I get 5 days before each start, and, I pick out 2 guys a day from that team that I'm going to face, and I break them down, and I try to know exactly what I want to do against them each pitch and every at-bat, and that's kind of, how I pass the time during the season now.
Do you walk in at times after you're done with an inning and think, that's exact? I'm like, what I did right there was because of the film work. Have you seen the direct correlation?
Oh yeah. I've done that a couple times as of recently, and it feels good. It's just like in football. You know what a team's gonna do when it's third and short or third and medium, and you're gonna run this exact play, and you run that exact play on a Tuesday, and then come Saturday or Sunday, it happens, and as a quarterback, you just think, dang man, this is exactly what we practice. So kind of as a stat of, it's exactly what I've figured out about this guy 3 days ago. Makes you feel good.
Bubba Chandler joining us, Futures game representative for the Pirates, along with Tamar Johnson. Do you know Tamar at all?
Oh yeah. Me and Tamar grew up together. We played trap ball and summer ball together for probably 4 or 5 years. So we know each other really well. And then as he's gotten on the Pirates, we were teammates a little bit last year. So
Altoona Curve featured Jared Jones and Paul Skenes not that long ago. When you guys see what they're doing at the majors, what are those conversations? What kind of confidence does that give you guys?
Yeah. First off, shout out to those guys. 2 dudes that worked really hard to get there. But yeah, want to get there as fast as you can. And I think Jared, especially Paul, but I think Jared took the route I took. Getting drafted out of high school, makes you just want to work even harder and whatnot. So,
Bubba, no, I'm sorry. You know how tough it is on the mound. Describe what it's like to watch Paul Skenes do what he does.
Yeah, it's cool. He's a great talent, and someone who's going to be good for a very long time. So, he prepares the right way.
Yeah, I mean it's been insane what he's doing, and they're talking. MLB is talking about at MLB.com. One of the writers was talking about him potentially starting the All-Star game. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Do you feel a positive vibe with the organization? Like, is that feeling permeating in Double-A about the future of this franchise?
Yeah. Well, everyone wants to win, so whoever's gonna help you do that, you want them at the front line. So I think Paul's one of those guys that wants to win. And he's also a super good talent.
Hey, Bubba, thanks so much for joining us. We look forward to you being here in Pittsburgh, hopefully not too far off, and good luck with the rest of the season, double, AAA, wherever it finds you, and enjoy that Futures game.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Bubba Chandler from the Altoona Curve, off to a great start this season. 3.65 ERA. You mentioned struggled a little bit early, but has really come on as of late, kind of has figured some things out. And he is one of those future stars, probably the guy in the Pirates minor league organization. 75 strikeouts in 61 2/3. But he mentioned Thomas Harrington, their roommates. They're trying to work their way up together. Bubba Chandler, we appreciate him joining us. And when we come back, another one of those special moments on the PGA Tour. And we also are going to get an update. What has been the reaction? What team is winning between Nicholas Callis and myself, the all-time great Pirates teams, as we continue here on the Fan Morning Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Jared Jones, prior to yesterday's game, was put on the 15-day injured list, and it seems like it's just a precaution by the team. Pirates lost to the Cardinals yesterday, and the Pirates lost 2 or 3 games in this series. Pirates are 4 games back of the third wild card. The Mets are 2.5 games back of the third wild card right now, occupied by the Cardinals. Pirates and Mets are going to start a 4-game series tonight at 6:40. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Getaway Bar and Grill, located on the backside of Brookline. Every Saturday, enjoy $3 Blue Moon 16-ounce drafts and Blue Moon light cans. Getaway Bar and Grill, 3049 Sussex Avenue off McNeely, just on the backside of Brookline.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP extended life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome to Staples, young man.
Tomorrow's my big day.
Big day?
First grade.
Aw, well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue.
I need a laptop.
Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school.
Wait. The finances are Mom's department.
Right.
I'm looking for performance, like a Core i7 processor.
Boy, first grade has really changed.
Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples hot deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
This is Sean Levine with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. There's a bunch of teams in the NFL that it's time to poop or get off the pot. I'm sick of talking about them. They actually have to do something this season. I'm talking about the Dolphins. I'm talking Ravens. I'm talking Chargers. I'm talking Cowboys. I'm talking Bills. Do something this season. This is Sean Levine.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Stowe Township, some good news. Crews have finally cleared that overnight accident at Route 51. Island Avenue is back open in both directions between Orr and Thomas Streets. Meanwhile, the downed tree and wires in Fraser Township still has Utes Run Road closed near the intersection with Main Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thanks to Bubba Chandler for joining us. Man, he is having a good year. He's going to be a quarterback at Clemson before decided to play baseball for the Pirates, and that is working out for him. Celebrate Christmas in July with us. Odyssey and the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, HARP, invite you to join Stuff the Doghouse on July 13th and 14th. That's next weekend. Drive through and donate pet supplies at HARP's North Side or East Side locations and help us make a difference for our furry friends and not the ones that are roaming the streets right now. Items to donate include dry dog and puppy food. What if you offered some of those furries dry dog and puppy food?
I don't want to know.
Treats and more. Visit the events page at 937thefan.com for a full list and help us with the Stuff the Doghouse campaign to help the Humane Society, the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh. Jeff Hathorn in for Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis remains. How's the reaction to the draft going?
Yeah, you're winning that one.
Really?
Yeah. Well, Dan said he didn't even need to see my team or hear about my team.
But then you tried to. Then I think you got him saying, you had Hannes Wagner.
Here's what I honestly think right now. People see Oliver Perez as my left-handed choice, and they think, oh, yeah, the rest of his team is terrible. But then you miss names. Like Bob Robertson, I think, is an underrated pick. Bill Mazeroski and Hannes Wagner in the middle infield. Dave Parker and right. Ralph Connor's my DH. Come on now, people. Just because there aren't a whole bunch of left-handed pitching guys that I could think of on the Pirates does not mean my team is inferior. Now, you actually have the better outfield now that I look at it.
That's
a tough one.
Al Oliver is a guy that should be on there somewhere. Like, that's one that I wish
you didn't pick him.
We'd figured. Well, I mean,
you could have picked him,
right? But I mean, Paul Wainer put up some crazy numbers in Pirates history.
I should have put Al Oliver at first base. Maybe that would make my team right.
Mm. And somebody pointed out that Stargell played a lot of left field.
That's
which
true
he
too.
Did.
Well, he wasn't.
But he wasn't available.
You weren't letting him get off the board at first base.
Right. He wasn't available.
Neither was I.
Right.
So.
I mean, most of us remember him as I shouldn't speak for the world, but I remember him as a first baseman, not anywhere else. Once again, the 14th time in PGA Tour history, a sub-60 round happened yesterday at the John Deere Classic. As Hayden Springer, he chipped in for eagle and then birdied 18 to shoot a 59. He shot a 27 on the front nine, which is insanity to shoot a 27 on the front nine. His scorecard looked like this. He started with a par. So, okay, it's going to be an average day. Eagle, birdie, 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 birdie. Par on a par 3, birdie, birdie. So on his front nine, he had 7 threes and a 2. Now, the back nine, you probably thought like maybe 59 wasn't going to happen because he started par, 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 par. Then a birdie, intriguing. But he parred 16, so he's 3 shots away. Like, how's this going to happen for a guy who's 27, had to get his qualifying card in December, has played a lot on some of the alternate tours, including the PGA Tour Americas. He chips in for eagle from 55 yards out and then snuggles in a birdie on 18 to shoot 27, 32, and a 59. Springer, by the way, went to Byron Nelson High School in Texas. That's probably a good sign that you're going to play some really good golf in your life when you go to Byron Nelson High School. By the way, Neil Shipley, Central Catholic, South Hills, is 1 under. He tees off at 317 at the John Deere Classic a little bit later on today. Coming up, Penguins Prospect Camp starts, and their assistant GM Jason Spezza will join us to discuss that, state of the team, all of that. It's 9:26, and time for you to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Jason Spezza is next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play today at 6:40 against the Mets. It'll be the first of 4 games in the series. Series will last through Monday. Pirates coming off a loss to the St. Louis Cardinals, and they lost 2 of 3 in the series. The Mets have lost their last 2 games. Both teams still relatively around the wild card race. Pirates are 4 games back at the 3rd wild card spot. Mets 2.5 games back. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn they lost both legs, had a brain injury, or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to forthepeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right lawyer. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 larger TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including soccer, the summer games, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy, and slightly hazy. Sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get Go app today to order and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pirates and Paul Skenes at 6:40 tonight right here on 93.7 The Fan. A lot going on in Pittsburgh this weekend. Pirates and Mets also going on in Cranberry. Starting tomorrow is the Pens Prospect Camp. It'll run through Wednesday. We're joined now by Jason Spezza, Penguins Assistant General Manager. Jason, appreciate the time. I know the word off-season is kind of a misnomer now. I mean, you guys have been so busy with pre-draft and executing the draft, free agency. How do you feel like these last couple of weeks have gone for you guys?
Yeah, I think it's been good. You know, we've stuck to kind of the plan of what we were going to do. I think it's been nice to add some young talent through the draft. You know, with some of the guys that we've picked, and we're excited to kind of get to work with them. But you're right, it's been a busy time, but a time that we have to make good use of.
And you feel like that is a time where you can start to build some momentum and feel some things going in the right direction?
Well, I think so. I think, we felt the injection of, by having Jack St. Ivany and, having Puustinen and the boost those guys gave after the trade deadline, how the team played. And I think that we want to carry that momentum and, make sure that we're bringing in some young guys to help Sid and Gino and Letang and make sure that, they're getting a push from below and, helping the team's pace stay high. So, we feel like we've accomplished that.
Jason, what's it like working with Kyle?
Kyle's great. He's very detailed person, well thought out, treats everybody really well, both personally and professionally. Just a guy that, eats, sleeps, and loves hockey, puts it all into it, and just a pleasure to work with.
Joined by Penn's Assistant General Manager, Jason Spezza. How is that? What have you learned from your playing career that has really helped you in your role with the Penguins now?
I think not to make assumptions. I think sometimes that assumptions get made on maybe what players are thinking or how they want things. I think it's important just to directly talk to the players all the time. I know that's something that I always valued as a player, is just having open and honest conversations. So I think that's probably in the immediacy, what I've found has been the most valuable of coming right from playing to managing, is just knowing that the players need to be talked to. You need to be direct with them, and they prefer to know where they stand.
Penn's Prospect Camp opens tomorrow morning in Cranberry. All 6 of the draft picks will be there. Jason, what's the importance of the next few days for these young players?
Yeah, I think it's an important step for, it's great to bring in the new guys. So it's nice for the staff and everybody to get to know the new players that we drafted. Also we have, first real time with Koivunen and some of the guys that were part of the Gensel trade. But it's just a great check-in time now to see where the prospects are at. So, it's a good benchmark to see where Owen Pickering is at. And, how has he done? How's this summer gone since the end of the season? And, the guys that we know, it's a good checkpoint to kind of help them plan out the rest of their summer and make sure that they're ready to go for training camp. And that's kind of what we use it for. And then we use it to educate them too. And it's there's a lot of transition from, college and the CHL to pro hockey, and we try to help them as much as we can, give them as much information in a short period of time.
What do you tell them, Jason, about expectations of being part of the Penguins organization?
Well, I think the Penguins, we want competitive players, we want fit players, we got guys that are we want guys that are trying to always get better. And I think we want to help them, teach them how to move the needle. And I think that that's kind of what these camps can be. Is I think to be a professional hockey player for a long time, you have to push yourself outside the comfort zones. And I think when you're a 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kid, it's hard to know what that is. So, we don't do that in these camps, but we want to talk to them about it, make sure they're set up for their summers. We want to make sure that they understand what the expectation is coming into main camp.
Jason, I guess there's always evaluations going on, but is this something where you're really looking at game? Or are you looking at a lot of other things along with where their, hockey is? And do you have those type of environments where you can really tell how these guys are going to match in this camp?
No, this is not an evaluation camp at all. It's, it's pro hockey, so you're always getting evaluated, I guess, but it's not an evaluation camp. We're here just to educate them, to see where they're at, and then to set them up for success for the rest of the summer. The last block of the summer is the biggest training part for a lot of these guys, and a lot of them need to get bigger, stronger, and faster just because of the age. So it's a great time to kind of set expectations for them, give them information, get FaceTime with them. We break them into smaller groups so they get to have, time with different departments. But no, it's not an evaluation camp in the sense of, where they're at on the ice. It's more a matter of just getting them up and going.
Penn's Assistant General Manager Jason Spezza is with us. You mentioned Owen Pickering. Braden Yeager also had a good season. What have you heard about those? Are the last, before this year, the last 2 first-round picks for the Penguins. What have you heard about their seasons, and what are you kind of excited to see from their games these next few days?
Yeah, exciting transition going to happen for Owen. Difficult transition going from junior hockey to pro as a big defenseman. But, I think his team got to play some meaningful playoff games, which has been great for him. It was something that it wasn't the strongest program he was in prior to this, so he hadn't played much playoff hockey. So I think he learned a lot from that. And just this is a great level set for him and getting him ready to go to become a pro. And then Braden's year was a strong year, made the World Junior team. I think that team disappointed a little bit, but I think it was great exposure for him to be involved in those high-pressure situations, and then to have a great run in the WHL playoffs. It's, followed by a championship and Memorial Cup. It's a hard thing to do, and he played a massive role in that team. So just kind of helping him continue to kind of get back on track. He took a few weeks off after the season, and now he's got to just take the time to get stronger.
Jason, when you had these opportunities in your career, what did you learn from these camps that, you would give advice to these guys about?
Well, the camps were a little different when I was coming through them. They were 2-a-days, and they were meant as torture. So my advice would be survive. My advice would be survive if they were the same way. But they were 2 weeks long instead of 5 days long. Really? It wasn't education sessions. It was let's see if we could break the guys. So then the CBA came in and changed all that. But so I don't know if my experience will translate right to theirs, but the biggest thing I think is to ask questions, is to, make sure that you're getting the information you need, to make sure that you're going home with everything that, you have to set up for the rest of the summer. I think that's just the most important thing. And then bond with the guys. Like, this is kind of the unique thing about these rookie tournaments and camps, is that this is the group of guys that you're really going to come up in the organization with. So if I look back at the guys that I came up with, they were the guys I ended up playing 7, 8, 9 years with. And you don't think about it when you're in these small settings, but this is potentially the group that comes up together. So I think just getting to know your teammates too it's a great time for that.
Well, you can bond with 2-week 2-a-days, because there's a bond of, I can't believe these guys are doing this to us.
Exactly. You lie in bed beside each other with your roommate and think like, whoa, okay, we're in one here a little bit.
Jason, I know you've been asked this question, but I know a lot of the listeners want to know. You had some battles in your career against the Pens, but what has it been like? What have you learned about being around a guy like Sidney Crosby?
Yeah, just how great Sid is. I was fortunate enough that I've played Team Canada stuff with him and known Sid for years. But just to be in the building with him every day, just to see the effect that he has on just the whole environment, how hard he works, his dedication. I think it's impossible for people to believe, but it's really understated the impact that he has. And I think that he's one of the best players of all time, and it's not by mistake. He's consistently the hardest working guy. He's consistently the guy that's trying to move the needle, and it's incredible. It's incredible to be around. It's a testament to him, and at his age, and he's still doing it at a really high level, doesn't surprise me.
Well, just remember to remind these kids this weekend that after they're done with the drill and they're exhausted, just how easy it is for them now.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be fine.
Hey, Jason, I appreciate the time. Good luck with Prospect Camp going on Saturday through Wednesday up at Cranberry at the UPMC Lemieux facility. Thanks, Jason, for taking a few minutes.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Jason Spezza, Assistant General Manager for the Penguins. So that happens, it's basically every morning, starting at around 9 o'clock, and you can go out and watch it and see what they're putting these guys through. And you heard a couple of defensemen are kind of the highlights of this camp, and Jason also mentioned, a few of the new players that came over in the Gensel trade. How are they fitting in? But don't expect this to be like, there's going to be times where they're just breaking down into drills. So don't expect it to be all scrimmages or one-on-one battles. Like, they do a whole bunch of different drills. They've set up different things for purposes. But if you want to get an eye and say, hey, I saw this guy first, or I remember going to see Owen Pickering as he ended his junior career and started his Penguins career, and man, at that prospect camp, he really showed me this. If you're into hockey this weekend and it ends with a tournament on Wednesday, that's when you'll see these guys play against each other as the Penguins host Prospect Camp. It is a Paul Skenes day here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll get you set for that start and go over what we've learned from this show today. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. Jeff Hathorn with Nicholas Callis in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson here on this Friday morning.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight against the New York Mets at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45. That coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Prior to yesterday's game, Jarrett Jones was placed on the 15-day injured list for some minor strain that he was dealing with. For more Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wait back up on aerial roadways. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. Taking a look at the Parkway West through the PennDOT cameras. You're starting to jam up as you approach the runaway truck sand pile down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East just a little heavy at Edgewood-Twistvale. Route 28 remains up to speed for you from Harmar to the north side. So does the Parkway North. The HOV lane still closed inbound. They'll reopen outbound in time for the afternoon rush. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Don't look now, but here come the Astros. After struggling for much of the season, they are now just plus 110 to win the AL West and only 2 games back of the Mariners. Seattle has a great pitching staff, but one of the worst offenses in baseball. I think they will regress in the second half of the season. I think the Houston Astros are the play. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last. Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Summer's on, and so are the deals at Target's 4th of July sale.
Let's go.
Celebrate with 30% off 12 packs of soda when you buy 3 with Target Circle. Or get Doritos chips on sale, 2 for $6.
I love it.
Then make it a party with sprinkles. Select favorite day treats dressed in red, white, and blue are 20% off with Target Circle. And save even more. We've lowered prices on many summer faves like Up and Up Sunscreen, Tillamook Ice Cream, Honest Kids Juice Boxes, and more. Target's 4th of July sale ends Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. America runs on Dunkin'.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show. It's been fun in here the last couple of days. I'll be in Monday as well. Jeff Hathorn in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson as they enjoy a 4th of July week. And then a little extra on the end because before you know it, I was looking at the schedule. I had to schedule some things the other day, Nicholas, and it's like you start looking at, okay, July 24th, camp. And between then, Dan Zangrilli's taking a little time off, so I'm doing Pirates pre and post. But it's like that will end, and then all of a sudden, it's football season. And as we were talking to Chris Peak earlier, then we know Panthers season starts in early August with their first game actually August 31st. And just when you start getting into summer, you realize the big fall sports are about ready to start.
Yeah, what happened? Time just moving.
It flies here. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. I didn't really have a good one, so I asked you, and you said you saw a really good social media's biggest loser.
Yeah, I saw this, or I talked about this on the early morning show, but yesterday there was a pop fly by the third base dugout, and this fan who was sitting behind it walked onto the dugout trying to track the ball, fell into the netting that protects you from the baseballs and keeps a barrier. Otherwise, he would have fell into the dugout, but fell into it. As he fell, released and spilled about 2 rows back his beverage that was in his hand as he was trying to track down this ball. Recovered, got himself out of the net without it breaking, and proceeded to sit back down like nothing happened with security right next to him. And he's, and that's kind of cool, but I find him a loser because he's getting taken out of the ballpark looking at the security people like, I mean, is that really that big of a deal?
Yeah.
What are we, why is this happening to me? Why am I getting thrown out? But, I mean, he walked so far without knowing where he was, he fell into the net.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
Rangers
that's
Padres
focus.
game.
That's focus.
Or lack of awareness, you could say.
Okay. I was trying to be kind.
So that guy, social media's biggest loser. Yes.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. There are a few things that I kind of take away from today. I love the conversation about Paul Skenes starting the All-Star game. And that it wasn't just one of us just throwing something out there. Somebody, and when I say us, I mean somebody from Pittsburgh just throwing out like, hey, how about him starting the All-Star game? That it was someone from MLB.com, a national writer who is into seeing Paul Skenes in that situation. Then as you're thinking about it, at first it's like, oh, he's only had 9 games. You think about how dominant those 9 games have been. And then that why isn't he deserving when you look at his percentages against other players? And then that key factor, the attention for the sport, the craziness that would probably happen on social media because of that, how all-star games need eyes and ears. And thinking of that game starting with the league's hottest rookie, bar none. I don't care what any of these other guys are doing. There's no one with more attention or who will get you to sit in their seat that's a rookie like Paul Skenes.
I've been making this argument for a little while now, not that it's earth-shattering, but National baseball fans are paying attention to the Pirates because Paul Skenes is on the team.
It's awesome. What I can't get over, like I remember going to PNC Park when it first opened and think, this is our park. This is ours. Like, this is in Pittsburgh. This awesome ballpark is in Pittsburgh. Because after Three Rivers, which was, some great games there and, great memories. But, I mean, looked out over the city. I mean, it was beautiful. It is beautiful. And I kind of have that feeling with Skenes of like, wait, this guy's a Pirate. I mean, this isn't Shohei Ohtani, some unattainable player on the other side of the coast. This isn't Aaron Judge that no way the Pirates could afford to have on the roster, or Giancarlo Stanton, who they could afford to trade for because they wouldn't be able to sign him. This is this guy who national people are going crazy over, who MLB TV is breaking in to watch his performances, is a Pirate. That's so cool. And Dan brought up, we were talking to Dan Zangrilli last hour, and he brought up the draft and how there was debate. Like, do you take one of these position players? Because the Pirates need bats in their organization, which they do. But this was a no-brainer, and now we're seeing why. And for as much as it seemed like it took 5 years for him to reach the majors, it actually didn't take that long. And he will start tonight against Luis Severino as the Mets are in town for the first of four. Severino 5-2 at 3.42 ERA. Skenes 4-0 at 2.06 earned run average. And obviously all the numbers and that just the confidence, the spirit that comes to the ballpark. I'm sure there's going to be a big crowd today. This is a key series for the Bucks. 4 games out in the wild card. If they believe that they are a true wild card team, the Mets are in their way. And they've got a chance to put the Mets behind them with a really good series. Severino against Skenes. Then David Peterson against Bailey Falter on Saturday. That's a 4:05 first pitch, which is the standard Saturday times now. Sunday, 1:35, Sean Manaea against Quinn Priester. Luis Ortiz in a bullpen game. We don't know. And Monday, Christian Scott, the righty, against Mitch Keller. So it's a weird Monday, non-holiday carryover game. So it's a 4-game series with the Mets that starts today on Friday. And that's a 12:35 first pitch on what's going to be a 91-degree day. So hopefully the Pirates are thinking of this and decide we're not going to go with the black uniforms either of the next couple of day games. But Mitch Keller will start that game looking for his 10th win as the Bucks open that series with the Mets. Dan will host the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45 this afternoon. I'll have much more on Paul Skenes and the pitching matchup. Want to thank Nicholas Callis. Nicholas, I know your team isn't winning, but it was a valiant effort.
Yeah, I tried. I'm proud of my team.
I am proud of mine. And I do think it's the pitching that separates this.
Oh, absolutely. Bob Friend was a nice choice. And you swallowed up Candelario before I could. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Candyman.
That's just tough. Tough one.
Yeah, the Candyman is pretty awesome. But
Last
you can
Pirates perfect game, right?
No hitter.
Or no hitter. Last Pirates no hitter.
No, it's not the last. The last was, yes, singular. Was the no-hitter home run got it all. On Lanny Frateri's call of the Ricardo Rincon combined no-hitter with Francisco Cordova. When Mark Smith hit the walk-off homer at Three Rivers, that was an awesome day. So we'll see what happens tonight. We appreciate Dan for joining us. Appreciate Chris Peak from PantherLair.com. Also, Jason Spezza, assistant GM for the Pens, and Bubba Chandler. Interesting to hear some of the things going through his mind as he's one of those next in line. And when you hear trade rumors, like Chandler's name hits top of the list of players other teams are interested in that are currently in the Pirates organization. Nicholas, you made it really easy. I look forward to Monday. Thanks for your help enjoy a weekend. I hope you're able to get a little sleep in.
I hope so, too. I think I will.
All right, fingers crossed for you. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Well, it seems like, and, you know, he's dealt with this during this part of his career, and rain in Paul Skenes starts. And that is potentially in the forecast today as 65% of a storm, which also means when you have something that volatile, it may not happen. So we'll see. And it could happen a little bit later. Hopefully that's the case. It's going to be 91 today, so you haven't been outside. Yeah, it's hot. 88 Saturday and Sunday. Little chance of rain. And Monday, now the high is going to be 92. But it seems like after this last storm goes through, knock on wood, we should be clear of the rain opportunities. Paul Zeiss will host the Starkey Show coming up next. Enjoy your weekend on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WAVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WAVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If winning is part of your game plan this season, then it's time for a trip to Pure Hockey. We've got the newest inventory in sticks, skates, and more arriving now through year end. So it's time to gear up and unleash your potential. At Pure Hockey, you'll find the biggest selection for on and off the ice. You'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
You make the world fun. Faygo makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
Have you been diagnosed with a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Has your pain been affecting the quality of your life? The treatments that you have tried were only designed to give you temporary relief or to just manage your pain. Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. I have good news for you. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, we have helped our patients fix the problem, heal their discs, and get their quality of life back. Our treatment, intradisc neutrosis, is non-surgical, safe, and gentle. Over the years, we have helped thousands of patients just like you turn their situation around once and for all. Find out if you're a candidate for our treatment. Call our office today or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. Call 412-906-9600. Call the Pittsburgh Disc Institute today, 412-906-9600.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
I've had a number of health issues throughout my life, but at 39, I was in need of major open heart surgery. I chose the UPMC Heart Team because of their reputation.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute has performed more than 20,000 heart surgeries in the last 5 years.
And now, thankfully, as a survivor, I want to instill how precious life is in my students and my family.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading toward or from the South Hills, beware an accident now. Crews have arrived on the scene at the intersection of Midwood Avenue and Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that has started to jam up as you approach the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 remains mainly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Bucko Luau weekend begins today for the Pirates against the New York Mets. It's the first of a 4-game series. Pirates squandered an opportunity to take the series against the Cardinals yesterday. Lost 3-2. St. Louis scored 2 runs in the top half of the 10th inning off Dennis Santana, as Carmen Mlodzinski and Aroldis Chapman were not available for the Pirates. Buccos got 1 back in the bottom of the 10th. It was not enough to be able to come back and take 2 out of 3 from St. Louis. So the Pirates are now 4 games under 500 and now 4th place in the NL Central. And Buccos had a chance to try to shrink the margin between the Pirates and the Cardinals in the wild card standings. What was once 3 games has turned into 4. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! Ah! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It means I am here. I'm Paul Zeiss. I'm here solo. We get you a little bit of soul food to get started. Soul food. Earth, wind, and fire. Always good for your soul. And, of course, it's Friday. By the looks of the roads and by the looks of what's going on around here, city limits, it kind of feels like everybody has decided today is a holiday as well.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I even said before I left the house today, is anybody working today? It didn't look like anybody was on the road driving by whatsoever, and It was an easy commute today.
Exactly. It's one of those things where I would say it is definitely a holiday for most people because it just feels like there's nobody out there on the roads. There's nobody working. There's nobody driving around. And, of course, that's the beauty of there are some people that were complaining about July 4th being on a Thursday. And I'm like, why? It gives you a 4-day weekend.
Yeah, for a lot of people.
For most people.
Not us.
And there are some people who say, well, I have to work on Friday. So do I. But a lot of companies give you off, and if you've got vacation days or, personal days or whatever, you got PTO or whatever you got, I'm assuming a lot of people are using that.
Yeah, I had an enjoyable day yesterday, Paul. How about you? We had a cookout at the house, and a lot of the family came over. And at 9 o'clock, right before the start of the fireworks, guess who made an appearance at the Bechtold household?
Starkey?
None other than Joe Starkey.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, so he got a chance to meet my family. They were excited to meet him, meet some of my friends who were over. So he had a good time.
That was good. First of all, starting off at 4 a.m. was a little different for me, so I was on fumes by about 8:30 at night. But I did go to the Pirate game yesterday, and, I sat in the seats. And let's just say it was a little less enjoyable.
Didn't seem like there were that many people there.
Well, it was really hot, but we can actually start there. We're going to do a six-pack here. Let's start at my experience going to the Pirate game because there's probably going to be a little bit of old man yelling at cloud. Go. I often sit in the press box. So, for the last 25 years, almost all the times that I've gone to games, in this town at least, I sit in the press box, whether it's Penguin games, whether it's Pirate games, whether it's Steeler games, because I'm working. But every so often I'll venture out and get tickets. And here's what drives me insane about people. Now, first of all, usually there's an usher at the top of every flight of stairs who's got a little sign that says, wait till there's a break in the action to go to your seat. Well, I guess because it was a holiday yesterday, and I'm assuming they had to get paid, time and a half or something, they had seemingly a lot less ushers there. And there were none that were right there at the top of the stairs where I was sitting. I will never understand why people don't get that. Baseball lends itself to having a break every, 10, 11 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
In between innings. What is so hard about waiting until 10 or 11 minutes to the end of the inning, then you leave, or then you come back? But the entire game, there was just a flow of people, up, down, up, down, up, down. And I was trying to watch the game, and I was sitting close to the aisle. So I'm trying to watch the game, but instead I'm watching a sea of humanity going up and down the stairs.
Well, and it's the worst is when people have to get into your row.
Right.
And you have to constantly get up, get out. Excuse me. I get annoyed after a couple times.
I don't mind that in between innings.
In between innings, but during the game.
I love the people who get up where there's, and here's how ridiculous it is. So the Pirates, it went to extra innings, right? In the 8th, 9th, and 10th innings, there were people that were getting up in the middle of the inning or with one out or better yet with two outs, getting up and trying to get out and moving around. It's like, are you here to watch a game? What are you doing?
It's ridiculous.
What are you doing? Once we get to the half inning, have at it. I went up and got a beer. I ran up, here's what I did. I got a beer when I walked in the stadium, I got a beer, right? Went to my seat, drank the beer, whatever, say over 4 innings. Then, in the middle of the 5th, I got up, as soon as the final out of the fifth, the final out of the top of the fifth, I got up, ran up, got a beer, came to the top of the steps, and because I was sitting on the owl, I had the unique ability. Waited. Someone got a hit or something, so now they get the ball and they're throwing it in, and while they're just throwing it in and nothing's going on, I was back in my seat before the next pitch.
Yeah, that's when you take the time to get up, and when there's a pause in the action that you know is going to be probably 15 to 30 seconds.
Yes.
Not when it's mid-at-bat or guy just doubled down the line, drove in a run. Well, let's all get up and start moving around. I feel the same way about it. It bothers me. It really does annoy me. But I'm also somebody who will eat before the game, doesn't get anything during the game, really, unless it's a very hot day and you have to run up and get water, but that'll only be at inning breaks. Like, I have friends, well, it's the third inning, let's go get food, and then they come back and it's halfway through the fourth. Well, now we want to go get some ice cream, so let's get ice cream in the sixth inning. You're not even watching the game at that point. And I know that there's some people that are like that too, but whatever. To whose own?
Well, I just don't get it. I mean, where are you going?
Well, and at the same token, I'm sure that they would argue, well, there's no vendors anymore that come up and down the aisles anymore and sell anything, because there's not. And, like, I know that they're understaffed usher-wise. Like, I've been told that they are. And, so, I mean, especially on the 4th of July, it's a little bit surprising, but I think they stock up more whenever there's more people expected. Like tonight for Bucko Luau weekend, I'm sure they'll go all hands on deck.
Right. But I'm
the 4th of July?
But my point is,
why not?
Why not be courteous?
Right.
We've lost the ability to be courteous. Or actually, I don't want to say the ability to. I think we've just lost, like, most people don't value that anymore.
Well, it's a selfish world.
It is.
It's become a very selfish world.
But it's like, all you have to do, in baseball, all you have to do is wait till the half innings.
Yeah.
Then
it's not a long time.
There was one couple, okay? There was one couple that were sitting about, 10 or 12 rows ahead of me, okay? They had to have walked past me no less than 10 times. Like, what are you doing? And I wouldn't care what you're doing if you were doing it at the half innings. But they weren't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just drives me ballistic.
Because
I love going to the games, watching the game. I'm walked in just about every single pitch unless the score is, a blowout or whatever. And that just distracts me a little bit. And it's unnecessary distractions. And I don't see a lot of signs that say, please wait for the end of the half inning or for the end of this at-bat. I know some places there are, but I think that it's partly that it hasn't been happening a lot as of late, and it makes people think that they can just move as freely as they want to, no matter what the situation in the game might be.
Well, I mean, I think that's the point.
It's just a courtesy and
just
etiquette.
Just be courteous. Have etiquette, We just don't have the ability to do that anymore. For whatever reason, it's like something we don't value. People are just basically in their own world, and whatever affects them is all they care about. But I was amazed. And that's why often, Austin, when I go to a Pirate game on tickets, I just sit out in the little bar out there in center field.
Yep.
Because I just, all that stuff, I just don't want to deal with it.
I do that all the time.
At least out there, I'm standing, you're standing right next to the outfield wall or whatever. And people aren't walking in and out and walking in front of you and all that stuff.
I always try to get a seat out there.
Whatever, either way, yeah. I'm just saying. That's why if I do go on tickets, I don't care where my tickets are. Usually, I'll just sit out there. Even
if you have like lower level tickets.
Well, I was in the lower level,
yeah.
And I was on the third base line, but it doesn't matter. No, like when we went tonight when we threw the first pitch out,
right?
I had tickets right behind home plate. That's
seats.
Different because nobody's walking in front of you there. But that's like 4 sections. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like 4 sections. And so I'm just saying, we just say it's courteous and etiquette. There's an etiquette to it. Just like when you golf. Fix your little divot. If your tee breaks, right?
Yeah, pick it up, throw it away.
Put it in a little garbage can, or at least, even just throw it in the woods or whatever. But like the other day when I played golf, every tee box had like 9,000, broken tees and just laying around. It was ridiculous.
Be quiet when someone's taking a shot.
Play at a reasonable pace.
Reasonable pace. Don't let the music blare too loudly.
I mean, I always am amazed when I'm stuck behind a group and I watch them up on the green. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what are you doing up there that takes that long? I mean, it's literally like, guys that are playing each other for $1 or $2 are acting like they're playing for $20,000.
We do sound a little bit like old man yelling at cloud, but it's the truth.
It's the truth, and I often say this, man. Like with that. You better be playing for $25,000 if you're taking this long on every single green. It's ridiculous. That's why, Austin, I play whenever I have chances to play golf. I go to Cedarbrook. Cedarbrook sponsors our show. But I love the course. I love both courses. John, he does a great job with both courses. I go there, and I tell him, put me first off the tee. And say the first tee time is 7 a.m., right? I say, let me go out at 6:45.
Yeah, because you play quick.
Because my group plays quick. People know if you're playing with me, first off the tee at Cedarbrook, guess what? We're not doing all this nonsense where, you know what I mean? We're going to play ready golf. We're going to hit the ball. When you get to the green, we don't need to mark every single putt unless there's one that's in the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If, there's a couple of us on the green and there's somebody, slapping it around still in the fairway, putt your ball up. We're not going to, we got to wait for him to come up to the green. Then we got to decide who's the furthest away and all that stuff. Line up your putt it up. When he gets on the green, by that time, we don't have to do all that stuff. And guess what? Paul Alexander plays with us all the time. He shoots in the 70s, right?
Right.
My buddy Tim, we call him Pizza Tim, from Candido's Pizza. He's a guy that gives us, he's put it this way, if there's a foursome to be had at one of our radiothons or contests, he always bids on it and gets it. So, we've become friends over the years. Guess what? He shoots in the low 80s. You know what I mean? It ain't like, we have to do this and this is in order to play well. We're not sacrificing playing well, right? We're just getting rid of all the unnecessary nonsense that stuffs up a golf course. It's the same concept. You know what I mean? Just be courteous. It's not hard. So yesterday, sitting at the Pirate game, I'm thinking to myself, what are these people doing? Where are they going? That's a good question, Austin, too. Where are they going that they have to leave their seats 15 times?
To the bathroom, to get food, to get a drink, to go meet people.
Right, but that many times? I don't get it.
I know people that will get up in the middle of the game 2 or 3 times to go get food.
No, that's fine. Just do it at the half inning, and I don't care what you do. I think
it's reasonable.
Is that an unreasonable ask?
No, it's not at all. At least it shouldn't be.
All right, good. So now I got that rant off my chest. I enjoyed the game. Just, I love being at PNC Park. I love the food, whatever. But the bottom line is that whole part of the experience just sort of takes away from it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's how. Anyway, crack open another one. Tuesday night, they took Jared Jones out of the game with what they described as lat soreness. Lat discomfort. Yesterday, I did the morning show with Jeff Hathorn, and I said these very words, Austin. Didn't I say, I guess you weren't producing the show, but I said these very words.
On Tuesday?
Yeah, yesterday morning I did the morning show.
The morning show.
This was Tuesday night. lat discomfort for Jared Jones. I said, they're going to shut him down. They're going to shut him down, and we won't see him till the All-Star break. And sure enough, what happened yesterday, Austin? They shut him
down on the 15-day IL.
15-day IL.
He won't pitch until after the All-Star break.
And now he won't pitch after the All-Star break. I told you at the start of the season with both him and Skenes, and this isn't anything that's breaking news, they were going to always err way on the side of caution with these two guys. So anybody that thinks that they're going to, both pitch 150, 160, 170 innings, and, every fifth day we're going to get a chance to see one or the other, was kidding themselves. So now he's out until after the All-Star break, which is, about 20 days, right? It's about 20 days from now is when their next game after the All-Star break. So their last game is July 14th. And then in the second half, the first game is July 19th. What's today's date?
The 5th.
So 2 weeks, 2 full weeks, they'll have him out. And the beauty of it is, they'll probably, at that point, assess where they're at in the season. So it won't shock me if we don't see them, because they have a homestand right after the All-Star break. It won't shock me if we don't see Jared Jones until they go to Arizona or Houston, which would be at the end of July. Now, here's the thing about that. We've been sort of talking about the fact that it feels like the Pirates are sort of trying to run the clock out to get to the All-Star break and not be significantly ahead of where they're at now so they can say, well, we're not quite ready to win this year, so we're not going to unload the chamber and, trade any of our prospects and try and, make a run at the end. And this is probably another move. And again, if he's hurt, he's hurt. I heard the kid say, well, I'd be fine. I could have kept going. So, but if he's hurt, he's hurt. All I'm saying is, I told you at the beginning of the season, they would use an abundance of caution. And that we would see a number of either injured list trips or skipped starts or whatever. And we would hear the word strain, discomfort, right?
Yeah, this is what Jared Jones had to say about that injury.
Kind of felt it later in the game. Kind of just got really tight on me in the 5th inning there, and told him, and so here we are.
Is that something just going to be a evaluation moving forward? Get more details on it, probably starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about it?
No, I feel great. No, I mean obviously not great, but it's nothing to be concerned with. I don't think.
Right. Seriously now.
Nothing to be concerned about, I don't think, but he goes to the injured list and will be shut down for about 20 days.
It is just absolutely ridiculous. To me, and again, the easiest way to shut anybody down is to come up with discomfort, strain, right? What's the other word they use? Inflammation. And everything else. Here's my thing, Austin, and I really, really have started to come over to the other side here. If they're not going to go for it this year, if they're not going to try and get to the playoffs this year, they should sell Gonzalez, Perez, Chapman. They should sell all three of them at the trade deadline to try and get what they can. Because listen, 3 pitchers like that should bring you back. You should be able to get a couple of AAA guys who are like on the verge of being major leaguers, okay? And then if someone knocks your socks off for Bednar or Mitch Keller, you might go for it. Go for it.
Well, you're not going to trade Mitch Keller.
Why not?
You just signed him to an extension, and you want him as a top 3 horse in your rotation.
I get it, but here's the thing. If the motto is, well, we're going to do it, soon, over the next year or two, and you're going to hold on to your prospects like they're gold, don't you have 2 pitchers right now that are probably half a season away from being major leaguers that are allegedly your 2 best prospects? Don't you have those guys?
Yeah, but they're prospects. Can you truly bank on them when Keller's a proven commodity as an all-star pitcher?
But that's the model. And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing about Keller. They're paying him $5 million this year. Next year it goes to $15 million.
Right.
So my point is, you trade him, you got $15 million plus whatever you save on Gonzalez and Perez and Chapman for the rest of the year. And you know what? His value probably never be higher. I'd think about trading Tellez.
Well, yeah, he's on an expiring deal. I can understand Chapman. The Royals got a good piece back for him, a pitcher from Texas.
Those 4 guys are all on expiring deals.
Yeah, the expiring deals guys, I'd be fine with that. Anyone else, I would not.
Bednar, you've got a lot of young power arms. So his value to a contender probably would bring something back. You've got a lot of young power arms. Finding power arms nowadays in baseball is not hard, right? So my thing is you've got a lot of good bullpen pieces. If you trade Chapman and Bednar and they bring back, a really nice haul that of a couple of guys who maybe are now, I have no interest in single-A prospects.
If you trade Chapman and you trade Keller, you're basically admitting that you're punting on next season as well.
No, not necessarily next season.
That means.
Not necessarily next season.
Why?
Because
you're trading your number 1, 2 starter and your all-star closer.
Who
you have under control for next year where you believe that you can actually make the playoffs.
Yeah, but
Bednar and Keller.
They've never had a hard time finding a power arm to be their closer.
Be a closer. No, they haven't.
They've got a lot of good young pitchers that, with power arms. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Nicholas kid by next year might be ready to be a closer. He throws it hard. He's got it, he's learning right now. And that's what this second half of the season would be for.
Well, Jose Hernandez was a power arm. Same thing with Roansy Contreras. Look how they flopped out.
But I'm just saying.
Guys fail.
Those guys do. Yeah, they do from time to time. But if you start next year with Skenes, Jones, Chandler, what's the other kid's name?
Solometo.
Yeah, as your 4 starters. You can always go out and get a 5th guy like a Perez or a Rich Hill or
Bailey
one of these
Falter
guys.
Should be their 5th.
Or
guy.
I'm sorry, Bailey Falter. I forgot all about Falter. I mean, if you think about it, you've got Falter, Skenes, and Jones. If Bubba Chandler is who they say, we're supposed to believe he is, he's your 4th starter. You can go get a Perez or a Rich Hill or a Gonzalez or one of these guys. You can go get those guys anytime you want. There's 2 things the Pirates have actually been pretty good at. A, identifying and finding closers. And B, going to the dumpster to find a 5th starter or a 6th, a veteran guy, a 5th starter, guy maybe that was injured, coming off injury, so they can get him on the cheap, right?
Yeah, like Jose Quintana, Tyler Anderson.
Right.
Those type of guys.
And then, you know what? If they're not in it, flip them at the All-Star break, but you would hope that whoever they sign next year, they're going to actually have for the entire season. I mean, I think the ultimate example of that is Frankie Liriano.
Yeah.
They got him. Everybody was kind of like, what the hell? And guess what? He had gone through a couple of years of, I think he was where he was at, Minnesota, wherever he was at, had some bad, some arm issues and, was sort of a scrap heap guy that they got. And they ended up giving him a second contract.
Zan Grilli said with Jeff this morning that I don't know if he said he views it or they view it internally as 2012. And that next season is viewed as 2025 is 2013, where they're close this year, but they're not there yet. They still have a little bit of growth that they still need to do before they truly understand their real potential. And if you get rid of Keller and you get rid of Bednar, that is a significant step back from reaching that potential, at least in my mind, which is why that is not even a thought that crosses my mind.
Well, again.
But Chapman, the other expiring guys, yes. If we get to the point where they're 5 under at the end or approaching the deadline, 5 or even 6 or even 4, trade them off. acquire pieces.
What if a team's willing to give you 3 of their top prospects for Keller?
I'd have to significantly think about it, but as nice as Bubba Chandler looks in Double-A right now, I mean, we've seen the Nick Kinghams, the Jamison Tyones, partly because of injuries, but we've seen guys that were highly talented prospects flop out. The Will Craigs of the world, the Cole Tuckers of the world that we were told was going to be so good in the minors. They come up to the majors and look like they're on a different universe in a negative way and don't belong at all.
Well, that's just it. That's my point. I think honestly, if this is the new company line that Bubba Chandler and these guys aren't going to be ready for next year, then trade them. My point is next year's got to be a year where you're going to win.
Next year has to be the year that they win. And I just don't see why trading Keller is the best idea to be able to attain assets that are in, AAA that have to come up, and then you have the same approach as, some of these younger guys where we think Nick Gonzalez might be the starting second baseman. Henry Davis is flopped out. Jack Sawinski is a younger guy, is not producing. That's just my struggle with prospects as much as we like to hoard them. As much as I like to hoard them, that's why having established guys like Keller and Bednar right now to win, you don't get rid of what you have.
Well, put it this way. I would argue with you vehemently about Bednar.
Bednar I can be swayed on because he's a closer.
He's a closer.
But not Keller.
And they found those guys, and they've got a lot of power arms. I'm saying if it can, and I'm not saying give them away by any stretch.
Right. Acquire good assets.
If someone comes and gives you and knocks your socks off with a trade offer for Bednar, you have to take it.
But look how depleted the Pirates bullpen is right now without Bednar.
Right. But
Holderman hasn't been as good.
But here's the thing. Again, if you decide at the trade deadline that this is not the year to go for the playoffs, who gives a rat's ass who you bring out of the bullpen in the second half of the season? Who cares?
I think it's more about next season, knowing that you have Bednar for a couple more years under team control.
Right, but that's the thing. They've got a lot of power arms. And here's the other thing. They've been pretty good at going out and finding relievers on the market, too, that are cheap. Same kind of thing with starting pitching. My issue with the Pirates has not been trying to find or identify pitchers.
Yeah, they've done a good job of that.
They are terrible at developing hitters. They are terrible at it. To developing everyday players and developing hitters, they're terrible at it.
Who's the last very good everyday player that they've developed?
Probably
Andrew McCutchen.
Or Marte.
Or probably Marte, yeah. Polanco, no. The Cole Tuckers of the world, no. Nick Gonzalez, the book is still out. Henry Davis, who I still think is going to be a good player. We don't know. He's struggling and scuffling. Andy Rodriguez got hurt. Brian Reynolds was acquired from San Francisco. You can't count him.
Right. In fact, let's see. Yeah. Marte, probably. I would think.
Yeah, it'd be Marte. When he came up in 12. Maybe Josh Bell. Probably Bell would be the last one.
He's barely there. So, all I'm telling you is I'm starting to get to the point now where if they're not going to win or not going to try, and if they believe that this is not the year to go for the playoffs, then they might as well try and maximize what they have asset-wise and make a few trades. They certainly should sell off their expiring contract guys.
They're also going to get Johan Oviedo back next year.
Right.
From Tommy John. So another thing to consider.
And again, if you trade Gonzalez and Perez, the second half of the season you have, you still have Quinn Priester. You still have
Mike Burrows and Ashcraft.
Ortiz.
Ortiz. Your rotation next year, opening day, is probably Skenes starting, Keller, Jones, Johan Oviedo, and, do you have...
Falter?
And probably Falter. Or maybe you put Falter in the bullpen and keep Ortiz in the bullpen and then somebody else.
Like, that's really what I'm saying.
I'd rather have that deep of a four-horseman starting rotation,
right.
though.
Right, but if Falter continues to do what he's done, you still have, at that point, you still have 3 young studs at the top of your rotation. You have Oviedo coming back, and you go fill in with another Martin Perez. I'm just saying, I'm not saying they should trade Keller, but if someone gives them an offer
they can't refuse.
That they can't refuse, they should probably think about it.
Which would have to be, at least in my mind, maybe not an established player, but like let's say Baltimore was the hypothetical team that they would trade with, because Baltimore has a lot of very good major league players and a lot of good minor league guys that are being blocked by the major league players right now. So if they wanted to acquire like a Mayo from Baltimore, who's really good but is blocked, or some of the other younger guys that they have in a Keller type of situation where Corbin Burns is on an expiring deal there in Baltimore, they're going to need another front-end starter. That would be one of the only realistic ways that I could look at it, because you're acquiring probably 2 bats back.
That's what
for the
I'm
price
saying.
Of one starter.
If you get two guys that are top prospects, that are AAA guys that aren't that far off from the major leagues, that are bona fide hitters,
it'd have to be that hefty of a price.
Right. I'm just saying, look at it like that, and go from there. Let's do one more quick one.
One second.
All right.
Grizzly Adams has gotten the best of us.
Why is that?
Well, he loves when we stall to be able to look things up.
Oh, yeah. No. Is that your... I need you to crack one open.
That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know why it's playing that. Hold on. Well, I don't know.
Okay. One other thing from yesterday. What's really frustrating about yesterday's game is that you had a Cardinals team that did not play a Cardinals game. There we go.
Somebody edited the can opening noise to the computer sound.
Okay, well, that's...
I don't know.
That's ridiculous. So, you had the Cardinals team that did not play a Cardinals-like game. They gave away, in my estimation, probably 3 runs on the base pass with just stupidity. And then, in the 10th inning, they gave you a run, which that run would have scored anyway because the next 2 guys got hits, but still. My man in left field, what's his name, Donovan, made an unbelievable catch in the notch to rob Nick Gonzalez of an extra base hit. The problem is it was on the 10th, and there was a guy on second. He caught the ball, and he, celebrated, basically, and just sort of stood there. Even though all his teammates were screaming and yelling, you got to get the ball in. You got to get the ball in. And as a result, Michael A. Taylor scored all the way from second. I bring this up because I say the Cardinals didn't play a good game, and yet the Pirates still managed to lose to them. And they managed to lose to them because of the same things we always are talking about. They don't get timely hits. Their outs are usually not good outs. They don't move runners up. And City Limits, we talked to the manager the other day about playing small ball. Do you remember that?
I do.
Here's one thing I don't understand, and this is where these analytics guys are killing baseball. Killing baseball. Okay? This whole thing where we're going to play for big innings. So we're not going to bunt. We're not going to sacrifice. We're not going to give up outs. We're not going to do all that stuff. When you have 3 or 4 guys in your lineup every single night who are hitting right at the Mendoza line or worse, why wouldn't you try and manufacture runs? I mean, no offense, but if Michael A. Taylor's up and there's a guy on second and there's less than an out, and there's nobody out, you have to bunt him. If there's a guy on first and there's no outs, you have to bunt him. As opposed to letting him strike out or, worse, hit into a double play. And the Cardinals had a couple of situations where the last 2 guys in their lineup yesterday were awful.
Well, that Pajes guy in the bottom of the order is the one that drove in ultimately the game-winning run.
Right.
Michael A. Taylor had to dive out for the ball. The runner goes to second. Third run comes around to score. Ultimate difference in the game.
But the bottom two guys, this Furman is batting 130.
Yeah, not good.
And he came up with guys on, and I'm like, why are they letting this guy swing?
Well, MLB batting averages are atrocious this year.
But that's what I'm saying.
Before.
When you consider how bad batting averages are nowadays, you consider how bad these teams are at hitting nowadays, please explain to me why small ball isn't more, not less, more of something that these teams value. Manufacturing runs. At the end of the day, well, we're going to play for the big inning. No, we're just going to have a lot of outs, a lot of strikeouts, a lot of bad outs, a lot of outs that leave the guy who was on first still at first, or leave the guy who was on second still at second. Just a lot of bad outs. I don't understand it. You should play small ball. You should try and manufacture runs. All the things that analytics wonks have taken out of the game because, we got to play for home runs and big innings. It's ridiculous.
It seems like it's been forgotten about, like the true meaning of small ball and how to play it.
Exactly.
I wonder how much they practice bunting. Like, I really do.
Very little.
Because it's such a home run heavy league and hitting the gaps and driving in runs that way. How many bunts have we seen the Pirates attempt this season?
But that's the point.
It has to be counted on one or two hands.
And why? Because analytics people have said, well, you should never give away an out.
Because you're giving away an out.
No. It's much better to have Michael A. Taylor or Jack Sawinski or these guys swinging out of their shoes trying to hit home runs and striking out or bouncing into double plays or popping out. No, that's much better. I get it. That's a much better plan. I mean, the one thing that Jim Leland did, probably better than any manager we've had, is manufacture runs. And people used to get crazy. They were angry because he would bunt all the time. If whoever was the leadoff got hit, usually Jay Bell would bunt him over to second, no matter when it was in the game. And you know what? That's the way they played. But here's my thing. If you could manufacture one, could you imagine if this Pirates team manufactured one or two runs more a game than they're, you know what I mean?
Well, they've had, I think, 20 starts where the starting pitcher has gone 6+ innings, and they've lost.
Right. That's the point.
And they've lost.
That's the point. I'm just saying, if you can't play for big innings, manufacture runs. That was Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown. That was a rundown of what's happening on today's show. Obviously, you can always interact with the show. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can interact, at 93.7 The Fan, right?
That's right.
That's our Twitter. The Fan hotline is 412-928-9370. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing, HVAC service for over 50 years, and 412-928-9370. That's the number. And also, for text in the city later in the show, or if you just want to interact and, to give us your thoughts on the show throughout, 412-928-9370 is also the Fan text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
After losing to St. Louis yesterday 3-2, the Pirates are now 4 games back of the Cardinals for the final wild card spot in the National League, and currently 4.5 games back of the San Diego Padres as the margin continues to grow wider for the Pirates, as the Cincinnati Reds leapfrogged the Buccos yesterday in the standings by half a game. Pirates are also looking up at the Giants, Diamondbacks, as well as the New York Mets, who the Pirates begin a 4-game series with tonight at PNC Park, 6:40 first pitch. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 5:45. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law's playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is Rich Schreier with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Today is the anniversary of baseball's Gettysburg Address. When the Yankees honored Lou Gehrig back in 1939, he was given a silver trophy for the team that day, but something you might not know, when the Yankees retired as number 4, he was the first player to ever receive that honor. His words still ring true today. He was indeed the luckiest man on the face of the earth. I'm Rich Schreier.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, we've got Ray Fittipaldo at the top of the hour. That's Everybody Loves Raymond. And then at noon, we've got a special guest coming in. And, it'll be something a little bit different, a little bit fun, but that's what we do in these holidays, and that's what we do. But we love, and that, of course, is Scott Blazy, the lead singer from the Clarks. He'll be in. We'll talk about all kinds of things, see what they're doing in music, I'm sure they've got some shows coming up and maybe some new music coming out or whatever. We'll talk to him about that. He's also an avid golfer. Did you know that? City Limits?
No, I did not.
He's an avid golfer. And he was an incredible hooper back in the day. How about that? He's an incredible basketball player.
Did you hear about the day that I had playing basketball Wednesday night?
What happened?
I was raining like Malsey out there with 9 threes. No. We did 4 games to 16, 1s and 2s. Could not miss. Wednesday night at Skenes.
You didn't make 9 in a row, did you?
I did not make 9 in a row.
Where were you at?
St. Elizabeth's on 51, where I went to grade school.
Okay.
Yeah, we play.
Was it 3-on-3 or 5?
4-on-4, full court.
Four. That's. Is it a full court, or is it like a smaller, like a Catholic school? Smaller.
It's a Catholic school court.
So 4-on-4 probably is better than 5-on-5.
Yeah, it is.
Because there's a little more room to operate.
There's a lot more space. It's not that small of a court.
Right.
Like we used to play at St. Sylvester's. That was a grand court where the three-point line did not even go all the way around.
Right.
It was cut off like probably 3/4 of the way, and you could not shoot a 3 in the corner. It was that small of a court.
Right.
But no, St. E's, you can shoot 3s in the corner. It's small. It's condensed. But you can shoot 3s there.
Right.
Great court, and probably my favorite gym in the area with the balcony, and it gets very loud in there. Love it.
Well,
he grew up playing in there.
Well, I mean, again, I think I love the court. I always loved the courts that were so small that basically you had a chance. So you put the benches on one side where everyone basically sat with their back up against the wall.
Right.
Right? To keep their feet off the court. And then basically the parents had to sit on a stage. You know, there was always a stage, you know, because it was also their auditorium.
Oh, yeah, we had the stage. Nobody sat on the stage, but everybody sat on the balcony.
Yeah, or the balcony,
in the
right.
small little 3 levels of bleachers on the side where you could probably fit like 200 people.
Those were the days when you had those kind of, you know, and we used to play in those courts when we were little. And then when I was coaching, you know, I was coaching my sons and even, you know, my daughter when they were in grade school. And I always coached like NA's travel team. Well, we were the kind, I had a bunch of parents and people that wanted to play. So we would find games and leagues and tournaments everywhere. So we would play in Catholic school, you know, we would play in the Catholic school tournaments, or we would play Catholic schools, and we'd go to their place. We didn't care. So I got to see a lot of them all over, you know, the city, the diocese. We played, what's the one, it's right there right on the fringe of Baldwin there.
Are you talking about the Hogue building?
Yes,
St. Wendellin's?
Yes, yep. St. Wendellin's, yes.
That's where I think Seton might have played there for a little bit, but that's where St. Gabe's always played their games.
Well,
and
I'm glad you brought that up because I always wondered that. You know, my teams now over the last few years, we've had practices at the Hogue building, you know, because it's one of the buildings that's available.
Yeah.
It's a nice gym.
It is.
But I never understood why they were Seton.
I don't know. I still don't know
Seton
to this
LaSalle
day
banners hanging there and not at Seton LaSalle.
They had to have played there for something. I don't know for sure, but there are Seton banners hanging up in the Hogue building.
In the gym. I'm like, well, why is those banners there, not in Seton LaSalle's gym? Like, I've never understood that. And quite frankly, I've asked a few people who are connected to Seton LaSalle, and nobody can explain it to me. In fact, one guy who was a big alum of Seton LaSalle, and he still donates a little bit of money, and he's still close to some of the people there, he argued vehemently that there are no banners there from Seton LaSalle.
Incorrect.
To which I said, here's our practice schedule for the next, few weeks. We're there 3 times. I want you to come so you can see them yourself. And he was blown away. Wait a minute. What is this? And I'm assuming they're still there, so he probably didn't have the power to go, well, why are those banners not at Seton LaSalle?
Yeah, there's still leagues and practices that go on there all the time. I have friends that play Sunday nights there.
Exactly. 50-minute mark. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And the other part of it is, I love the fact that you have to walk down like 2 flights of stairs to get to the gym. Now, that's old school, right? That's old school.
It's the same way if you go up the top entrance at St. E's as well.
Right.
If you go into the balcony entrance.
Now, in Oakland, there was it used to be Sacred Heart High School, right? It's right there. You know what I'm talking about? It's right at the end of, is that 5th Avenue? If you go down 5th Avenue to about like maybe Negley or one of those, and you make a left, and it's right there. It used to be Sacred Heart High School. I think that's still a grade school of some sort because we played some games there.
Now, have you ever played at St. Mary's Lyceum?
Oh, of course.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, St. Mary's Lyceum. And then there was, what was the one up there? I don't think it's any, on Perrysville, on Perrysville Avenue, you keep going up, and then you go through Ross Township there, and you get almost to like where you get to Ski North, on Perry Highway there. But you make a left and go back there. There's a little Catholic school back there, but I'm not sure that one's still around. I forget what that one was called. But then there's the 2 up on Perry Highway. Was it St. Alexis and St. Alphonsus?
St. Alphonsus.
There's 2 up there.
We played St. Alphonsus in a lot of volleyball. They were very good.
I think St. Alexis, we used to rent gym time from them, too. Is that the one I think they have 2 gyms, a small one and a big one. We used to rent the smaller one. It was real cheap.
There was a gym up on Mount Washington on a school that closed like years ago. I can't remember the name of it.
St. Mary's on the Mount.
St. Mary's of the Mount. That's
you
what it was.
You know what's hilarious about that? When I was at Point Park, we used to practice there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great gym.
Hang on a second. It is 11:02. The time is 11:02, brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Also, listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday, noon at 937thefan.com contesting page. What was the card this week? It was Jackie Robinson, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think it was a Jackie Robinson card this week. And so there you have that. Oh, here we go.
Talking about St. Teresa's in Perrysville?
St. Teresa's, that's what it was. Yeah, St. Teresa's.
Was the school in McCandless the Texans were sending in.
Vincentian was in McCandless.
Yeah.
That actually high school no longer exists. I think the high school is gone. It's no longer
Vincentian Academy. Yeah. Is it
I'm
gone?
saying the high school.
Yeah.
They used to like compete in the WPIL. They were really good. But I don't think they exist as a high school anymore. Vincentian.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I heard that it was one school that closed down a couple years ago and merged with somebody else. I don't know if it was Vincentian or not. I think it might have been.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar, Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, and the superstar artists. So big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org. And then, of course, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 88 today. Cloudy skies. Coming up next, everybody loves Raymond.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
The
open.
Pirates dropped 2 out of 3 from St. Louis with a 3-2 loss yesterday in the second game that went to extra innings of the series after the Pirates won it on Wednesday in extra innings. They were not able to win it yesterday in 10 innings. The St. Louis scored 2 in the top of the 10th. Pirates only mustered up 1. Mets tonight, Paul Skenes will pitch, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start. Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
Have we been tricked, burdened with debt, and made to feel like we have no other options? And with prices skyrocketing all over the country, credit card debt, medical bills, and other unsecured debt that were once manageable now feel impossible to pay back. So how do we fix it? With Accredited Debt Relief, you can consolidate your debt into one affordable monthly payment, which could save you hundreds of dollars a month. No matter if you have $25, $50, or even $100,000 of debt, a debt specialist can create a personalized plan customized to your budget. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 Americans to get out of over $1 billion of debt. And you could be next. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star reviews, Accredited Debt Relief is committed to helping those who feel tricked get out of the never-ending cycle of debt. Call 866-491-0944 to start your free consultation today. That's 866-491-0944. 866-491-0944. Program and services not available in all states.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Third Eye Blind. And Yellow Card. Summer God's Tour 2024 with special guest Arizona. The Pavilion at Star Lake, July 9th. Third Eye Blind with Yellow Card and special guest Arizona, live in Pittsburgh. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani, and I have a question for you. When is the last time you've looked at a price tag and smiled? Well, if you visit your local number one Cochran store, you are sure to break out in a grin. That's because their red, white, and new celebration is going on right now. Listen to this. Select vehicles have been marked with special tags, indicating extra savings of up to $1,000. That's in addition to their already reduced prices. Along with the freedom to save, you can also pick up Western PA's largest selection with 19 number one Cochran new car brands available. You can check out their inventory online at Cochran.com, but you'll only see the extra saving tags in number one Cochran stores. So visit your preferred location before the red, white, and new celebration ends on July the 6th. Up to $1,000 off MSRP applies to select new models in stock while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. End 7/6/24.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. The Buccos look to try to fight back in the wild card race, currently 4 games back of the St. Louis Cardinals and 4.5 games back of the San Diego Padres for the second and third wild card spots in the National League. The Cardinals at 45 and 41 have the opposite record of the Pirates at 41 and 45 after taking 2 out of 3 from the Pirates at PNC Park. The homestand continues with 4 against the New York Mets, starting tonight with Paul Skenes on the mound for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. First pitch at 6:40. Luis Severino will pitch for the Mets opposite the Pirates. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, you hear the music, and you know what that is. It is our good friend Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette. Again, Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Ray Fittipaldo is with us. Is he with us, or is he just on the phone?
Just on the phone today.
Oh, okay. So we don't get to look at him while we talk to him. Ray, how are you doing today? Hopefully everything is good.
Good morning, Paul. I hope you enjoyed your 4th.
I did. How about you? What did you do?
Pretty low key. Just had a cookout at my in-laws, and that was about it. So yeah, pretty low key. No hot dog eating contests for me.
Yeah. Well, again, the hot dog eating contest here turned out to be a little bit of a bummer, considering the leading guy, the winner, only ate 6 of them.
Yeah, but you didn't see the thickness of the hot dogs.
I did.
Paul.
I saw
them.
them.
Bratwurst.
I saw them. 6.
Or sausage.
I saw a woman yesterday who won the who is it that puts on the hot dog eating contest every year?
Nathan's in Coney Island.
The Nathan's, yeah. She put down 51 of them. How about that?
Yeah, pretty impressive.
51. Right? I mean, it is what it is. It is, hey, 51 is 51. Ray, you're in your off season now, but of course, it never sleeps. It never sleeps. But what do you do now between now and training camp?
Yeah, Paul, 19 days till training camp. I'm actually hitting the road for a little vacation in the next couple of weeks. But, the Steelers actually come back. They're pretty much off from mini camp until the first week of July. I think they're back in the office next week. So you might hear something, maybe some contract stuff will come out before they get to camp. But, I don't expect a lot to happen news-wise between now and the start of camp. I think things will heat up once they report to St. Vincent here on July 24th.
Right. And that's the thing about it is we have, still people are on the Brandon Ayuk waiting. They're still in the Brandon Ayuk waiting around period. Do you expect something like that to happen between now and then?
Probably not between now and the beginning of camp, but it's certainly not going to quiet down with Ayuk going on Ryan Clark's the Pivot podcast and, the Steelers coming up there. I mean, it's been a situation for a while now that where there's smoke, there's fire. And the Steelers are one of those teams. The Commanders are also involved. There's a little bit of a connection there between Ayuk and Jaden Daniels. And the Steelers, for a few months now, going back to March when these trade rumors first started, they've been connected for a while. So, I think it's all up to the 49ers, Paul. They got to decide what they're going to do. Do they want to take one more run at a Super Bowl with their cast of characters, right? McCaffrey in the backfield, Kittle, Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. They picked up Ricky Pearsall this year. Do they want to just bite the bullet and eat all that money for 1 year to try to win a Super Bowl again, or do you kind of turn the page out there and trade either Ayuk or Samuel in one of those big contracts? I think that's what they have to decide in the next month or so. And the Steelers, honestly, all they could do is sit back and be ready to make a move when the 49ers are ready to make a move. I don't think the ball is in the Steelers' court. I still think it's in the 49ers' court. And like I said, we'll see what happens. I think late July, early August, I think things might heat up again with those trade talks.
Well, I saw on the North Shore podcast with Chris Carter, they were talking about how much salary cap space Omar Khan has sort of carved out. Do you think that that's what they've carved it out for in order to be able to make one more big addition or a big trade like that? Or do you think that it's just he's trying to put them in the best position for next year?
No, I think Omar is on record as saying that, they wanted to do that before the draft in case they did want to make a move. And I think the big thing there was they gave Alex Highsmith some more money up front, so that's how they created that cap space. I think it's around 16 to 18 million right now, which is plenty of money to get a deal done. You can backload that IU contract if you do acquire him, or Deebo Samuel, or any other receiver that they might need. So, Omar has said that they made that move for a reason. He always says if they have an opportunity to improve their roster, they will. But I don't think he's going to feel obligated to make a move. They're going to have a price in mind in what they want to pay for Ayuk. And if the 49ers bite, they'll make that move. But if the 49ers, hold tight and say, hey, we want a first and a third, I don't think the Steelers are going to pay that. So I think Omar, as always, is going to be patient. That's kind of what he's known for. And I think he'll strike when the iron's hot.
Yeah, well, it's, I think, one of those things where everyone is sort of waiting around. Ray, you can tell that we're in the lull, the off time between mini camps, OTAs, and all the moves that were made in training camp. When you look at some of these subjects, I just pulled up the Post-Gazette, right? Are T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith already better than James Harrison and Lamar Woodley? That is a classic offseason in the middle of a downtime type topic, isn't it?
It is. I'll tell you, I think TJ is better than either of those guys. I think Alex Highsmith, he's a guy who's on his way. But the big thing about James Harrison and Lamar Woodley is James Harrison won 2 Super Bowls, Lamar Woodley won 1, and they both got to another together. So Highsmith and Watt are certainly lacking in the postseason success. But, Paul, if you want to put up their sack numbers up against Harrison and Lamar Woodley, it might be pretty darn close if you want to break it down number by number.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, the other one I saw was ranking the Steelers' positions from first to last.
Yeah, I think Brian Bacco is keeping himself busy here in the next week or two before training camp starts. The one thing about the Steelers, Paul, people will read it always. It doesn't matter if it's January or July. People just can't seem to get their fix on the Steelers.
Yeah, and that's pretty cool. I mean, I think it's great, actually. I do. But I just feel like I just have to laugh when I see some of these topics because it's like, well, because as someone who covered, I covered Pitt for a lot of years, as someone who covered football for a lot of years, there is this period of time in June where you have to, the one thing you had the benefit of in June with Pitt was they had a bunch of camps. So you could go over there and get, and in fact, they used to have that 7-on-7. I don't know if they still have the 7-on-7 camp where all the teams would come down and compete and play in like a tournament. And I would go over there and cover it like it was. I would cover it like it was the NFL playoffs. You know what I mean? And you'd get like 4 or 5 days of content out of that. But
the next move is going to be transfer portal camps.
Right. Hey, and listen. If someone had, if I had a backer, right? If I had a backer, someone that could, front a bunch of money, I think I could make a lot of money if I had like a transfer portal camp. You know, where
like an ID camp,
I get it NCAA certified so coaches can come watch, right? And you have like a camp for these guys where they can go, you know, all of them, you know, I'd have 4 of them around the country for basketball, say, you know, get 4 arenas or four gyms or whatever, big gyms where there's multiple courts, and anybody in the transfer portal, you know, could sign up, and of course there'd be NIL attached to it or whatever. Come work out, you know, come play for 2 days in front of coaches, almost like an AAU thing, right? I think I can make millions for whoever, you know, for me and the sponsors.
You'd make a mint.
Absolutely. But anyway, back to the Steelers, Ray. I think that it's becoming very clear too, at least to me, that the Russell Wilson is maybe the most intriguing player the Steelers have had in I don't know how long. I can't remember the last time they had a player like Russell Wilson where the discussion about him was so all over the map, and everybody seems to be waiting with sort of, you know, a real great anticipation to see what he does or how he plays. Can you think of a player we've had around here like that for the Steelers where nationally, locally, everything in between, everybody seems to be waiting to see what he does?
Yeah, and Paul, the intriguing part is people on the national level believe there's actually going to be a quarterback competition in July and August. And I think if you listen to most of the beat writers locally, they'll kind of tell you that Russell Wilson has a leg up and there's probably not going to be all that much of a competition. But, I mean, I'm with you. I don't know if you get this vibe or not. You know, we're only a couple years into this attempt to replace Ben Roethlisberger as your franchise quarterback. And I know you're around my age, and you go back to the 80s after Bradshaw was there. You know, it was Mark Malone. It was David Woodley. It was all these guys who there were some hopes for. Maybe they made the playoffs a season or two, but it never really worked out. I just kind of feel like we're in the infancy of that stages again. The franchise quarterback isn't here, but I think there's some hope, and really, Paul, some genuine hope with that defense that they have and some of the weapons they have on offense that maybe they can do something with Russell Wilson. And I think his experience, I think, could really be key for this team. He's a veteran. He's a leader. He knows how to win. He protects the football. So if he does come in here and play well, I do think the Steelers have a chance to contend in the AFC. But, yeah, I'm with you. I think this is going to be one of the most talked about storylines of camp, not only locally, but I could see SportsCenter, all these NFL Network. I could see them, leading their coverage each day with what's going on in Pittsburgh once we do get to training camp here in a couple of weeks.
Well, I mean, I think honestly that's the biggest thing for me. It's one of those situations where why do you think there's a perception that there's going to be a quarterback, battle or whatever?
To me, Paul, I just think a lot of it has to do with agents and what they feed to, the national reporters. I think, Justin Fields' agent wants people to believe that Justin is in this and, that he's still a viable quarterback on the open market. Whatever happens this year, whether he sits the bench the whole season or whether he's with the Steelers, I think his agent wants to keep his name hot, and I think it's only natural for your rep to do that. And part of this is it's on the Steelers too, right? Because they're both only signed to 1-year contracts, so it's a natural storyline. Even though Mike Tomlin is on the record as saying Russell Wilson is in pole position, we all know that it's a short-term deal for both guys until they decide when they want to come to terms on a new contract, if that happens with either of those guys. So, part of it is the way these contracts were structured, and I think another part of it is just what the national guys are getting fed in terms of, what's really going on in Pittsburgh.
Well, like I said, the one thing about it is Justin Fields seems to be the guy who is this year's Mitch Trubisky. If you remember when Mitch Trubisky was in Buffalo, didn't play for a year, was sitting behind Josh Allen, and in that offseason, he became the hottest commodity on the market. As if everybody forgot what happened in Chicago. And it was like, well, he's had a year to sit and watch Josh Allen, and he's wait till you see how good he is. That seems to be the case with Justin Fields. Did I not watch him for the last 3 years in Chicago?
Yeah, boy, if you're a Bears fan, you got to be hoping. Boy, I hope Caleb Williams is better than these last two guys. But listen, I do think Fields is a little bit better than Trubisky was. Certainly a better runner, Paul. I mean, if it came to it, let's say Russell Wilson comes up with an injury where he's going to be gone for, let's say, a 4-game stretch. I could see Arthur Smith crafting a game plan around Justin Fields' ability to run the football and obviously be a passer too. But, he's got a unique skill set, much in the same way that Lamar Jackson does in Baltimore, where he can be the focal point of your offense. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, a prototypical NFL passing offense. So I think there's more there with Fields in terms of potential. But, yeah, what was he, 10-28 as a starter. They can never gain any traction with him with the Bears. So there's a reason they only traded him for a 6th-round pick. But I think in terms of stacking who the better backup is, I would go with Fields at this point. I think Trubisky was a little bit more limited. He was a good athlete, but obviously not a very good passer and didn't make good decisions. So hopefully Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, first and foremost, can make better decisions than Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about Justin Fields is obviously his legs put him in play in a lot of ways. But you know what? The same thing was said about Trubisky.
It was, but Trubisky just had a way of having some mental gas where he would throw the ball into triple coverage and stuff like that. I mean, listen, I think Fields has 40 touchdowns in his career, 30 interceptions. So he's had some issues too, but I don't know if that's more so with mental gas or, I don't know how those interceptions came about, but that's honestly, Paul, that's one of the main reasons that Russell Wilson has been installed as a starter at this point. 26 touchdowns, 8 interceptions last year with the Broncos. Obviously, Fields' TD to INT ratio is much worse. With this defense, if they're going to be a top 10 scoring defense again, you just want to protect the ball. You want to be able to put up 21, 24 points a game. 7 times, 8 times out of 10, if you do that, you're going to win football games with that defense.
I see that. And speaking of defense, one thing that I don't think we've talked enough about, who is going to be opposite Joey Porter?
Well, Dante Jackson was acquired from the Carolina Panthers. So right now he is the guy on the outside. Cam Sutton, of course, is back. I think he slotted in as a nickel. But the nice thing about Sutton is if, Dante Jackson gets hurt or maybe if he's ineffective, you could always put Cam Sutton back outside. I think Cam Sutton outside as a number 2 corner is okay. He was miscast in Detroit as a number 1 corner. They paid him $11 million a year to be their top guy, and he wasn't that guy. So you come back in a different situation where you don't have to cover the other team's top receiver. I think that could work out just fine if it comes to that. But with the addition of Cam Sutton, I think Dante Jackson, will be okay as a number 2. Cam Sutton is an excellent nickel. Probably still have to look for some quality depth after that, and that's going to be a storyline in training camp. But after Cam Sutton came back, I feel much better about the Steelers secondary going into camp.
If you look at what they did on the inside linebackers, with the 3 inside linebackers they have now, Ray, this has a chance to be maybe their best group of inside linebackers since what?
Yeah, it's been a while, Paul. They are really excited about the athleticism. Patrick Queen can run. Peyton Wilson can really run. And then you have a Landon Roberts who's, that veteran leader in there. And Roberts, what endears him to everyone on that football team is he plays the game with a downhill demeanor, right? He's going to stick his nose in there. He's going to make big hits. And he's great in your base 3-4 defense on running down. So I think they're really excited. If they can stay healthy, Paul, Patrick Queen has been a guy who could always stay on the field. Different story with Peyton Wilson, but there doesn't seem to be the injury concerns with, at least in terms of the Steelers brass. that maybe there was with other teams in terms of why he fell to the third round. But, Paul, I watched that guy in training camp, in OTAs. I think the fans are going to be able to watch him in those open practices up in Latrobe. That guy is a phenomenal athlete. He can run. He can jump. Terrell Austin thinks he's going to be a player right away in their sub packages. So, yeah, you might have to go back to 2014 or so when you had Shazier early in his career. Vince Williams was a good downhill thumper. I mean, it's been a while since they had, this number of quality inside linebackers. And, you just cross your fingers and hope they can stay healthy, because that's really been the issue since Shazier went down in 2017. They always seem to have injuries at that position.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Like I said, I think they should be excited because they're athletic, they're fast. I think the kid from NC State is going to be really good. We're talking a lot about, the offensive tackle who was the first-round pick, but I think the kid from NC State might end up being like the most impact player this year. Maybe down the road there'll be a couple other guys that are better, but the kid from NC State, I think he's going to get right on the and that would be Peyton Wilson. I think that he's going to get on the field and make an impact this year.
Yeah, I think depending on how Fautanu and Zach Frazier, whether they play early or not, that's going to be a big factor in who the Steelers' Rookie of the Year is. So, Peyton Wilson might not play as many snaps as, Troy Fautanu or Zach Frazier, but you could see him running around on defense. You could see him as a blitzer. You could see him in pass coverage. You could see him, running sideline to sideline, tracking down running backs. I mean, he is going to be a big piece of their sub packages. And the third sub packages, Paul, 60-70% of the time, he is going to end up playing a lot. So he's certainly a name to watch in training camp. Everyone's focused on Russell Wilson, but Peyton Wilson is going to have a lot of eyes on him as well up at St. Vincent College here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. Ray, I appreciate you jumping on with us, as always. It's a great time when everybody loves Raymond when you jump into the ring. And, of course, it won't be that long. You'll be up there at training camp, and we'll be getting it done up there.
All right, Paul, look forward to it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, my man. That's Ray Fittipaldo. Everybody loves Raymond. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
it's
open.
Bucko Luau weekend at PNC Park with a bucket hat giveaway today at the ballpark. If you're not going to the game, listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. 6:40 first pitch. 5:45 is when our coverage begins, presented by Pella Windows. Paul Skenes will start for the Pirates today. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bells Over on Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Thunderstorms this afternoon, the high 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Welcome to Staples, young man. Tomorrow's my big day. Big day? First grade. Aw. Well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue. I need a laptop. Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school. Wait. The finances are Mom's department. Right. I'm looking for performance, like a Core i7 processor. Boy, first grade has really changed. Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples hot deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So, let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is Rich Schreier with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Today is the anniversary of baseball's Gettysburg Address. When the Yankees honored Lou Gehrig back in 1939, he was given a silver trophy for the team that day, but something you might not know, when the Yankees retired as number 4, he was the first player to ever receive that honor. His words still ring true today. He was indeed the luckiest man on the face of the earth. I'm Rich Herrera.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So, let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
O'Reilly.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to protect against wear and deposits. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99 in-store only. Limit supply. Learn more at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
What about when life spells spicy wings?
It's still R-O-L-A-I-D-S. Rolaids, powerful heartburn relief. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Here we go. Let's see. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 93.7 The Fan. And the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for youth, baseball, softball. Showcase parents and coaches. Send an email to us, youthsports at 937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com, Century 21. Fairways Real Estate. All right, it's time for the Bechtold Breakdown. And, of course, that is when our esteemed producer, you know him as City Limits, breaks down the world of sports. So let's get started, sir.
All right, Paul. So conference realignment officially took into effect this week on July 1st. As the ACC has added a couple new teams, SMU, Cal, and Stanford have been added. The SEC welcomes Texas and Oklahoma from the Big 12. The Big 12 added a plethora of teams, and the Pac-12 became the Pac-2.
Right.
And basically has no one left. Did you see the video of the Pac-12 on the Pac-12 network when the network basically dissolved all at once and it like faded to black, and it was one of like the saddest things for a network TV?
Well,
it completely disappeared. But the point is, it's all taken in effect now. It's all real. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really interesting look at it. Of course, Monday was the first official day of all these things. And so the Pac-12 is interesting to me because I think that they still have like a year or two left on their TV contracts, right? So Washington State and Oregon State are going to reap the benefits of all of the deals the Pac-12 had in place where they were splitting it with like 12 other teams. I think for like 2 years they get to basically keep it all themselves.
So why not move to a different conference then, I guess, at this point? Like,
well, that's why
that's all about money.
That's why they stayed in the Pac-12. And they sued and fought so hard to keep the Pac-12, alive and everything else because they are able to reap all of the benefits of being in the Pac-12 for at least another year or two. I think it's 2 years. So, yeah, exactly.
And the Big Ten has become what, the Big 18? With the laundry list of teams that are currently in the Big Ten at the moment, adding Washington.
I mean, the Big Ten has 18 teams, doesn't it?
I think so. UCLA and USC.
The Big 12 has 16, 18 teams now, too.
Yeah, they added a ton.
And the ACC's got 18 as well, I think, because you added those three. And they had 15 before, 14 for football, 15 for everything else. So you got 17 or 18 teams in the ACC, too.
So how bad, or maybe good, is this for college sports? For football, I think it's great. For everything else, it's not, in my mind.
I've said often that the dumbest thing about all this conference realignment is that it's really about football.
Right.
So why not just separate football out? I don't understand why you wouldn't do that. Just separate football out. And then, you know what? Football is completely different, and then you can keep all your conferences together.
Like you see it in D3 sports where football will play in a certain conference, and then everyone else will play in a different conference.
And they do that for travel purposes and saving some money on that kind of the logistics of it.
I think that's what Case Western does in the PAC because they play against Waynesburg, W&J, Grove City, Allegheny, all those guys in the PAC for football, but I think they're separate for every other sport.
Right. I mean,
that might not be true, actually.
It's stupid to me that Stanford and Cal are in the same conference as Miami and Florida for, every other sport. Now, in football, to me, if you separated all the other sports and said we're going to keep all these conferences intact the way they are for all the other sports, and then we're going to realign these, do realignment for just football, then it would be, and make football one big league, almost like the NFL, where, the league as in a whole negotiates all of the contracts and all the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would make a lot more sense to me. But what do I know?
All right, Paul. Joe Burrow said that his main focus for 2024 is being on the field for every game. Seems pretty clear, obvious, and evident. But I think if that's the case, then the Cincinnati Bengals will win the division and will once again have a chance to win the AFC and go on to the Super Bowl. Maybe I'm just that high on Joe Burrow, even though their weapons seem to be unhappy, T. Higgins and big pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. If Joe Burrow is healthy and playing, do you think the Bengals win the AFC North and also can have a chance to go all the way?
I mean, the Bengals, to me, are probably a team that we're not talking about enough.
No, not at all.
Everybody's so focused on everybody else that they almost, it seems like, have forgotten that the Bengals still have a really, really good quarterback. They still have some good skill guys. And they did a lot to sort of retool their defense. So, yeah, I think the Bengals are a team that we're not talking about enough, for sure.
Yeah, it seems like all the attention's going to Baltimore because of how far they went last year and just barely missing out on the Super Bowl. Lamar MVP season. The Browns seemingly always grab attention no matter what happens. And the Steelers made the most noise out of anybody in the offseason with the move that they made at quarterback and other skill positions and also bringing back Tomlin. So I think there's some fair points there.
Right. It's one of those things where I think the bottom line is the Ravens get all of the publicity because of Lamar Jackson. And around here, the Steelers and the Browns we talk about a lot. And really, we've broke down all three of these teams a ton. So to me, I look at it like this. The Bengals are probably going to be a team that's under the radar to start the season that nobody's talking about because everyone forgets about them because Burrow was hurt last year.
Paul, what's your takeaway on fireworks? Love them, hate them, get annoyed by them quickly?
Indifferent. I'm really indifferent. It's just one of those things where I feel like it's if they're in the air, I'll watch them and be like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. But, I mean, I'm 54 years old. How many fireworks have I seen?
Exactly. Like, I feel like I've seen them hundreds of times.
And I feel like
I've seen enough. I don't need to see any more.
Right. And I feel like it's one of those things where, I mean, they try and do new things and cool things all the time.
The drone show's cool. I like that.
Right. That's different. But what I'm saying is, in terms of shooting them in the air and exploding into different colors, I just don't know that there's a whole lot more you can do with them.
No. I mean, there's not.
You know what I mean?
I like the sparkler ones that, like, they're kind of newer, but they don't really do anything. They just kind of go up and show some light, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, I like the ones that blow up, and then they blow up again.
Yeah.
And then they blow up a third time. But by the same token, how many fireworks shows have you seen?
Realistically, probably about 75.
Exactly. And I always say, I think it's amazing what they do. I think they're, interesting. But if you're asking me, am I going to drive out of my way or I'm going to go out of my way to go watch fireworks? No. No, I'm not. I'm just not.
I won't either. I'm just kind of tired of it at this point. Maybe it's because my dog is so terrified of the fireworks and the loud noises and people shooting them off in yards in the neighborhood I don't like, especially just random times. Like 4th of July, okay, I get it. But, like, it seems like everybody's got a firework event. Every community day, they shoot off fireworks. They're legal in PA to sell, so everybody's shooting them off in the neighborhood. Unless it's like a wedding, which rarely happens where they shoot off fireworks, or the Pirates hit a home run, I don't want to see fireworks.
Right.
And that might be my old man yelling at Cloud Take, but I just don't care. I've seen them enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're good in terms of if people love them. People love to go to see these displays. You know, they put out their chairs and, you know, I get it. But I'm like you. If I happen to be driving along the road and I see them, or if I happen to be outside somewhere and they're shooting them off, yeah, I'll watch them and be like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really it, though.
But I'm never going to go out of my way to go see them, for sure.
Finally, Joey Chestnut ate 57 hot dogs in 5 minutes yesterday.
Wow.
57 in 5 minutes. That's what? Almost 6 hot dogs a minute? No.
57 hot dogs in 5 minutes? That's 10 hot dogs. That's 11 hot dogs a minute.
Yeah, it's 11 hot dogs a minute. I was doing it by 10 minutes. Yeah, so 11 hot dogs per minute.
So basically, he almost doubled what you guys did in 1 minute, what you guys did in 10.
Yes. And he's...
Ugh.
It's just disgusting.
That is so disgusting.
He was a hot dog short of tying Patrick Bertoletti's winning performance in the hot dog eating contest for Nathan's.
Yeah.
They had their own hot dog eating contest for Joey Chestnut and a couple others.
And wasn't there a woman that ate like 51 yesterday or something? I mean, that is absolutely incredible.
I just can't get into competitive eating. Like, I will follow along with the hot dog eating contest. I will not usually watch it. It's not like appointment viewing for me.
Right.
I just don't understand the big-time flair for it. It's like an actual sport, I'm sure they call it, other than on the 4th of July eating hot dogs.
Baseball coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out. Also, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy at Sun Chevy Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions, sunchevy.com. High of 88 today, cloudy skies. So, Joey Chestnut was not in the contest, though, was he?
No, that's correct. He was not in the Nathan's contest because he has an endorsement deal with someone else now that prevents him from competing in the Nathan's.
So, did he just do that to basically show that he could still beat the champ? He would still be the champ? Is that?
Yes, pretty much. I'm sure he got some incentive out of it.
Oh, well, that's interesting. That's kind of a flex, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's kind of like basically saying, hey, you know, I'm still the man.
57 in 5 minutes. So does that mean he took it lightly in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for years?
Yeah, that's just so repulsive. My stomach is hurting just thinking about it. 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years. And, of course, we're going to give away baseball tickets.
Yes.
This would be July 19th for the July. That's, I think, the first game when they come back, right? Didn't we establish that's the first game when they come back?
Yeah, right after the All-Star break.
Right after the All-Star break, they play. Is it the Cardinals? I think. Let's look it up. Let's give what's my man on the text line that hates when we look things
Grizzly
up?
Adams.
Philadelphia.
Phillies.
They're playing the Phillies.
Yinzer-Palooza weekend, always against Philadelphia.
Right. So they're playing Philadelphia. Call now. You can win 2 tickets to see the Pirates on July 19th at 6:40. 2 tickets to see the Pirates July 19th at 6:40. Join us for Yinzer-Palooza weekend at PNC Park and celebrate all the great things we love about Pittsburgh. Kick off Yinzer-Palooza weekend with a post-game Zambelli fireworks show. We will say be caller number 6, 412-928-9370 is the number. If you are caller number 6, you will win the Pirate tickets. And, of course, that's 2 tickets on July 19th. So 412-928-9370, be caller number 6. Coming up next, we have Scott Blazy from the Clarks.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. It was not a happy 4th of July for Pirates fans as the Buccos lost to the Cardinals 3-2 and was not able to win the series against St. Louis. It's the second series that the Pirates have lost against the Cardinals after squandering an opportunity in St. Louis in the middle of June, the 11th, 12th, and 13th, where the Pirates won the first game 2-1 and then lost the next two games, including the final game 4-3. Pirates will host the Mets tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Paul Skenes will pitch for the Pirates. 5:45 is when the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show begins with Dan Zangrilli right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Low clouds will begin to break this afternoon, allowing temperatures to shoot back up to the upper 80s. Noon temps are near 80 degrees. It's going to be not just hot, but sticky today, with humidity levels also in the high range. Similar to yesterday, most of your day is going to be dry, with storm chances peaking after 6 o'clock tonight. Strong wind speeds around storms may spark a severe weather warning for the evening. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 larger TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including soccer, the summer games, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh in Greentree, or 8 p.m. on Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Road in Churchill. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man,
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Henry Davis began a rehab assignment with AAA Indianapolis last night after going over 6 with 5 strikeouts in Altoona. The Pirates shut him down for a couple of days, still dealing with concussion-like symptoms, but good day for Davis last night. He went 2 for 3, batting third and catching. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show.
Joe.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, can you hear us? All right, so it is Mike. Can you get his mic on?
There
we go.
Hey.
So you hear the music. You recognize that song, don't you?
I can't hear the tune.
What?
I don't have the music.
Oh, maybe Joe turned the headphones down. But we'll fix that. We'll get that straightened out with his headphones over here. Anyway, it's Penny on the floor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we are here with, obviously, somebody who knows this song very intimately and, of course, wrote it, I think, right?
I did.
He wrote it. That's Scott Blazy from the Clarks, the lead singer of the Clarks, which is obviously what I would call one of the iconic bands at least in this Western PA.
Right.
I mean, and listen, I go places all the time. I travel, and it's funny. People know you guys all over the place. Some of your songs are real,
sure.
really big time, right?
Yeah, for sure. We had a nice run, late 90s, early 2000s. We were putting out records on major label, MCA and Razor and Tie, and traveled all over the country. And, about a 10-year span, we were hitting it pretty hard. So, yeah, there's a lot of Clarks fans all over the country.
And that's got to be pretty cool for you, obviously. I mean, you guys are, from Indiana, right?
Well, we went to school. We all met at IUP.
Right.
We all went to school in Indiana, and I'm from Connellsville in Fayette County originally. And we all were in IUP in the mid-'80s and hung out with the same group of people and just decided to, form a band to have a little fun and meet girls and free beer. And one thing led to another. We moved to Pittsburgh after we graduated and started getting some radio play and quit our day jobs and never looked back.
That's incredible. I mean, it was funny the other day we were talking about the best Tom Hanks movies, and my favorite one is That Thing You Do. Which have you ever seen that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I mean, obviously, it's probably not a direct parallel, but there are probably some elements to that movie that you can relate to, right?
Absolutely.
Like you started out sort of as that kind of band, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you're making your way. You're writing songs. You're talking to people, management and booking agents, and learning the business. That was a big thing. When we first started, our first 4 or 5 years, just figuring out the business end of it. Because you sort of focus on, well, we're writing songs and we're playing gigs, but at some point you have to treat it like a business.
Right. Like, I think the thing that is, for them, it was like they went from like doing shows, little small shows at pizza places or whatever, to going to Pittsburgh. Like, when was that? What was like the first, wow, like this is like the big time or whatever moment for you guys?
Well, there's one that really stands out. It was probably 1996. I think, we'd been together for 7 or 8 years, and the Pittsburgh music scene in the 90s had some really successful bands, obviously Rusted Root, Gathering Field, Brownie Mary, and a handful of others. And we scheduled a show at Star Lake Amphitheater called the Surge Festival, and it was all local bands. We were the headliner, and it was Gathering Field, Brownie Mary, and a bunch of other bands. And we were all thinking, if we do 5,000 or 6,000 people, we'll be happy, and ended up doing 17,000, 18,000 people, and just looking out over a sea of people and hearing everybody sing our songs. It was a pretty cool moment. It was right around the time we had signed our first major label record deal, and that was a real wow moment. Like, yeah, we're on our way here, I think.
Yeah, we're on our way. Now, do you guys obviously have your hits and you have the songs, like whenever you do shows, people want. Are you still writing new music?
All the time.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, we just released a song about 3 or 4 weeks ago called Supernatural. It's available on all streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you listen to your music. And you can find that stuff on clarksonline.com. But yeah, we're writing songs all the time, Paul. And now the way the industry has changed so radically over the last 10, 20 years, we release a song at a time every month and a half, 2 months. The days of putting out an album, and we'll still do that when we have enough tunes to make an album. Everything's an algorithm.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you have to play the game. So you put out a song, you try to get on Spotify playlists, and you try to get recognition for that song, and then you move on to the next tune.
Right. It's not like the old days when whenever you put out an album and you obviously had the royalties and all those kind of things. I mean, now you put out new music, it's probably a little harder to make money.
Well, yeah.
On new music, right?
Right. Yeah, you don't make money from releasing songs. I look at it like you release new music as a promotional tool to get people to come to your shows and maybe buy a T-shirt. That's where we make our money,
right,
from ticket sales and merchandise sales.
Right. How delicate of a balance is it when you do your shows to make sure that you satisfy your longtime listeners or whatever,
right?
So you play all the hits, you know,
Sure.
and all the ones that from that people know, or the songs that people know from all of your albums,
right?
But also mixing in newer songs. Like, how do you try and do that every show? Or
Yep, it's definitely a balance, and there are definitely songs from our past that we've been playing for 20, 25, 30 years that we could never play again and be quite happy about it. But we respect the fact that people are spending their hard-earned money and taking their time out to come see the band. They want to hear Penny on the Floor. They want to hear Cigarette and Born Too Late. So we're going to play those songs for them. But we're also going to play new material, and we're going to reach back into our catalog and play some deep cuts that we like, and just to make it interesting for us. And we have a lot of hardcore fans that really like the deep cuts and the old stuff. So it makes people happy, if we play stuff that they haven't heard for quite a few years.
Right. There's no question. I mean,
Yeah.
I think, like I said, people know your music,
right?
And again, I'm a child of the '80s, so I go to a lot of bands. I go to see a lot of bands,
right?
Like last year when I went and saw, I saw last year was Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, right.
And maybe the year before was Motley Crue. You know what I mean? I want to hear mostly the songs that I know.
Yeah.
And but I don't mind if it's a full show if they mix in some of the stuff they're working on or trying to put together some of the newer stuff, right?
Sure, it's only 3.5, 4 minutes. I can sit through a new song.
If you're a fan of the band,
right?
I like your music,
right?
So I'm sure your new songs have similar sounds to what your band is. I mean,
Right.
it's not like you're probably going to venture off and do a country song,
right?
Right?
Yeah. For
so.
Sure.
It's just, I mean, I guess, do you still try and get played on the radio? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's still some radio stations in the region that will play our material. And absolutely, that's still a good way to reach new fans. I mean, we've been doing this we're on our 38th year. But we're still moving forward. You're still trying to make new fans, and we still do. I mean, there's still people that are discovering. It's the beauty of music. It can be out there forever. People are still discovering our band as they're discovering any other bands from the 70s or 80s or 90s.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think there's a lot of people out there that probably would really, really enjoy your music if they heard it.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting too, because my kids, I have three teenage daughters, and they love Billy Joel, and they love old stuff, and they love 80s music. And I think it's really interesting because we're talking now about music that's 40 years old, 50 years old.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, when I was in the late 70s, early 80s listening to music, I wasn't listening to music from the 40s. I wasn't listening to my dad's music. But these days, the way, because obviously maybe the internet and the way people consume music and find it on YouTube, or it's in a TikTok video. Like, I'll ask my kids, like, how do you know that song? It's like, well, it's in a really popular TikTok. They love that old stuff, and I think it's really cool that they dig it. I took my 2 teenage daughters to see Billy Joel a couple summers ago at PNC Park, and we had a great time. And so I think people are still discovering the Clarks in that very same way. We played a gig a month or so ago down in my hometown, a outdoor river festival in Connellsville. This guy came up from Mississippi, him and his son, discovered our band a couple years ago. Was like, we're going to see the Clarks. We're going to Pennsylvania. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I know people, they'll drive a couple hours, but
right.
to make a road trip from Mississippi to come see the band, that's pretty cool.
Well, that's really, I mean, but it's interesting you bring up social media. Your daughters are teenagers, right?
Yeah,
so
19, 17, and 15.
So they're right in the wheelhouse,
right,
for things like TikTok and things like all this kind of stuff.
Right.
It is true. If you ever look at TikTok videos, a lot of them, I tell you the one, I'm a big Earth, Wind, and Fire guy. One that's like going viral right now, where everyone's doing a dance to, is that "Let's Groove," Let's Groove tonight.
Sure.
Like, it's and like I guess there's some sort of dance
okay.
thing where someone put out there, this is the dance here's the challenge, dance to Let's Groove tonight. Here's the challenge, and they do the dance, and then of course people are trying to replicate it.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself exactly what you just said. These are like teenagers primarily that really use these apps, but a lot of the music is older stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm an Earth, Wind, and Fire guy too, Paul.
Yeah.
And the Commodores. I grew up on that stuff. I used to listen to Whammo
yes.
as a kid.
Well, Whammo is now part of our station. Yeah,
nice.
Our station's over here. And I actually went to I saw Earth, Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie 2 weeks ago down at PPG. And I got to be honest with you, I've seen Earth, Wind, and Fire more than 15 times in my life. This was probably one of their better shows of the last 4 or 5. Not that I love their shows; they're always good.
Right.
But I thought they were really. There was just another level of energy and everything with them. And then, of course, I mean Lionel Richie, 75 or whatever he is years old. You don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable.
Sounded good.
He was unbelievable. So That's the other question that people have quite often is, as long as your voice is healthy, you're going to keep rolling, right?
Oh, for sure. I'm going to be 60 years old this year, and honestly, I'm singing better than I ever have.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is it? Just you feel like?
I take better care of my body now. I stopped partying. To be perfectly honest, I just during COVID I started running.
Yeah.
I have more stamina. I have more energy. I have more lung capacity.
How far do you run?
I'll do 3 or 4, 5 or 6 mile runs a week.
Yeah.
So it's not crazy.
No, that's pretty good.
That's good stuff. And I swim too on my off days, just a sort of recovery swim at the Upper St. Clair Rec Center. But it's as much a mental workout as it is a physical one. It just feels good mentally and spiritually.
Yeah, I think I would say that that's the biggest thing is if working out in general.
Yeah,
I think is something that's good for everybody.
I preach it to my kids constantly.
Right,
movement.
Right,
get out of bed, move your body. we're made to move.
Right,
we're made to move.
So you think? So here's what, because this is what I've always asked. Like for instance, like. Let's take some of the bands that I said, that I saw the last couple of years. I often thought, boy, I wonder if they could go back to their 20s or when they're 25, 26, when they were rolling, when they were on tour. And of course, I'm sure you've seen the movie The Dirt, so you probably have a good idea of what they were doing when they were right. If they could, because I've read a lot of other. I do a lot of reading about musicians and music, and I'm really into the whole thing. A lot of them are like you, that are older now. They work out.
Mm-hmm.
They do things like swim and run.
Right.
And, they try and take care of themselves. Is just I guess a reality of all of us getting older.
Right.
But especially if you have a job that's really dependent on you being healthy.
Yeah. And I was talking to Dave, our drummer, last weekend when we were doing a show, or 2 weekends ago, and drumming is particularly physical, and singing.
Right.
Probably more so than, just playing a guitar, and as you get older, if you want to continue doing it, you've got to be in shape. I've seen videos of Mick Jagger in the last few years. I mean, he's amazing. I mean, 80 years old?
Yeah.
He moves on stage like he's in his 30s. I mean, it's really inspirational. Rock and roll as a whole is getting older, and I want to be able to continue to do it for another 10, 15, 20 years.
But it's not that much, obviously we talk about sports a lot here on this station. It's not that much different than athletes.
It's very similar. In fact, I've heard people talk about, I'm a vocal athlete. I mean, it really is a conscious thing now on a daily basis, the way I take care of my body, the way I take care of my throat, to be able to do what I do, because I'm super busy. This time of year, I'm playing 4 gigs, maybe 5 gigs a week,
wow.
Back-to-back nights. And you have to, I don't raise my voice ever. I talk at a pretty low volume.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of sleep. Sleep is critical, and a lot of water. just drink a lot of water. And I just don't drink alcohol. I don't inhale anything anymore. So
that helps.
Yeah,
I'm sure that helps.
But, when you're 25 and 30 years old, it's you can get away with stuff like that, but I can't do that anymore.
Right. I think that's important. I mean, like I said, when you are when you're young, you're kind of, you think you're invincible.
You're bulletproof.
You're bulletproof, and it's, and then all of a sudden, that the similar thing happened with me, in a different way. We were joking about back when I was in my 20s. I used to, late teens, early 20s. I used to eat horrifically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now I get to be 53, 54. I got diabetes, and it's like now I got it. Now I have to really take care of myself.
Right.
But the bottom line is, and it's manageable. It is what it is what it is. But I'm just saying, like, if I could go back to my 20s,
sure.
Like, for instance, we were talking about like the eating contest, the hot dog eating contest.
Oh, I heard you guys. I was listening to you on the ride, and I can't even imagine.
But I was telling them a story when this is how I used to be. I mean, when I was especially when my metabolism, as I was a swimmer, I was I was real athletic. It'd be nothing for me to eat 7 or 8 Big Macs in a sitting.
Wow.
Yeah, nothing. Nothing.
Even back when I was that age, maybe I could do 2.
Right. And so crazy. What I'm saying is, when you're young,
yeah, for sure,
you don't think about the fact that you're going to be old someday. You look at all the old people and you're like, look at them. I mean, but you don't think 30 years that's going to be me.
Right.
So do you guys have injuries that you have to worry about? Like, I would think like, wrist injuries or, I mean, just from the repetition of using muscles or whatever, right? I mean, are there times when you have to, either take a break or wear a brace or something to try and get through a show?
We've all had injuries in the past, and Dave's dealing right now with some elbow issues. Rob and Greg, not so much injuries from playing or performing, but, as we're all aging, we're all in that 60 range. We're having health issues that pop up from time to time. And for me, like I'm so aware of the first inkling that I'm getting maybe a little sinus infection or a little sore throat. I've got to be really careful because it'll migrate to my throat if I'm singing, and then I have to be really careful about that. That's not really an injury necessarily, but that's what I have to deal with. And I move around on stage a lot. It's a very physical 2 hours on stage, and just have to be careful. I've sprained ankles when I was younger. I jumping off stages, and back in the day, I had a few injuries just from being crazy on stage.
Well, I mean, the one thing that and the one thing that's pretty cool about you is you also were into basketball. You played basketball, back in the day. At Connellsville, right? You were
Connellsville High School.
You were really good at Connellsville,
1982. We had a great team.
And then at IUP, you were somewhat of an intramural legend, or did you actually? I forget. Did you actually play some?
I didn't play for IUP. No,
Yeah.
I was more interested in other extracurricular activities. I didn't have quite the fortitude, let's say, to do that. But I grew up playing sports. I mean, I was like you. I was a little kid, played baseball, was on Little League Baseball. We were Connellsville's Little League state champs. 1977, I was on the state championship Little League team. Played baseball my whole, growing up as a kid. That was really my first love. And then, got tall. I could jump. I started playing basketball and loved football. I was good at football. I was fast and had good hands, and my mother just absolutely refused to let me play organized football.
Yeah. Well, she had a
friend, good friend of hers, whose son, who's 6 years my senior, was seriously injured in a high school football game, and after that, she's like, "There's no way." So I never would have become, a serious football player. But I look back now, and I'm healthy. My knees are still good. And I'm not beat up from it, but. Yeah, man, loved basketball. Just, Connellsville is a rich sports history. growing up, John Woodruff, Olympic gold medalist, 1936, won the gold medal in the 800 meters. We all knew who John Woodruff was, and Johnny Lujack, Heisman Trophy winner from Connellsville. So there was a real rich history of that, and some professional athletes in the 70s. Bobby Baylor played baseball from Connellsville, and Bubby Braxton, OJ's blocking back. He was a Connellsville guy, and so we all knew who those people were. And in the 70s, there obviously no social media, and you come home from school and you put on some play clothes and you go across the basketball court and play basketball and play football in the backyards of friends' houses, and just loved it.
Do you still get to do you still play any pickup basketball?
I don't really play pickup. Me and my daughter play. We have a hoop in the driveway, and we play pig or horse, all the time. It's a lot of fun to shoot with her.
Are they in any sports? Are you a sports
My
dad?
daughter loves basketball. My youngest daughter loves basketball. The older ones played. They played soccer growing up, and they played lacrosse, and they're more theater kids. They're a little more artsy. But my youngest loves basketball. She's just, and now with the the Caitlin Clark phenomenon, she's been sort of reinvigorated. They all love it. And in fact, my middle daughter, who's a real talented performer in musical theater, she loves Paige Beckers, UConn. So they're always talking about, we want to go see these female athletes perform. And so I'm looking, like UConn, and it's like, well, Georgetown's not too far away. You can maybe go to D.C. and see her play, or go to, Indianapolis is not that far if you want to go see Caitlin Clark play.
Right, that's the thing.
Yeah.
In fact, you could probably, if you did it right, next year you probably catch them playing against each other in a WNBA game. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you're right. Connecticut plays Villanova, which is not that far.
Right.
Georgetown, Villanova. If you wanted to take your family a little trip to New York City, St. John's.
Right, St. John's,
And so, I mean, here's the thing. As somebody who covered the Big East for a lot of years, the Connecticut women are like rock stars especially if you go up there.
Mm-hmm.
But even no matter where they were, they're like rock stars.
Yeah.
And even though they haven't won a national title in like 7 or 8 years, they're still like rock stars in many ways. UConn is UConn.
Yeah.
And so if you go up to, what's really cool is I've obviously covered them a bunch at I don't even know what it's called anymore, the Hartford Civic Center, whatever that it was for a long time. I think maybe the XL Center. I don't think it's that anymore. Or I'd cover them at Madison Square Garden, or they would actually come. Remember, Pitt was in the Big East. They'd come here and play. But a few times I got to go up to cover them in stores on campus, that smaller little facility. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So that's something you should just see. That's something you should do for your daughter.
Yeah, I think we're going to try to make sure they get to see their heroes.
Yeah, take her to see a UConn game, right? So what grade is she in? Is she?
She'll be a senior in high school.
Okay.
The middle one. And like you said, she, Paige is a rock star.
Right.
Because my daughters are well aware of who all these amazing female athletes are that are at college and now pro. The profile has just jumped way up in the last couple of years.
Right.
It's awesome to watch.
Well, I think the other part of it is if your younger daughter starts getting into it, like really getting into it, you might have to become a sports dad.
That would be okay with me. I'd be very happy to be a sports dad or a theater dad. So
yes, yeah.
I'll do whatever it takes.
I think you have 3 daughters. You've got to be. It's because I have a daughter. You have to be happy at the explosion of the last 2 years of women's basketball.
For sure.
I mean, just because it's so important for them to have role models, of their own.
Right.
Right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's been the thing that's I think a lot of people miss.
Right.
It's good for young girls to have role models.
Absolutely.
And so that's a big thing. If you were to play one-on-one against, could you still
Oh, yeah.
Get it in, play one-on-one?
Oh, yeah, I'll post it up there.
I'm just wondering, we have Pony who sits in that chair in the afternoon. Pony sits in that chair.
Andrew, can he play?
Andrew, he thinks he can play. He's willing to challenge anybody.
And Muller, I know he tosses up threes.
Yeah.
So
well, he claims he made 9 in a row.
I've heard that.
He claims that he made 12 in the little pool basketball hoop.
Yeah. City Limits just weighed in. He said he claims now that he made 12 in a row and a swimming pool basketball hoop, which I don't even know that. Does that even count?
No.
That's great.
I mean, come on. I mean, that's but that, yeah, no, I think we might have to set this up. You against Pony. I think
I could still run.
Yeah, it would be fun to watch you beat Pony. We have that. We have that 3-on-3 thing in August. If benefits like one of these veterans organizations,
right.
But Pony always shows up. You ever see what's the movie where? Oh, The Water Boy. Did you ever see The Water?
I've
or
never
not the
seen
Water Boy? Not The Water Boy. I'm sorry. The one with Jim Carrey where he's the cable guy. The cable guy.
I'm aware of the movie. I don't think I've ever
But
seen
anyway, there's a scene where, Jim Carrey shows up at, a gym to play pickup basketball.
Yeah.
And he's got the headband and the, you know what I mean? Right. The elbow pads and the knee pads, and he's really that's Pony. He shows up at the court. He's got the headband and the wristbands, and he's like real intense and into it. So we might have to set that up. What do you think?
I'm in.
Uh-huh. Anyway, we've got Scott here with us for the hour, so that's really good stuff. Let's see. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township visits southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the fan hotline, 412-928-9370. And that is brought to you by the Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. The Pirates will play the Mets as the first of a 4-game series against the Mets, as the final game of the series will be on Monday. 6:40 first pitch. Paul Skenes will throw in his 10th game of the season for the Pirates, making his 10th ever career start. You can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 5:45. Dan Zangerli has the Northford Tavern Leadoff Show. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Henry Davis is in the midst of a rehab assignment at AAA Indianapolis and had 2 hits yesterday, went 2 for 3, and batted third. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Summer's on, and so are the deals at Target's 4th of July sale.
Let's go.
Celebrate with 30% off 12 packs of soda when you buy 3 with Target Circle. Or get Doritos chips on sale, 2 for $6.
I love it.
Then make it a party with sprinkles. Select favorite day treats dressed in red, white, and blue are 20% off with Target Circle, and save even more. We've lowered prices on many summer faves like Up and Up Sunscreen, Tillamook Ice Cream, Honest Kids Juice Boxes, and more. Target's 4th of July sale ends Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get Go app today to order and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Tyrese Maxey is a budding star. Joel Embiid is a top 5 player, but with all the wear and tear in his body, you don't know how many elite years he has left. We know Ben Simmons and James Harden didn't work in Philly, and Daryl Morey knew he needed to make a big splash this offseason and did so by landing Paul George. And a trio of Embiid, George, and Maxey puts the Sixers in as good of a position as they've ever been in since Embiid became the face of the franchise. I'm Zach Gelb.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family-owned Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
I was in shock. How can I be this athlete and end up with a full blockage in my left artery? UPMC was the only one that was doing robotic heart surgery for my particular needs.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute is pioneering minimally invasive techniques for robotic cardiac surgery for faster recovery times.
6 weeks after surgery, I'm able to teach martial arts and I'm able to be an athlete again.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at Sun sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Celebrate Christmas in July with us. Odyssey and Humane Rescue of Pittsburgh invite you to join the doghouse on July 13th and 14th. Drive through and donate pet supplies at Harps, Northside, or Eastside locations to help make a difference for furry friends. Items to donate include dry dog food, puppy food, treats, and more. Visit the events page at 937thefan.com for the full list. Also, the 50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And we are with Scott Blazy, lead singer of the Clarks. City Limits, you're famous. You must be, because when Scott came in, I said, yeah, our producer, he will help, assist the show or whatever. And he said, you mean City Limits?
No way. He knew.
He knew you.
Oh, dude, I listen to the show all the time.
I appreciate it.
There you go. City Limits, you're more famous than all the rest of us.
That's Starkey, the nickname giver. Isn't Starkey the guy who gives everybody the nicknames?
Yeah, it's Joe.
Yes.
He gives them to everybody.
Joe gives everybody. He's got a nickname for everybody.
Right.
And there's times I told him it took me about a month and a half of working with him to figure out who the hell he was talking about, because he had a different name for everybody.
Was your first name Austin?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Yes, Austin City Limits. What was the other one that you did? It was Rivers.
You tried to call me Rivers.
I tried to call him Rivers, but he liked City Limits.
He saw that commercial during the Super Bowl. The Peanuts commercial or something.
Yeah.
And he liked Mr. P for 2 days.
Yes.
And everybody shut that down very quickly.
Right, City Limits.
City Limits really stuck, I think. Huh?
That's the one that has
100%
stuck.
Do people outside of this little bubble here,
Oh, yes.
That's great, man.
Yeah, I've gone to a couple Pirate games where people will be like, wait, are you City Limits? I recognize the voice.
That's awesome.
I go, yeah, that's me. It's pretty cool.
So you're famous, buddy. I mean, and that's a good thing. Scott, you got a couple solo shows coming up, don't you? I mean, that's the thing. You broke off into, you've done some solo stuff. And you like it because it gives you a little bit of freedom to maybe do some different things, right?
Absolutely, Paul. Totally different thing. The band is 7 guys, and I make the analogy. It's this big, massive cruise ship, and it doesn't turn very fast, but it's got a lot of momentum and inertia. But when I do the solo gig, they're all very different. I tell a lot of stories. I'm a speedboat, man. I can go in different places that the band can't go. I can play in different venues that the band can't play in. I do smaller clubs and house parties and wineries. And so one of my favorite places to play is Spoonwood Brewing in Bethel Park. I'm a South Hills guy. I live in Peters Township. So I play there Wednesday, July 10th. I'll be at Spoonwood Brewing, and then a really cool winery out in Spring Church, Edgewood Winery. I play there on Thursday the 18th, and all these shows are listed on scottblazy.com, and from there you can follow me on various social media platforms. So, yeah, man, I love doing the solo stuff. Play a few more covers, and just play whatever I'm feeling, man, and I'll tell a lot of stories to talk about my life, about my family, about my wife and kids, and my mom and dad, and why I do what I do.
Yes, I mean, I think that's the thing that's pretty cool for you, is that you're able to, talk, get a chance maybe to meet you or see you a little differently, because it's a little bit. I'm assuming the shows are a little smaller than your big,
absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
So it's and you're at these places like this brewery. I'm sure you mingle a little bit and talk to people and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing for you.
Yeah, and I've gotten great feedback. People love, and I'll talk backstories about where the songs come from, and people just love you got to let them in, Paul. And I realized that very early on when I started doing these solo shows 10, 12 years ago. It's one thing to just get up there and play your songs, but I needed something else. So I started, just telling stories, man. And I found that I'm a good storyteller, make people laugh, make people think a little bit. And they just love to be let into your world a little bit. You just open up to people, and it's just it's part of who I am, and it's really turned into a good thing. I love doing the solo stuff, and I love doing the band stuff. I feel extremely fortunate that I can do both,
right?
Because the band is just this glorious sound on stage with 7 guys, and we've been doing it for so long, and we're just a well-oiled machine at this point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 38 years.
Yeah,
you're doing something right? Right. There's no question. Now, one of the things, like I said, that people probably don't know is that you're an avid sports fan.
Very much so.
And we were off the air. We were talking a little bit about the 71 Pirates,
right?
and the 71 Pirates. And the 79 Pirates, but also you went to Condors games.
Yes, went to Pittsburgh Condors ABA games. John Brister, and had posters of Dr. J and George the Iceman Gervin on my walls as a kid growing up, along with Farrah Fawcett. And but yeah, born in '64, so I was old enough in '71. 6, 7 years old, and those were mostly day games. There was one, I think at least one night game. It was the first night game in the World Series in the 71 series against the Orioles. And I would rush home after school to watch the day games of the World Series. And I was just, I'm just obsessed with the Pirates. I mean, I was talking to you about, I could name the entire starting lineup, and just, fell in love with my heroes were obviously Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell, and then, you obviously had Manny Sanguian and Bob Robertson and Richie Hebner and Dave Cash and Ramon Hernandez and Al Oliver and Bob Moose and Steve Blass. And I could just go on and on. I just was a huge, huge sports fan. We would take a plain white T-shirt and a black magic marker and try to make my own Pirates jersey with, just a plain white T-shirt. And then as a teenager in '70, then the Steelers got really good. Remember the Immaculate Reception, what was that, '74? They didn't go to the Super Bowl that year, but then obviously they won 4 Super Bowls in the '70s. I was a teenager and sports obsessed with the Steelers, and you could go on the Sears catalog and order your Franco Harris Steeler jersey, so you could play in the backyard and wear your Steeler jersey and pretend you're Franco Harris or Lynn Swann or whoever, and then. The '79 Pirates too, just loved it. And Mom and Dad used to take me to Three River Stadium. We used to go see Pirate games all the time. My uncle would take me to Steeler games from time to time. Got to see, saw O.J. Simpson play, and just really just loved it. And again, like you mentioned, Pittsburgh Condors, and then the Penguins. They started getting good, and have a very fond memory of being in Doc's place in Shadyside drinking out of the Stanley Cup one night, and it was 1992.
Really?
Yeah, Steige came in, Paul Steigerwald came in with the Stanley Cup, and Doc Mendelson started pouring beer into it, and we just passed it around. That was
that's pretty cool.
That's a good memory.
Yeah. So what's cool is if you think about your younger years, so to speak, even '92, you were still 25 or something, maybe.
Right. Well, in my 20s, yeah.
You know what I mean? Think about how much success the teams here you got to witness.
Absolutely.
And you just rattled off how many names in the Pirates. I always say this. It's funny, baseball economics have changed. But if you think about the 70s, the teams that dominated baseball, the Pirates, the Reds, the A's,
right,
and Baltimore.
And the Orioles, right.
I mean, the Yankees were also, obviously, they've always been. Yep. But those 4 teams really, which are, teams that went through a lot of rough years. Were you excited in 2013? Did that get you going when the Pirates in 2013, the Johnny Cueto game?
Yeah.
Did you watch that? Or the Bucktober game?
Yeah, for sure. And even the early 90s, Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla, that run there, and this whole the Sid Bream slide, and but yes, the 2013, I was all in. And so, and so it still is today. I'm still an avid fan. I'm constantly checking my app that I follow the Pirates on if I can't watch the game on TV. And I love the pitching staff is just, Skenes is lights out as he's pitching tonight, I believe, right? And of course, Jared Jones and, Bailey Falter, who saw that coming, out of spring training. Nobody was, he's done really well. And Perez, that last start was impressive.
Yeah.
So, man, if he starts pitching well,
they're not that far, right?
No, they're really not. They need some bats,
right?
And they need Brian Hayes to start hitting a little more, and maybe Rowdy Tellez has had a great June, and so they're close, man. I mean they've been hovering. They've been right at 500 now for a while. I've been they're 3-4 games under 500, but that's been for a while now.
Right.
So, it'll be interesting these next couple of series to see what happens and see what they do at the trade deadline and going into the All-Star break. I'm really anxious to see what happens. Hopefully the Jared Jones, the 15-day injury list is not a serious thing, but it doesn't sound like it is, and maybe benefits him in the long run because these guys are starting to pile up innings here.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
We'll see what happens.
I have often said this because I'm a little bit younger than you, but not that much.
Right.
I've often said this: if the Pirates ever really get good, there is a fan base here that's just so passionate. And they, you know what I mean? And not to say that the Penguin fans and Steeler fans aren't passionate, but because the Pirates have had so relative little success in the last 30 years or whatever. If they ever got good and got on another run, right? I mean,
you saw it in that 2013, with those couple of wild card games. I mean, it was crazy.
No question. Just another minute or two with Scott before we let him go. I'm sure you said you got a workout to get to, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go for a run and then got a weekend full of gigs, man.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing for you.
Yes.
Are you excited about the Russell Wilson-led Steelers?
Yes,
is that something that intrigues you?
Really interested. I don't know if excited's the word, but just I've got an interest going into training camp this year with the quarterback situation, and I heard you guys talking about the other Wilson, the linebacker they picked up in the draft. Really just interested to see what these rookies can do, and really interested to see what the offense will do now with the new coordinator and with Russell Wilson. So, I think they're going to do well. I mean, I've been seeing that, there's some national pundits that don't think they're even going to make 500, but I beg to differ. I think they're going to surprise a few people.
I think they might be good. I mean, if Russell Wilson is good,
right.
I was going to ask you, did you ever, I remember, I don't think they do them anymore, but remember the Pirates used to do Sky Blasts? Did you ever do a concert for one of those?
No, we never did a Sky Blast.
Oh, I thought
we did a Yinzer Palooza a couple years ago.
Okay.
And that was a lot of fun. We played after the game.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because I thought I remembered seeing you guys at least once.
Paul, it's possible that we did, and it just my memory is not what it used to be.
But no, I mean, if you did the Yinzer Palooza, that's probably where I saw you. You know what I mean? But you love doing that kind of stuff.
Oh, I do. We do Pittsburgh nights sometimes for the Penguins too, as well. We've done that the last couple of years, and just love the setting for sporting events and being able to do the band thing with that.
Yeah. Well, Scott, I know you're real busy, so I really appreciate you coming in.
Oh, Paul, I appreciate you having me, buddy. It's great talking to you.
Absolutely. We'll do it again for sure because, like I said, I think that you're a really interesting person from the standpoint of I think people think, oh, he's a rock star. All he does is music,
right?
And whatever. But
I have some.
Your background is incredible.
I have some sports takes, buddy.
That's absolutely. You've got some good sports takes, I'm sure, right? I mean, that's the whole point. Like you follow it, you like it,
love it.
You played a bunch of sports.
Yeah.
You're a sports dad.
Yeah.
That to me is
right.
So yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty cool. And I remember we were on KDK. I said to you that I thought rock and roll. Like you are part of the last great era of rock and roll in this country.
It certainly has changed.
The
yeah.
The 80s and early 90s.
Right, and that was it.
I mean, I'm like real old school. So I say the last great rock and roll bands were probably Metallica and, you know, if you want to talk about maybe Pearl Jam, you know, that little Seattle thing for a few years.
Right.
But after that, after those bands came out, I mean, people keep trying to sell me on all these new bands, and it's just not the same. The era from like, I don't know, 65, 66 to like, say, 92, that was the, would you agree with that?
Yeah,
that was the era of rock and roll.
Yeah, for sure.
You know.
I was a big 70s guy, so, you know, rock and roll, that was quite the heyday. But really in the 70s, man, R&B, soul, country, I mean, that was quite the decade no matter what genre you listen to.
Are there just real quick, there's like 2 or 3 bands that you really like to listen to?
Jason Isbell in the 400 unit. Jason's a really amazing songwriter, singer, guitar player from Alabama. In his band, I saw them at the Benedum Center in March. He's just head and shoulders above everybody else as far as I'm concerned. And every once in a while, you know, my kids will turn me on to some things that I wasn't aware of. We went and saw Harry Styles a couple of years ago, and I was honestly super impressed. He put on a great show, and so I keep a real open mind as far as new music is concerned. Most of it is not my cup of tea, but every once in a while there'll be an artist I'll be like, yeah, that's good stuff, man.
Yeah, and actually last year when you were on, you told me your daughters are Swifties, and so you had to drop like $9,000 on tickets to take them to see the concert.
Took out a second mortgage.
Yes, to see the concert.
Worth every dollar, man. And Taylor is my daughter's Beatles, and to see the emotional reaction they had to that was just priceless.
Scott, thank you so much, sir.
Paul, always a pleasure.
All
my
right,
friend.
fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 88 today, and cloudy skies coming up. Scott, we have probably one of the guys you grew up watching, Bob Walk.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we have him coming up to talk about your Buccos. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Buccos will play the Mets tonight at PNC Park. It's Bucco Luau weekend at the ballpark. Paul Skenes will start for the Pirates at 6:40. You can hear the North Shore Tavern leadoff show right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 5:45. The Penguins have re-signed forward Corey Andonovsky to a one-year contract. It's a two-way deal as he played with Wilkes-Barre for most of last year. It's worth $775,000 at the NHL level. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412 431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Madame Giselle senses something big coming. Is it a career change? Everything looks wet. I'm gonna be a swim teacher. There's a roof. A swim teacher who also does roofing. No, the roof of your RV has a leak and it's ruining the furniture. Oh, that's okay. I'm covered by Progressive. But maybe I'm a swim teaching roofer who makes furniture.
Customize your coverage with Progressive's Roof Protection Plus and be prepared for the unexpected. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Roof Protection Plus available for RVs less than 6 years old. $250 deductible applies to any claim.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher-end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Ida Wild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at IdaWild.com.
Time's a ticking to get that house on the market. But like your realtor told you, you gotta clear out all that junk first. Book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorite smokestack, pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. Ready for all those summer get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Their Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items. Barbecue parties or graduations are easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. Learn more at gianteagle.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Pirates begin the first of a 4-game series against the New York Mets, who are currently above the Buccos in the NL wildcard standings. 6:40 first pitch. Paul Skenes will make his 10th MLB start at PNC Park tonight. Dan Zangrilli as the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 5:45. Right here on The Fan. You can also listen to it on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, it's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock, and of course, we had a great hour. Did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy that hour?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I didn't realize how much into the show Scott was, so that was really cool. And then to be able to hear his time, I mean, with the Clarks and growing up in Pittsburgh, I always love hearing stories like that.
And I mean, again, I think that's the biggest thing too. Is he's a big sports fan. You know, above and beyond everything else, he's a big sports fan. Of course, now let's see. It's 1 o'clock. Bob Walk is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. For a limited time, enjoy up to 35% off Gutter Helmet. No money down or payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. And by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Also, fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's go to the hotline and talk to Bob Walk. And Bob, how are you doing today? Hopefully all is well for you.
Yeah, I'm doing good, Paul. Actually in the car right now, so hopefully I'm coming through crystal clear.
Good. Yeah, we can hear you. That's good. I mean, we are always happy to have you. And Bob, I got to get something off my chest. And you're somebody who played the game, so maybe you can help me out with this. But given how bad hitters are these days, and it's not just the Pirates, it's league-wide. There are teams, like even the Cardinals yesterday, their last 2 or 3 hitters were guys that were hitting like 140 or 150. Shouldn't we return to the idea of playing more small ball? Shouldn't that be something these teams should be doing with these guys that can't hit? Why not have them bunt? Why not have them, do all the different things that you at least move somebody up with your out?
Well, I agree with you about that. And, I've played, but that was a long time ago. And a totally different style of baseball was being played back then as far as, what the strategies were of the game and the hitting. It's become, and we've talked about this, I think, before, it's become so home run, strikeout centric. That's what really drives baseball nowadays. And I think that's a lot of the problems of why, you're having a tough time with the hitters. And then you also have to, look at how big the pitching staffs are, how big the bullpens are. If you go back to when I was playing, it was hard to find a pitching staff more than 10, at least when I first started. You had a bunch of guys on the bench. I can tell you, think back to the guys we had on our bench my rookie year. You had 2 backup infielders. You had Dale Unsard, Greg Gross, George Vukovic, Lonnie Smith, all backup outfielders. We had a backup catcher, and Keith Moreland. You think of all these guys that were backups on the team. Well, the bullpen was only 5 guys. Sometimes it was 6 because we went with a 4-man rotation at times. But you just couldn't bring in all these guys throwing 98 miles an hour like you can nowadays. So the starters were going a little bit longer. The bullpen guys had to cover more games. They had to pitch sometimes 3 or 4 days in a row. So the pitching probably wasn't as good, especially coming out of the bullpens, as it is nowadays, because there's just so many guys down there in that bullpen. And even if you do have to use them, 3 or 4 days in a row or 3 days in a row, then you rotate some fresh guys from the minor leagues and bring somebody up. That's done almost all the time. Weekly, you got somebody, a new fresh arm coming up. So I think that's a lot to do with what's going on around baseball. The rosters themselves has expanded from when I was playing. It was only 24 guys. That was pitchers and players also. Now it's gone up to 26. So you have an awful lot of pitchers out there on the squad. Half those guys are pitchers, 13 of them. So I think that's one of the reasons, that and a few other things, of why it's so tough to hit nowadays. Just these huge pitching staffs.
Well, there's no question about it. But like I said, because it is so hard to hit, and because there are so many guys who seemingly they come up to the plate and you're like, this dude has no chance of getting a hit. I understand all the theories about playing for home runs and playing for big innings and not giving away outs to a point. But if you've got guys that are bad hitters, why not try and use them to their best? To the best of your ability, that you can at least get something out of their outs.
Well, I agree with you, because that's how it was when I was playing. You had the pitcher, who was, a $150 hitter if he was decent, and he was bunting every time, and he's always moving the runners over. And usually the number 8 hitter was a guy that's, going to be hitting behind runners, hit the ground ball the other side. The Cardinals did a pretty good job of that in yesterday's ball game in extra innings. They played small ball, and it paid off. They had like a 180 hitter. Knock in a very important run for him, and he had that ball fall in out there that was dove for and missed, and he ended up getting a double, and then he scored what ended up being a winning run. So, you play small ball, but there's times where there's 2 outs. What are you going to do? You don't have any pinch hitters. The benches aren't very big, and one of those guys is a catcher. And if your catcher's DHing that day, well, then what do you do? So you're really your hands are tied sometimes to the moves you're going to make on offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely true. Yesterday it was interesting, Bob. Yesterday the Cardinals made some, uncharacteristic, really big mistakes, especially on the base pass, and then my man in the 10th inning forgetting that there was a runner on second. But they.
Well, now here I'll tell you. Now here's the thing about that. That for me that shouldn't even be talked about. That's meaningless. Just before that ball was hit, I'm wondering why are they even holding the runner at second on? The tying run is at the plate. That's the only guy you're worried about is the tying run.
Right.
Doesn't make it because let's say we've stopped the runner at third base and didn't score him. Where was the tying run for the rest of that inning? Same place it always was, out at second base. So him scoring that run is meaningless in that regard. In fact, it might even be better because if there's not a runner at third, an outfielder is not thinking, oh, maybe I got to play a little shallow wrongly.
Right.
Because the important run is at the plate. The run on base, especially in that situation, is totally meaningless.
Right. Well, what I meant was they made some uncharacteristic errors. I mean, I guess, putting it that way, I see what you're saying. But the Pirates weren't able to take advantage of, because I thought that the Cardinals cost themselves at least 2, if not 3 runs on the bases.
You're right. During the game, they had first, third, nobody out. Was Wynn. He just stood at third base and allowed us to turn a double play. Never moved. You got to go home. You got to draw that throw. You can't let us turn a double play. I mean, that's you learn that in amateur baseball. So you can't see. People always say rookie mistake. Well, rookie mistake. How many games has he played before he became a rookie in the big leagues?
Right.
So they did some things like that. Who was it? Their everyday catcher.
Contreras.
He hit the leadoff double, and then immediately tries to steal third when nobody else gets thrown out. Takes him out of a possible inning there. If it's a tough, close game, and nobody's hitting, like you said, those kind of things you can't mess up. You can't do. I mean, if they don't make those mistakes, who knows? They might be up 3-1 by the end of that game instead of a 1-1 game. So you can't do that. It's not just them. We do that same thing occasionally. There's a lot of baseball that doesn't get played the right way in those little areas. Because I think, and this is probably going to piss some people off and stuff, but I think, especially in amateur baseball, it's more like you're playing. It's like a showcase. You're trying to show what you can do, and what the team does. Whether they win, does it really matter? If I go 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and a scout happens to see me? So as far as how to play winning baseball, having the emphasis on winning games instead of showing what you can do as an individual, or maybe and even in the minor leagues, developing the players in the minor leagues takes precedence over playing winning baseball. So some of these things, I think get overlooked a little bit. When you're coming up, that's the only answer I can come away with why somebody would just stand at third base and watch a double play turn.
This is crazy. Jared Jones, they has a lat injury. Obviously, you pitched, Bob, at a high level. Talk a little bit about how that could become, how that affects a pitcher or whatever. And it sounds to me they put him on the injured list just out of an abundance of caution. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't know. We've had, I think, 3 lat injuries so far this year. 3 guys go on the IL for lat injuries. I think it's let's just shut you down and make sure it doesn't lead to something else. Anything that's kind of like that, it's a small, maybe a tiny little pull. If you keep stressing it, maybe it becomes a big pull. Like for instance, a hamstring. If you just kind of maybe tweak your hamstring, you got to sit out a week and then you're going to be okay. if you ignore it and pull your hamstring bad, now you're out 6 weeks. So I think it's probably along those lines. I don't think it's anything really serious, but I do think it's going to probably cost him a month, looking at how careful they've been bringing guys back, going and getting some rehab work, stuff like that. So I would be surprised if we see him pitch again in less than a month.
Yeah, and really it kind of comes at a good time because there's a natural couple of days too that from the All-Star break, right? I mean, so they're going to be able to maybe get like a month, but he's really probably only going to miss like 20 games instead of say like 24.
Yeah, I mean, of course they could bring him back after 15, but I just don't think they're going to do that. I think that after some time off, they're probably going to want him to, go down and get a start down there. I mean, even Perez, the veteran that he is, they were very cautious with him. I mean, when he tweaked his groin, he finished the inning and came out. So it wasn't all that bad, and he still missed a month and still had to go down to the minor leagues and get some work in down there. So I think they'll probably do the same thing with Jones.
I will say this, Bob. It's kind of interesting that Paul Skenes is such a for lack of a better term, we just had Scott Blazy from the Clarks in, so I'll use he's such a rock star, right? That when he pitches, it's basically Paul Skenes' day. Like this is, I mean, every time he goes to the mound, it's must-see TV, isn't it?
Oh, it sure is. I mean, and I think one of the things that shows you how different he is, the situation around him and everything. Here's a guy that's just basically recently got called up. What is he making his 10th start tonight? He hadn't been here all that long, relatively speaking. And I know that there's people that are talking about how can we get this guy to start for the National League in the All-Star game? It's pretty amazing the national story that Skenes has become, and obviously great for the Pirates. He's really kind of putting us on the map again. We got a national superstar that's out there playing for us. So I'm loving the whole situation, and every time he goes out there. I'm hoping he does something this spectacular because I know for the next 3 or 4 days he's going to be the talk of baseball. All starting up again every time he goes to hill.
Well, again, I think that's the biggest thing, and I think one of the things that's amazing, Bob, is he doesn't just throw hard. Right? I mean, he's a really good pitcher. Like he's got 5 pitches. The last time he was out, I forget what it might have been like his fastball or his curveball wasn't working really well, and he immediately switches and starts giving them a healthy dose of something else, and he ends up, even though he labored, he ends up with like 8 or 9 strikeouts and gets through 6 innings.
Yeah, I mean, when he has an off game in his standards, you take those same numbers and put them with somebody else, and you're like, wow, he pitched great, didn't he? I mean, that's another weird thing about him is his off game is somebody else's great game. And you mentioned that he's got such a full tool chest of pitches that he can use. Not that he doesn't use them all the time. But I can say that about other guys too. But in reality, these guys that are 5 or 6 pitch pitchers are really 3 pitch pitchers. They have those other things, but they hardly ever throw them, and they're not really usable pitches because they don't have much command of them. But that's not true with him. Everything he has is a plus pitch, and he's got command of all those pitches. So that's you're hitting the nail on the head when you say he's not just a hard thrower. Yeah, he can throw over 100 miles an hour. He does frequently. He's thrown at 102, pushing 100 pitches. So he maintains that credible velocity. So there's a lot going for him. But the bottom line is he's He's not just a hard thrower. He is a very good, quote-unquote, pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really quite, it's just a lot of fun to watch him. That's the biggest thing. You know, the other guy that they have that's really fun, and I know his last outing was rough, but for the most part, Mitch Keller has really been rolling for the most part, huh? I mean, he's a guy that you look at and maybe say he's an all-star.
Yeah, I mean, he's, it's kind of been a little rough here and there a couple of times of late. You know, one game he pitched very well, but he couldn't get that win. See, I'm thinking about wins because it's, he has a chance to get in double figures and wins before the All-Star break. Guys don't do that much anymore. I mean, getting double figures of wins by the All-Star break, now you start thinking, well, if I can keep this same pace going to the end of the year, I'm a 20-game winner. And, man, is that rare. And so I really want him not only to pitch well every time he goes out there, I want him to be able to stay out there long enough to where he can get the W, which means, I got to go 6 innings or maybe 7 to really have a legitimate shot because you don't want to leave too much of the game at the end where something can go wrong and you're not even out there. So I really love it to watch him go out there. I know that they give him a little bit more rope. He can go out there and pitch a little longer than the guys. He's a little older, and he's shown that he can do it and stay healthy. So he gets that chance, which makes it a little bit fun for me too. And I know they're not going to pull him out of there after 29 pitches, just to try and keep his pitch count down. I mean, if he comes out of the game, it's going to be because the other hitter.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Also, the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob Watt, for a couple more minutes on the hotline right now. Bob, the thing that we just continue to talk about, it doesn't change. It's the same conversation every week, but this offense is just really.
I know what it is.
Yeah,
the offense.
This offense is just really hard to watch. I mean, and it feels like some guys like Rowdy Tellez and obviously Reynolds has gone crazy, and McCutcheon had a stretch where he was hitting pretty well. But man, it's just. I mean, what do they have to do to get going here?
Oh, I just hit. I guess I don't know. I have a slight idea. We talk all the time about, Swinsky needs to stay on the fastball. This guy needs to have confidence. That guy needs to just talk until somebody starts doing it.
Right.
I don't think Rowdy really changed anything. He just stayed with what he's done in the past, where he's had success, and things started clicking for him, and he started getting a little luck here and there. Sometimes that plays a big part too. He hit a home run, big home run for us a couple of nights ago, went 325 feet, tucked it right in the first row behind the thumb ball.
I think we lost Bob.
Oh, okay. I'm like, wait, is it my headphones?
No, it's not your headphones. I think we lost Bob.
Okay. Well, Bob. Bob. I mean, we were just getting into we're just getting into the whole thing with the offense, but that's okay. I mean, sometimes those things happen. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, he said he was driving.
He said he was driving.
Had to have gone through a bad area.
He had a bad spot. If he calls back, tell him we said thank you, and we will talk to him next week. Do you still have Doc there or no?
No, Doc was going to call back. I think he might call back any minute now. But.
Okay, if he does, I mean, again, you know how long it's been since I've talked to Doc?
I know. That's what I told him. I knew you'd want to talk to him.
It's been a long, long time. And here's the thing. I was listening to Zan Grilly the other day, and Doc called in. So I was happy because I was like, well, good. I mean, we hadn't really heard from Doc for a while. So I'm glad that he's back and he's doing well and everything else. That's good stuff, you know?
Yeah, I know we had that conversation. One of the fan frequents, like Doc in Claysville, Chuck in Uniontown, the Hall of Famers.
When I used to do after the Pirate game. So there was the, Pirate post-game show. You know what I mean? I think City Limits is on the phone now, so that's okay. I'm talking to myself. But I used to do the Pirate post-game show.
We got Doc.
All right. Let's put him on. Hey, Doc, Doc, like I said, I feel like in station history, you're a Hall of Famer. How you doing, sir?
Well, thank you. Doing pretty good for 81 years old.
Wow.
And what I called about, Paul, was the show you had with Joe Starkey and Dan Grilly.
Okay.
Or what I call him, Dirtbag Dan is what I call him. But anyway, I think I don't know what to say anymore about him. But anyway, in other words, I'm more on the idea of like Bob Pompiani is, where he says, when you going to go for it? I'm with him. This is the year you go for it. He said, we keep kicking the can down the road, and every year it's the same thing. So we're in the mix there for a while, Card, and that defeatist attitude isn't good to be put out there.
Right. I mean, but that's it. But Doc, you're right, kicking the can down the road. But do you think that this team, if you add some players, has enough to actually make a run this year?
At least get one good bat. I said the other day that bat would be. I'm trying to think of his first. Justin Turner, or from the Toronto Blue Jays, or the right fielder Springer. A established bat as a veteran to put in the lineup there, and maybe we can turn a couple of these one-run losses into one-run wins.
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right when it comes to that. There's no question about it. I think it's important to note that. That you.
And the other thing is.
Go ahead.
On the real heated debate, that was great radio for an hour. There you had Dirtbag Dan and you and Joe Starkey, and you really grilled him pretty good. But I like at the end what you said. Well, what are we doing here? One of your lines, right, Paul? One of your lines. What are we doing here? We're going to be just the feeders for the real teams,
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, and that was the whole thing. At some point, yeah, I agree with you. At some point, you got to go get it. And so, Doc, it's great to hear from you, and I hope you're doing well. And we will hopefully hear from you now more frequently.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and you're just doing a great job. And I enjoy listening, especially to baseball talk.
All right. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, nice talking to you, Paul, and have a belated happy 4th of July.
We will do that.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you, man.
Talk to you later.
Thank you, man. How about that? We have a new nickname. Dirtbag Dan.
Dirtbag Dan. Is that what he called him?
Yes.
Dirtbag Dan?
When you get to be 81, you can say whatever the hell you want to say, right? That's one thing about it. When people get to, the fact that, they get to about 75 years old, you know what they figure out? I'm old enough. I've earned it. I can say whatever the hell I want to say. So that's the new nickname, Dirtbag Dan.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
Oh, it's hilarious. I just think it's great. Yeah, no, when I used to be on after the Pirates games, I had that cavalcade of stars. Doc in Claysville, Mike from Newcastle, Chuck in Uniontown, Greg in Youngstown. There was a group of about 7 of them that would start off the show every night, and they all were classics.
We almost heard from Our friend Greg in Youngstown the other day, he called in, but we never got to him.
Yes, it's exactly. It is one of those things where yes, we always have a good time. Anyway, we got to get to a break. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Paul Skenes will start tonight for the Pirates. It's a big series against the New York Mets, who the Pirates trail in the standings. The Buccos are currently 4 games under 500 after losing 2 out of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan and also on your Odyssey app beginning at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Hi, Joe.
JP Roofing and Siding. The story of a man and his mustache. Soon to be a full-length feature film, I might add, with the mustache starring as JP. And JP starring as the mustache. It's going to be like a Freaky Friday situation. Yeah, and this one will have a soundtrack. I may actually do the soundtrack for the JP epic that will be coming to theaters soon. Listen, this guy's been doing this for 43 years in this town. 43 years. Nobody does it better. And they've been out to the house a couple times. Did everything they said they would do. Platinum Preferred Company. A nationally recognized company. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross-Draver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
If you owe $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may be feeling overwhelmed, filled with anxiety, even embarrassed. Well, stop. That's right, stop. It's not your fault. Life happens. People lose their jobs, get sick, get divorced, and many other things that can lead to financial stress. So, don't feel bad about it. Do something about it. And join the over 300,000 people who worked with accredited debt relief to pay off their debt. A company with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're here to help people just like you. Get out of debt faster and feel the relief that comes with financial freedom. So stop delaying. Make the call to learn how much they can save you. Time and money. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Call 877-272-8115. 877-272-8115. That's 877-272-8115. Program and services not available in all states.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is Rich Herrera with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. Are the Warriors recasting the Splash Brothers? They're bringing sharpshooter Buddy Hield to the Bay Area. Steph and Buddy are the top 2 3-point shooters over the last 5 seasons. You know, they recast Back to the Future once and added Michael J. Fox. Let's see if the Dubs can go back to the future with the Splash Brothers 2.0. I'm Rich Herrera.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Hey, it's Donnie Football. Did you take Awaken 180 up on that challenge to drop 40 by the 4th? If you did, congrats. You've reached your goal this week. Pretty smooth sailing, huh? 40 pounds in just weeks. If you haven't started yet, what's stopping you? The results speak for themselves. Me, I shaved off 45 pounds and hit my target in just 10 weeks. Chris Muller, 9 pounds in his first week, 35 overall. Paul Alexander, Paul Zeiss, all of my friends that have set their Awaken 180 goals have reached them. 100% success rate. Here's the deal. Set a real tangible goal. You watch the pounds drop off weekly. I was clocking at around 5 pounds per week. Do the math. How much weight are you looking to lose? Whatever it is, bring that goal to Awaken 180 and crush it like we all did. Hit up Awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800 right now to book your post-4th of July consult, the official weight loss program of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Social media's biggest loser on the Fan. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Of course, it's always Malsey or Donnie Football. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And, of course, What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
All right, so we've got the music, so you know it's text in the city. City limits, let's get it done.
George in Plum, texting the City Hall of Famer. Hey, guys, my wife just bought a vacuum cleaner that has a Pirates logo on it. It's called Dirtbag Dan.
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him. Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Poor Dan. What did he deserve
Where
for
is
that?
Dan Zangrilli? He can't even defend himself. Is he on later?
He should be on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show.
Apparently Doc in Claysville's not a fan. I give that text a 10, by the way. That's tremendous.
That's a 10. Jim in Omaha points out that MLB batting average for the league is .242. Last year, .248. Only down 0.06% per Baseball Reference. And the Pirates are down almost 10 points, not percent, but 6 points. And the Pirates are down 10 points over the last year. I mean, I've seen numbers where the Pirates batting average with runners in scoring positions like .230. And it continues to drop.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the Pirates are worse than the league average. So even though the whole league is down, the fact that the Pirates are, you know, a little bit better is not really all that significant.
Floyd in Connellsville says, love the Scott Blazy talk. Thank you for that. Great guy.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, obviously Scott is great because, again, you know, I mean, we're a sports station and we do sports all the time, you know, wall to wall, and that's what we do. But by the same token, sports and music, you know, when if you got a guy like him that's got an interesting background, I mean, you know, a lot of people that are in our demographic like rock and roll, they like music, and you know, a lot of people think they should have been rock stars too. So, you know, it's pretty cool to have a real life rock star, right?
We had an impersonator of Grizzly Adams. It was not Grizzly Adams himself. Say, thanks for the dead air radio. Great radio, with a question mark, and also an exclamation point as we gave a shout out to our good friend Grizzly. What else do we have here? Here's Dave in Huntington Beach, California. He said he grew up in the Berg and loves the show, saying that Joey Chestnut raised $100,000 for charity in his hot dog eating contest yesterday.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Did not know that.
Right. I thought that was the whole point of what they were doing. Didn't they raise money for charity or something?
Yeah, so I think that was the ultimate goal, and they were able to reach 100,000.
Well, that's 100,000 to charity so I give Joey Chestnut a 10, and I give the texter
I give
a
them
10.
both a 10.
All right, what do we got?
We were talking about some old grade school basketball gyms that we like playing in. Vincentian was brought up. Also, St. Teresa's in Perry Highway was brought up. What about St. Cyril's as the best Catholic grade school gym? You ever played there? Or about North Catholic's old gym in Troy Hill?
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about that place. Remember when North Catholic was was on Troy Hill up there in Spring Garden or Spring Hill or whatever that neighborhood is called up there? Yes, that was a great gym.
I love these old gyms. I love playing in them.
A vintage old gym, right?
You gain more appreciation, obviously, as you get older from things that you did in the past. And being able to play in the amount of old gyms that I was able to play in that have been built, some of them for 100 years, like St. Mary's Lyceum. And then it was a revelation when we played in St. Thomas More's gym, which was like 3 years old when we started playing there. Maybe not even that. They built a brand new gym right by South Hills Village, and the school ended up shutting down or at least changing names and merging with someone else a couple years later, which was pretty sad. But it was a brand new gym, and they held like CYO games there as well. And we went from our gym, which was built probably like 65, 70 years ago, to a brand new gym. It was like, it felt like we were playing in the Peterson Event Center.
Yeah.
As like a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade kid.
Yeah,
I mean, pretty cool.
That's the thing when you were young, man. Playing in some of those gyms was like playing at the Pitt or playing at the arena or something, right? Because it was like they were legendary. But all right, what else? What do we got here?
That's about it. People also just talking about
Dirtbag Dan.
Dirtbag Dan, which is taking over the airwaves. And people are texting in about Starkey and nicknames. St. Malachy is another good gym. You ever played St. Malachy's gym?
No, where's
we played
that
there.
Where's
that at? I think it's in the North Hills, maybe. Nick from Dormont, hot take, Jones doesn't start another game the rest of 2024. I don't believe that.
Well, let's see. Fan weather, it's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Term conditions at sunchevy.com, high of 88. Today with cloudy skies. And
did you do the 50-minute mark?
I did the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Route 19 Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. City Limits, you got anything big going on for the weekend?
I'm going to the Pirate game tonight. Going with a couple buddies to watch Paul Skenes, and then some wiffle ball on Sunday. How about you, Paul? Anything good?
No, not really. Got a lot of stuff to do. I got a lot more. I got a bunch of work to do and everything because I'm leaving town next week for basketball. So I got a bunch of crap I got to do this weekend. To get ready to leave town. Otherwise, anyway, we had a great show today, and thank you as always, City Limits. We'll do it again next week. We got to go because we don't want to get Pony upset.
Not at all.
It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates Mets tonight. Paul Skenes starts 6:40 first pitch. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. As you can hear all three games this weekend against the Mets, and the Pirates will close the series on Monday against New York in an unorthodox 4-game series that doesn't go Thursday through Sunday, but instead Friday through Monday. You can hear it at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shenderovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm KJ Carson, helping you beat the books with BetQL. With the NBA draft over, the betting markets are open for business within the futures market, and the player getting the most love to win Rookie of the Year? Bronny James. James is 250 to 1 to win the award. A long shot, but books are reporting he's getting more tickets and money put on him to win than any other player. The future market can be lucrative, but in this case, maybe pass on the long shot. I'm KJ Carson. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. And download the BetMGM app today.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Are you currently seeking a career that offers great pay, outstanding benefits, and endless opportunities for growth and advancement? Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. This Pittsburgh-based trucking company is looking for professional drivers to operate their new state-of-the-art trucks for both regional and local routes. Throw an audible on your future. Apply at pgttrucking.com. Safety is their driving force. That's pgttrucking.com.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. American-made, doctor-developed, clinically proven whole-body deodorant, built for men, built for hard work. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only place we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've ever tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. My patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 6060 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 6060. Go to shopmando.com, code 6060, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 6060.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to unleash your full potential this season? Then head to Pure Hockey. We've got inventory of the top gear arriving from now until year end. So don't miss your chance to score the best selection of sticks, skates, and gear for on or off the ice. At Pure Hockey, you'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. So get ready to dominate in the newest skates for the season. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. If you're a business owner, navigating through divorce presents unique challenges. You're thrust into a world where every penny you've earned is examined and your assets are on the line. These situations demand a tactical defense rooted in nuanced financial expertise. When your life's work is at stake, you need a partner who's as invested in your case as you are in your business.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at CordellCordell.com.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, The Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, the Pirates start a 4-game set tonight with the Mets, and Paul Skenes is on the mound, 6:40 first pitch. The leadoff show comes your way at 5:45. Right now, it's a feel-good Friday edition of Boney and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Boney and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Swing, fly ball toward the gap in left center. Taylor dives for it, can't get it. It'll go behind him and all the way to the wall. Easily scoring Siani. And that puts Pages in at second. It's an RBI double, 2-1 St. Louis. And the pitch. Ball poked out in towards center. Taylor can't play it, neither can Reynolds. Base hit, Pages is in to score. And the Cardinals lead 3-1 here in the 10th inning. And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Wynn dives, throws to second to get the force, and the ball game ends there. And so the Cardinals with 2 in the top half. That's enough as the Pirates threaten, but it's the Cardinals who claim 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh, and they win on Independence Day 3-2 in 10 innings.
I think you got to trust an outfielder that's won a Gold Glove and is leading baseball in defensive run saves. I mean, he made a very similar play the other day in Atlanta. But once he goes and commits, I'm trusting the player. So, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back after taking off the holiday. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Donnie Football. No vacations here, although I won't be around next week. But we are together for 4 hours, and we do have Hacksaw Jim Duggan set to join us.
No screwing around. Right into it. Just tell them what we got, baby. Ho!
Yep. The big Hacksaw. He's coming to town for the Riverhounds match tomorrow. I always try to read the room in situations like this. It's a Friday in the summer. People are, generally speaking, in a good mood. We have Paul Skenes pitching tonight. That, generally speaking, puts me in a good mood. But I was at the game yesterday, and I was in the sweltering heat and the humidity and everything else.
Why were you wearing pants?
I don't know.
Black pants.
Because it was
and a black
overcast before we left, and then the sun came out, and it ruined everything. I thought it was going to be just an easy 80 day,
the sun
80-degree day, and it turned into like 90 with the sweltering sun.
Who wears pants? Never mind. I don't even want to ask. You're wearing black pants when it's 80 degrees out. That's just as insane as wearing them when there's 90.
Mike Tomlin wears black pants when it's 80 degrees. I don't hear you ripping him at training camp for doing that.
Doesn't he say that that's like a thing he does to like build willpower and show like I'm going to dress in the hottest possible clothes?
Yeah, at least I was showing willpower yesterday. I am so pissed off at this team. I am. And I probably shouldn't be, and I shouldn't let it get to me like this. But yesterday just really bugged me. And then I got to listen to Derek Shelton on my way home talk about how you trust Michael A. Taylor to dive for that ball, and he's allowed to do it because he's a Gold Glover, and his defensive run saved stat is so good. And then I tweet about what he says, and I get no reaction to it. And I'm just like, am I banging my head against a wall and screaming into a tunnel and nobody is hearing me? Am I the only person that's allowing myself to get this angry? You've just lost 2 or 3 to the Cardinals. There are now 5 teams you've got to leapfrog to get to a playoff spot. Your other wonderkin young ace just went on the IL, and who the hell knows when he is going to pitch again. You had all kinds of brain fart moments in this series. Hayes didn't know how many outs there were. Michael A. Taylor the night before, thank God he won the game, but he's bunting with 2 strikes. They're making mistakes, I swear to God. If I was coaching Stella's youth softball team, I would get mad at 8- and 9-year-olds for forgetting how many outs there were, bunting with 2 strikes, not knowing time and score, diving for a ball when you have no business doing that. I don't know. I mean, the fundamentals of this team annoy the hell out of me. They're not going anywhere if they can't even do the things that you expect a major league team to get right. Remember how many outs there are. Know how many strikes you have. Know when to take a risk and when not to. And that went on this entire series. It's really not, Chris.
I'm being facetious.
Okay,
come on.
I can't. I don't. I'm more annoyed because sometimes I think, I don't know. I can't let Twitter be the only gauge here. But I put this stuff out there last night, and it's like everyone must have been into hot dogs and fireworks.
Donnie, he says he got no reaction. Still 11,000 views. I would kill for no reaction being those kind of stats.
Maybe people don't give a bleep
about
they do. Them anymore. Well, then why aren't people? Why weren't people just filling up the phone lines on the postgame show
you ever
and
see
calling
Matt TV's
into us the next day and saying saying, "What's up with this manager? Zero accountability." These guys are out to lunch against the Cardinals. It's the team that rips your heart out, farts in your face, laughs at you, kicks you in the balls, whatever bullies do, pick you up, all your lunch money falls out of your pockets, swirlies, stuff you into a locker, all good ones. And it's like, well, we lost and the guy dove for it and it was by a run, but he's allowed to do that because he's hitting 165 and his defensive run save stat. If his defensive run save stat is so good, then who cares what he's hitting, Chris? Play him every day. Because he's Willie Mays out there in center field, or Kenny Lofton, apparently. Sorry, it is Friday.
Are you sorry?
No, I'm not. I had to get that. This was selfish, but also cathartic.
2 things. One, people are somewhat on vacation, so I think maybe some of the usual base of people who would be lining up to tell you, either concur with you or whatever is just lessened. 2, well, actually there's 3. 2 is I think people are somewhat brainwashed into thinking this team is still like very seriously a contender when every sign that they show other than having good starting pitching, which now has been, lessened by a third for the time being with Jones, they don't have any other thing that they do well. People are still brainwashed into thinking that, and they also don't want to give you credit for being right about anything. And 3, we're finding out, and this has always been a truism of you, baseball is your favorite sport. Always has been. I've known this about you. You love to keep score. You love the mental side of the game. And that's why the things that they do when they lose games like these 2 or 3 here are, even the game that they won, are especially infuriating. Because one, it's just like, are you out to lunch? Brian Hayes is supposed to be a defensive virtuoso. He's forgetting how many outs there are. Keller's got to run over there and cover the bag. There's the Tellez.
That's another good point. Twice in 2 games, pitchers forgot to cover bags.
Well, yeah, there's
Chapman
Tellez and Chapman.
And Perez
and
yesterday.
That whole mess.
How does that happen?
I mean, the bottom line is I think it's reasonable to want to say about any pro baseball team, but especially one that doesn't have the financial clout that others do, at least play the game in a crisp, thoughtful way, for lack of a better term, and they don't. Their teams, even when they have been good at times, have been remarkably cavalier with how they take an extra base or don't, defensively, heads up or not heads up plays. It is frustrating. I can only speak anecdotally here, Pony. I'm not going to let Twitter be my guide. Definitely at any 4th of July function I was at yesterday, people are talking about the Pirates when sports comes up, and it's, they're asking me, do you think they'll make a move? Is this team even good? There's still, I think, a sense among fans that they're not really that good, that they just have a couple really good starting pitchers, which I think is accurate. There's also this. You're reading the room, you're trying to get a sense of what people feel. I do think there's a malaise about them, and I'll explain it quickly. I think people are just used to it's the old Mad TV sketch, lowered expectations for the Pirates. I think there is an assumption that they're not going to be a player here at the deadline, that they're not going to do anything to seriously augment this team, and that's more par for the course for them. And I think people have just become conditioned, if not to like that, to accept that.
If you're losing games like when they lost 20-0 to the Brewers in 2010, and it's just like, we have no chance. It's an onslaught. It's embarrassing. The talent gap between the two teams. They're playing one sport, we're playing another. The Cardinals have the same exact run differential as you. Go up and down their lineup. Look at their over-the-hill pitching staff. They're not on paper that much better than you. They've spent a lot of money. The guys they've spent money on hitting-wise have done diddly squat.
I know.
And look, they were not totally buttoned up this week either. It's not like they didn't make some
they won
mental mistakes. Yes, exactly.
They won.
And you know what? And back to Shelton here. I forgot this. You know what else didn't happen with them? They managed their pitching staff correctly. Yesterday, you have a short bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Perez, it's late in the game for him, the 8th inning, but he's under 100 pitches. You yank him out of an inning where there's no trouble. He's not putting runners on. You don't need someone warming up to get him out. You don't need a Houdini by a reliever. You, for precautionary reasons, I guess, preemptively take him out of the game to bring Nicholas in. All right, great. He gets you out of the inning. But you're in such a tight game. Who's going to pitch the 9th and the 10th and the 11th?
That's why
if it goes
Dennis
that far?
Santana is out
and
there.
we've got Dennis Santana. The Santana that should be on the team is playing in Minnesota, where he could be one of your better hitters. If you wanted a Santana, you should have kept that guy. Instead, Holderman almost blows it again. He didn't. Good for him. But once he's done, you had nothing left. Apparently he didn't want to use Ortiz yesterday.
It just looks much more like if you let Perez go and try to finish 8, he probably does it, given the way he had been cruising.
Then you've got Nicholas 9 and Holderman 10, and at that, okay.
Do however you want. You have Nicholas available. The bottom line is you are not going to Dennis Santana. That's the bottom line. They're a frustrating ball club, man. I mean, they are. It's
and there's
weird.
no accountability after the game. I got to hear the manager can't even bring himself to say that the dive in center field was not the right play.
It's good vibes.
What is wrong with him?
It's good vibes.
Good vibes. You've got to leapfrog the Cardinals, Diamondbacks, Mets, Giants, and Reds now.
Have you known Derek Shelton at any point in his Pirates tenure to be a guy that's going to come down hard on players?
I'm not even asking him to come down hard. I'm just asking him to call it like it is. Can you be a straight shooter? Then I got to watch the postgame show on TV, and Michael McHenry's first comments are, this was a great game. If you're a baseball fan, you've got to be happy about it.
No, you don't.
What are we doing?
You are approaching.
God!
You were born a Mets fan, which means this kind of internal torture has always been second nature to you. But you almost remind me of when you hear about religion, people who are adult converts are much more fervent about it. I just feel like you are an adult convert Pirates fan, fervently talking about something that should make people mad, and people like me, born in these fires, I don't know, Donnie quickly here.
Donnie cares. Donnie was the kid in high school that was telling his buddies that the Pirates are always going to be good, and then they weren't.
Did you watch that game? Did you watch that game yesterday with anywhere near the emotion that he is expressing now? I didn't.
It's the Cardinals.
I didn't.
I mean, I understand his point. 100%,
But you don't have the same vigor.
It's like a quasi playoff series. You lose it, you look bad, and you lose ground.
Pony, we're aware of this. We agree with you, but I'm just telling you, the semi-muted response here is, fool me once, shame on me, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I mean, I've seen this movie before. I know how it ends pretty much every time, especially when that infuriating baseball team is the one we're discussing.
You get beat straight up, fine. Like, I'll find a way probably to complain about it anyways.
Yes, you will.
But when you forget how many outs, you're diving for balls you shouldn't.
They don't lose in a way that's acceptable.
You're not covering first base.
They don't lose because they're just beaten by a better team.
You're bunting with 2 strikes.
They're not beaten by better teams every time. They're beaten by themselves.
Every high school coach in the area is like, you don't do these things, and he's ripping players out of the game when they screw up for it. Oh. I need another drink. I actually had too many yesterday.
Is that a cause of this
I don't know.
rant? You seem like you're in good form today. You worked out this morning, and, man, you thought the Pirates were alarming. Apparently your workout today or what you observed at the gym was another story altogether.
I don't want to get into that.
A little too obvious?
I don't want to get into that. 412-928-9370. Here's my prediction, and Donnie does a great job. Some producers, there's a guy on the weekends, you could have 15 people call in, and he won't take a single call. And Donnie knows exactly who that is. I will say 412-928-9370.
Mm-hmm.
Are people upset that the Pirates lost 2 or 3 to the Cardinals and the way they lost those games? 412-928-9370. And my guess is we won't have more than 2 people who call in. Because I think more people feel like you. It's just like, I'm Charlie Brown, the football's been pulled out too many times, and I'm not getting emotionally invested. Then what the hell are we doing for the last month talking about Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Pete Alonso and Luis Robert Jr. and Jazz Chisholm if people just inevitably thought this was going to happen anyways? If you're so nihilistic and defeatist about this team, why the hell are we even talking about big trades?
Because you still talk about it because you might get surprised.
Well, why didn't you say, well, Pony, doesn't make a difference. This team's going to find a way to F it up anyways.
Well, that's not a very good way to do a radio show, Pony.
Yeah, but it might strike a chord with our listeners because they might agree with you on it.
Well, I guess I'm trying to quietly strike a chord today by saying this is just more of the same. Even when they have something like Paul Skenes is pitching today, you should be pumped about that.
And maybe once we get closer to 640, I will. But right now, I'm annoyed that they lost 2 or 3 to St. Louis.
When Lucy pulls the football away this many times, it's very hard to get mad that you once again ended up with your ass in the dirt.
412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Best call in this next segment is going to get 2 tickets to see the Pirates and Phillies on Friday, July 19th. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Cardinals beat the Buccos 3-2 yesterday. Martin Perez, 7 1/3, 6 hits, 1 unearned run, 2 strikeouts and a walk. Brian Reynolds with his 14th home run. Pirates and Mets tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. I should have went over to Mike's yesterday and let out some steam. I'm flipping out because I do care. I legitimately do, and you probably can tell that I wasn't happy watching that game, and hopefully things change for the better here with the big fella on the mound tonight. Anyways, 80 rotating taps of the best local beer in Pittsburgh. Hundreds of beers from around the world. It's all there right next door at Mike's Beer Bar. Steak on a stone. You got to try it once in your life. Go over there and say, Pony was talking about it. I want to try it. Rave reviews. It's honestly one of the great steak experiences at an awesome price. Right there at Mike's, next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Rich Schreier with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Guess who's getting red hot as we head to the All-Star break? The Houston Astros. They're 8-2 over the last 10 games and now we're within striking distance of the AL West. With All-Stars Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez leading the way, they're putting baseball on notice. The road to the playoffs still runs through Houston. I'm Rich Schreier.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940 or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I just keep telling myself that we have Hacksaw Jim Duggan today, and that is calming me down and causing me to cool my jets, although the Pirates lineup is out, and what do you know, Michael A. Taylor right back in there, batting ninth. Because after you make a boneheaded play, the skipper's got to make sure he's back in the lineup to let him redeem himself. Actually, he doesn't have to redeem himself because the manager says he has carte blanche to dive for whatever ball he wants at whatever time he wants because he's won a Gold Glove and he leads baseball in defensive runs saved.
You know, the curious thing about his citation, Shelton's, of the Atlanta play, you remember that Atlanta play? Can you visualize it in your mind's eye right now, the one Taylor made?
Yep.
It wasn't what I would call a spectacular route to the ball, nor was it a seamless looking, you know how diving catches, sometimes you know if a guy's going to make the catch because it looks like he's kind of got it measured. That one looked awkward, like he almost got lucky that he didn't overrun the ball or take a bad path. I wouldn't even be using that to cite like, oh yeah, he made this great catch.
It's not friggin' Willie Mays against the Indians in the World Series or Jim Edmonds doing one of those running basket catches or any kind of like insane diving catch we've seen a guy make. It was a decent play.
But it wasn't. It was an awkward-looking decent play, is my point, which shows me that like maybe he didn't have it measured as well as you thought, and you don't have to. But you also just don't have to cite that. The guy is Michael A. Taylor is like what 33, 34 years old. He's been around the block. I think he could handle it if a manager said, "Yeah, ultimately, I think maybe that's when you just try to keep in front of you and you don't play into that situation the way he did." I don't think Michael.
Yeah, what is he going to do? Storm into the manager's office and say, "What's wrong with you? You don't have my back."
Put his 480 something OPS on the table and say, look what else I'm providing you. Shelton to me has very little desire, it seems, to ever crack, sort of, if this were horse racing, to like go to the whip a little bit with his team, to try to get a little more out of him with a little bit of sandpaper and a little bit of vinegar instead of honey.
If you're a manager that wants to bat guys who are slumping, that are having physical errors. Guys are just going through hard times. You never want to publicly come out and annihilate a Rowdy Tellez or Connor Joe, who's been in a big slump, or Michael A. Taylor offensively, who's been in a season-long slump. Okay, I don't agree with that, but that's easier for me to accept than when you have a series where literally I can give you 5 or 6 mistakes, mental errors, that good high school baseball teams don't make. Those are the times where you're like, look, if we're going to be a contender, we can't have these gaffes. We can't beat ourselves. That's not asking too much of a manager to send that message to the media and fans. He won't do it.
He's only.
That's why I don't think he's cut out. One of the reasons why I don't think he's cut out for the job, Chris.
Well, he's only a couple
hitting
times
coach.
this year. He's only a couple times this year. I would say called out his team. Like he gets asked directly after they've had some spectacularly, like more so than yesterday, sloppy games, and he'll say it's got to be better. It's got to be better. And then that's almost like the last you hear of it. It's just you have to be. I think a skill of great baseball managers anymore, with so much of the game decided by people above them or strategy, is the few bits of in-game strategy that they have, maybe bullpen usage and management. They got to be good at that. It's 162 games, though. Guys are paid more than ever before, so I think getting through to guys and staying locked in with guys, in terms of just your message getting delivered, is harder than it's ever been. The best ones find a way to do that, and that's not by being the exact same guy every single time. You've got to change your tone, change your tune based on what you see, and man, I would think yesterday would be a prime example of saying that's a game we've got to win, and that's a game that we made it easier on them.
Here is Dave in Brookline. Hello, Dave.
Hello, fellas. How are you today?
Oh, hi, Dave. How is Brookline these days?
Hey, it's great.
Do you know any good barbers in Brookline, Dave?
The good barbers are in Cannonsburg, I heard. Word on the street.
Are they sober?
Most of the time.
When they're cutting hair?
Most of the time.
Fair enough. I guess I can't ask for much more.
I wanted to talk about what's considered a good PFF, Chris? What's a good PFF rating, Chris?
Anything in the 80s, Dave.
So you're talking like 89.2. That's like Hall of Fame?
Yeah, whose PFF grade is 89.2, Dave?
Oh, only Dino Tomlin.
Thank you, Dave.
It's a feel-good Friday. We've got to let Dave feel good.
Here's Neil in Butler. Hello, Neil.
Hey, guys. Listen, I am a huge baseball guy. Love it. I'm born in 78, been to 400 games. I've been to probably 3 in the last 10. That's my first one. My first quick question is, does anybody know what is his contract situation, Shelton? Whatever you want to call him.
We know that he got an extension. We don't know how much money he's making. We don't know how long the extension is either.
But we know he got a vote of
find
confidence.
that really odd?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
100%.
To me, it's staggering. And the other one is we go back to what maybe it was Jim Lynn said, like, managers can win you 7 or lose you 7 the rest of the 150 or whatever, 148
sure.
Or the players play. And, and this team has definitely lost more than 7 because of managerial decisions and or player, just whatever you want to call it. It's just horrible. And with this town has been getting on numerous coaches from other sports, numerous players from other sports. All of a sudden, Tellez has 3 good weeks, and we're all chanting for him. I mean, it's a shame for that. I couldn't do that if I was at the game.
At the very least, he's had the 3 good weeks or 4 good weeks or whatever it is. I have to at least give him that. He's been probably their best offensive player since the calendar hit June.
But that's the sad part.
I know it's sad. There's a lot of things that are sad about this team right now.
And why doesn't Ben Cherington take some? Like, I just think that he is. I know he's got the few good pitchers or whatever. Everybody braves about the system and all that, and we know. But we all. He is not.
When you're saying, Neil, when you're saying that, like, why doesn't he take more flack? Do you are you meaning from this show or generally? Like, I think we're pretty hard on both of these guys on this show, at least, and most of the shows on this station. I don't think you're going to find a love letter to Ben Cherington being written by most people.
I'm not suggesting that either way, whether it's your show or anything. I just feel like the angst we got with these guys like Canada, and we get it with, even with Sully's getting it, and rightfully so, and the way Hextall, and I see all this, like, But I just don't feel that angst has been there for Charrington.
I know why it's not, Neil. You don't realize it. You're basically in my boat. You hold them to a lower standard. And you just have seen it so many times before. He's echoing what I said. He sounds more upset about it, but he's echoing
what I'm upset about is holding them to the lowest of standards, which is can you do the things that we expect Major League Baseball teams to do 100% of the time? Never forget how many outs there are in an inning. Don't bunt with 2 strikes. Don't dive for a ball. If you miss it, it puts a runner in scoring position in a tie game. Things like that. Cover first base on a ground ball to first if you're a pitcher. I mean, these are not hard asks. These are things that the Pirates players, whether you're at developmental A-ball or in the major leagues, they should be able to do. Now, hitting splinkers and 102-mile-per-hour pitches and, being able to hit for a high average and OPS against all kinds of crazy relief pitchers and power arms, and all that's hard. This is the bare minimum that they're not getting right. Like, Charrington can wear it for signing Michael A. Taylor. That was not a good use of $4 million, especially when guys like Jurickson and Profar were out there for $1 million, and he's going to start in the All-Star game. So it's not even that they didn't spend a lot of money. It's they didn't spend what they had wisely or smartly. That's annoying enough. What's even more annoying is you have a manager that doesn't demand out of this team for them to just do the fundamental things correctly.
That does it doesn't sound like it probably, but that does chafe me more than pretty much anything with them. Man, you should just say all this to my dad one day. Nothing to this day bothers him more.
Do you think that this would fall on deaf ears with John Football, Donnie, what I'm saying here?
Honestly, probably a little bit.
Why, though?
Because, again, I guess these people just expect the team to suck.
I mean, my dad's favorite player was Bill Verdon. He liked defense and fundamental heads-up play.
So people go to games thinking that it's tolerable for guys to forget how many outs are left?
I don't think they think it's tolerable.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't say that. It's just like we're accustomed
bunting
to
with
it.
2 strikes.
Well, I think
that's cool.
I think part of the thing is if a guy does something where it's a bit of a brain fart, but it ultimately doesn't come back to bite them, like the Hayes forgetting the outs doesn't come back to bite them. And then if that player were to do something good the next inning, just the way we talk about sports nowadays, it's focus on the awesome thing he did.
The thing that happened, the Tuesday, the forgetting the outs, to me was just a microcosm of that game where they had a day off and they just didn't show up against the Cardinals. They're the worst team in the National League with a day off. And all we hear about is how important rest is for this team. And the only team in baseball with the worst record with rest is the White Sox. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills in Kia Township. And thank you for indulging me at 412-928-9370 if you'd like to keep the conversation going. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, ho! At 3:15 right now, headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Mets begin a 3-game set tonight, 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, we felt the injection of, by having Jack St. Ivany and, having Puustinen and the boost those guys gave after the trade deadline, how the team played. And I think that we want to carry that momentum and, make sure that we're bringing in some young guys to help Sid and Gino and Letang and make sure that, they're getting a push from below and, helping the team's pace stay high. So, we feel like we've accomplished that.
That is the Penguins' assistant GM, former Penguins nemesis Jason Spezza, now working for Kyle Dubas, with Jeff Hathorn today.
Nice roster of guests for Jeff.
Yeah, and saying that there is a youth movement taking place here. Youth is being served with the Penguins.
Very slowly being served. Very slowly.
They traded for Kevin Hayes.
He's old.
They signed Matt Grzelcyk.
Not older, much older than P.O. Joseph.
They signed the bad Sebastian Aho.
Not young. But Jack St. Ivany and Shea.
They did bring in Anthony Beauvillier, who's only 27 years old.
We'll call that in the middle. Call it.
To me, a youth movement is you're opening up spots on your roster for guys in your minor league system to actually play. I didn't see them do that in free agency. I mean, I guess these guys are just placeholders because they're on one-year contracts. So it's not like they're
the youth
locked in long-term, and if they lose their jobs to young guys, that's not a big deal.
The youth movement for them is simply not signing other than Hayes, or not bringing in other than Hayes any more really old guys. That constitutes a youth movement. But I actually think the second thing you said there is probably how they perceive it. We're not locking up spots anymore beyond the guys that we already have with players that are on big contracts. They did trade away Riley Smith.
Yeah,
old guy.
They brought in Kevin Hayes because he's part of the Massachusetts Mafia. That's what they liked more than anything else, that he speaks the Boston lingo that Fenway Sports Group and Mike Sullivan like. Man, by the way, yesterday, after I got home from the game, I told you I needed to let off some steam. I started watching a lot of the Revolutionary War stuff.
As one does to let off steam.
Because it was Independence Day.
Why didn't you watch Independence Day starring Will Smith? Did George Washington fight aliens? I think not. He crossed the Delaware River.
You should go watch some of this stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It sounds like it got you more fired up.
Well, these guys running the colonies, running the Massachusetts colony for England were bad guys. This Thomas Hutchinson, you ever read about him?
I've heard the name.
He was the Massachusetts governor. Franklin had to expose his ass. He found his letters going back to England.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Published those suckers. That really got the people talking.
That got Thomas Hutchinson. That guy was a real jerk.
That got Revere and Sam Adams fired up.
If Ben Revere and Sam Adams, you fire those two up. You know what defensive tackle.
You want to know what Revere did too? He didn't just say the British are coming. You know that Boston Massacre deal?
Yeah.
It wasn't even that bad, but he made the painting or the drawing that he did look much worse.
The first instance of fake news.
Yep.
He staged the photograph.
Did you know that, Donnie? Revere.
I did not know he fabricated it a little bit.
He had like
trumped up.
He had like dogs in the painting that were like licking like bloody civilians and stuff.
Man, guy was a creative dude.
Yep. Yeah, he made it sound like they were just people walking around in the public square, minding their own business. When here came the muskets came out and started butchering them.
So what was the net effect of you watching all this Revolutionary War stuff?
They had balls. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's what muskets were filled with, I think.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the Americans.
Had some real big brass ones?
Well, because think about their army had fought in all these wars. They had all this experience, this, whole imperialism thing they had going on there with King George and whatever else.
The whole imperialism
Seriously,
thing.
French and Indian War. I mean, they had
very
some
colonial, yes.
Big navy. I mean, they had some experienced military might. And we just had people that were fired up and were going out there with sickles and
farmers,
torches and rakes, torches and rakes and stuff for
Imagine
weapons.
getting beat with a musket when you have by the guy with a rake.
Yeah,
he just comes out there with a rake and takes it.
That was Bunker Hill right there. Guys were running the English or British were running up that hill, and they were just getting hit with whatever those folks had
with every farm implement in the book.
I'm telling you, man. You got to go watch and read this stuff.
Are you aware of the infamous? I don't even know if it's true.
1776 was a hell of a year.
Where would you rank it among years?
Top 5.
Where's 1492? Probably bottom 5, depending on your point of view.
I don't know. I go back and forth on that because I don't think Columbus was a good guy by any stretch.
Of course he wasn't.
But then the Italian-American pride bubbles up inside me.
But aren't you Russian more than anything?
Well, I found out about that later in life. I was raised as an Italian-American.
You're an adopted Italian in a way.
Yeah.
Like you've adopted the Italian-American pride to some degree.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Sopranos episode? They did not like when they tried to take away the Columbus Day parade. Donnie.
Isn't that the famous?
No,
that's
really
Italian.
mad.
That's an Italian-American discrimination or whatever. Isn't that the famous clip?
Columbus in this house is a hero. End of story. He got really upset with AJ.
Remember they were in the coffee shop and Paulie was getting all pissed off that
espresso machines.
Yeah.
They took all of this from us.
But he was not
Buffalo
happy.
mozzarella.
Are you familiar with the fact that I don't know if it's true?
Go look up Hutchinson.
Hold on, stop.
I'm telling you.
King George III reportedly had kept a diary, like all monarchs did, I guess, or royals.
Yeah.
July 3rd, 1776, he wrote, "Nothing of note happened today," and that was when things were a-building. So it's famous that apparently he was completely out to lunch on this for weeks after. How are you going to transmit a message? You got to say it back to him.
Well, it took so long.
That's what Thank
exactly.
you. Yes.
It took 6 weeks, as a matter of fact.
For a message to get back to him, and then it took 6 more weeks for directives. How was that army supposed to function?
He was getting mixed messages, too. Because they tried to send something to reconcile at the same time he's getting reports that this Continental Congress is forming, and he looked at that as an act of treason. He did not take that kindly.
It's a miracle that the British thought they could actually keep him under the thumb, though.
They got too big for their britches.
Of course
they did. Taxation was what screwed them. It was greed.
Because there wasn't representation.
But if they had just said no Stamp Act, none of this business, who knows?
We might still be eating English breakfast and speaking with a goofy accent here.
And terrible dental
our
hygiene.
Teeth would be dentists wouldn't even exist. We'd be eating blood sausage through our crooked snaggle teeth.
I mean, you know it's bad. We're watching this documentary yesterday, and they popped this English bloke on, and they just put his name up before he even said a word. He opened his mouth, and my mother-in-law goes, "Oh, he's got to be English," just because that dental work was brutal. It looked like a piranha. It was so bad.
A piranha.
Yeah. Here's Tom in Pittsburgh. Hello, Tom.
Well, hi, guys. How you doing?
Tom, you ever do any Revolutionary War history study? It's fun. There's a lot of good stuff
I'm
there.
basically a World War II guy. I was a history major, and I do World War II reenactments. I just did one over in Reading.
Get out of here. That's really cool, man.
Oh, yeah.
So you go to Reading, and what do you do?
And everything.
So what do you get dressed up as when you go? What do you put on?
Oh, I just put on, like, a pair of fatigues, and I have a tent, and just stay there overnight. And we have, like, some of the bombers from World War II, like, the B-24s, the B-29. That just
Can I ask you a serious question about this? And I don't mean it to be glib. It's going to come off that way, but I don't. Is there, like, an amount of time that needs to pass from the time a conflict actually happens for reenactments to start happening, Tom? Because I've only really ever heard of in this country.
Civil War reenactments
right,
are big.
Tons of Civil War reenactments. Obviously, they keep the Union and Confederate uniforms. You are, to be very fair, the first World War II reenactor I have ever spoken to.
Same.
So I was wondering how that worked in terms of
It's an
time-wise.
honor, quite frankly, to talk to one.
It depends on how many people are interested. Like, if you have people that, just like the idea of just reenacting World War II. And most of the guys that were, like, in the German army, that were the Nazis, they were from Poland. And I was blown away with that. I said, where are you from? And the guy said, Warsaw. And he was like a German tank commander. And that just kind of, like, threw me for a loop. I couldn't believe that.
So were you calling in to talk about some of this war stuff, Tom, or did you have another reason to chime in?
Well, the reason I call is because what really bothers me is the catcher that we have, as far as Grandel. I mean, I think that guy should never, ever be behind the plate. When the game's on the line, and it's really important, what happens is he calls for a changeup, and it just floated over the plate, and boom, that's the end
So
of the
you think
game.
he's a predictable late-game catcher?
Oh, he's horrible. I mean, he shouldn't even be around.
Have you seen, thank you, Tom. And
Hold on,
everything.
Yeah, I reenact wars. War is a matter of life and death. I'm calling about something far more serious, and that's Yasmani Grandal late in games.
His numbers offensively are more hideous right now than Austin Hedges.
Is he worse than Michael A. Taylor currently? I think they have a real battle for who the worst offensive player on the entire roster is. Here, let's play a little game. Mulsey's got it in front of him.
I think Grandal's worse.
Amongst guys,
I think Grandal's worse.
Okay, Grandal doesn't have a qualifying number of at-bats and plate appearances. Taylor, 490 OPS, which is comedy, right?
Yep.
I'm getting rid, though, of the people who don't qualify. Grandal, 460 OPS. He is worse. He's hitting 171. He's slugging 256. He is a probably average to below average hitting pitcher.
412-928-9370. How irritated are you by the Pirates? They lose 2 or 3 to the Cardinals. I just hated the way they played that series. From Shelton's pitching staff management to the bungled plays in the field, guys forgetting how many outs there were, bunting with 2 strikes, Taylor diving yesterday. Would love to get your thoughts, if you care, 412-928-9370, because that's the other thing I've wondered about. Like, am I the only person that's getting all worked up about this stuff? 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 72. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment at 3:15. Ho! Give me a ho, Donnie. Let's hear one. Ho! That's a good one. Hacksaw Jim Duggan going to join us, but first, a timeout.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order this smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. This smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions. Served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
People talk about trailblazing, but how do you really blaze a trail? With all-terrain tires, tubular roof rack, a lifted suspension, and a rugged build that craves adventure. This is the Off-Road Unlocked. Find your path in the Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Hey, here with Patty Byrne from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply. Patty, summer is here. What's new at CGR Wholesale?
CGR Wholesale is fully stocked and ready to rock with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the colors you want. We can also order West Virginia metal panels and Provia windows and doors to size. And if you need a deck upgrade, CGR can get your Trex and TimberTech decking with quick lead times to upgrade your outdoor space.
That's awesome, Patty. And tell my contractors and do-it-yourselfers out there why they should buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply.
We are the premier destination for everything you need from start to finish to complete your next project. Our goal is to save you time and money on every project.
Stop by and see them on Route 51 South in Ross Traver or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like bringing brownies to a dinner party. But I never bring brownies with nuts, because not everyone likes nuts, so they wouldn't eat those brownies. And even people who do like nuts will still eat brownies without them. Why? Because they're brownies.
But still, it's the right thing to do. So compare rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy and slightly hazy, sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Pirates and the Metropolitans coming your way tonight. First of 4 between the Bucks and one of the 5 teams they're chasing in the wild card standings right now. And great that Paul Skenes is on the mound tonight. What isn't so good about it is the amount of run support Skenes has gotten the last 2 times out. Only giving up a run in back-to-back starts, didn't win either game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
There's a stranger in my bed. There's a pounding in my head. Glitter all over the
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. Thanks for finding us on this day after Independence Day. We're all working. Pony, Mulsey, and Donnie football. We've had GMs, head coaches, MVPs, star quarterbacks on our show. We've had some of the biggest names in Pittsburgh sports, Hall of Famers, all-time greats.
Legends.
I think this is the most nervous I've ever been for an interview. 3:15, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Why nervous?
Set to join us.
Ho!
I want it to go well. That's it. That's the pressure of wanting it to be a good interview.
If you do what I just did, you bring him on, you say he's a WWE Hall of Famer, he's the winner of the first Royal Rumble, he's a prominent member of the Golden Age of Wrestling.
I'm going to call him
Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and then you just go, Hacksaw, first off, ho!
I'm going to call him a true patriot. You think he'll like that?
Sure. Well, he would come out draped in the flag. Yeah, he'd have his 2x4.
You think he's bringing the flag and the 2x4 to this soccer game tomorrow at the Riverhound Stadium?
That's a question you can ask him. If you're nervous, to have built-in questions. Say, will the 2x4 and the flag be there? Very patriotic weekend.
He's going to have the guys on Monterey Bay going spread eagle out there.
I'm going to ask him, was Hulk Hogan a douchebag? You think he'll like that one?
I don't know. I was trying to research, who did he have real heat with backstage? I think he was known as,
real heat means when wrestlers legit didn't like each other.
Yeah, actual beef.
Yeah.
Like Rick Rude
and
and
too
Ultimate
good of a
Warrior.
guy, though, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think he had any real backstage drama with anybody.
I'm fairly certain I sat near his family when I was at the 1992 Royal Rumble.
Really?
Or it was just an enthusiastic group of people that looked like little versions of him that were
little hacksaws?
all for the
Well, wait, where's Glens Falls, New York? Is that near where the Rumble was in 92? Is it near Albany?
No, I don't think it's that far away, actually.
He's from Glens Falls, New York, which is about, it looks like maybe an hour and a half at most north of Albany.
So maybe I was around his family.
Ho! When did he have a long run in that Rumble?
Not really. So
That's
maybe
a
I
bummer.
shouldn't bring it up. We have the PM Team Friday draft. We will be, in honor of Jim Duggan, drafting the greatest wrestlers of all time.
Now, I'm nervous for this because we have some very good parameters. 4 picks is always what we got to do with these.
Mm-hmm.
1 singles, wrestler, basically. 1 tag team, so you pick them as 2. 1 female wrestler. That has exploded over what, Donnie? The last 15 years, probably?
Yep.
Huge. And then 1 manager/announcer. Could be either or. Could be somebody that did both. There was plenty of those. I am very nervous about who gets the first pick. I'm very nervous about strategy. You're nervous about interviewing Hacksaw. I'm nervous about who I'm taking.
Do you have rankings?
To me, I have an obvious number 1 overall pick. I do. But if
Bushwhacker Luke,
if that pick gets made before I have a chance to select, then I've got to alter my strategy.
Break loose.
Yeah. Well, you're always the one who's very cognizant of who picks what, so you can wait on a guy until the very end.
That is true.
You love the strategy of the categorical draft.
Ben Cherington came under some fire earlier in the show when a caller said, why isn't this guy getting more criticism? And if you're just finding us, I've been, manic about this Cardinal series, where it went wrong, and just the flurry of
You've been pissed off
mental
because you're
miscues and
you're a baseball
dumb
purist
plays
who's mad.
they made. Yeah,
You're mad about how they lost
they beat
more than the
themselves
fact
in
that
these
they
games.
lost.
They didn't look like they were buttoned up. They didn't look like they were focused.
You would have had an
on
easier
this series
time.
whatsoever.
You would have had an easier time coming in today and talking if Martin Perez lasted 4 2/3, gave up 6 runs.
Yeah,
and it
you're
was
right
home
about.
runs.
You know what? You're right
if
about
they
that.
had lost a very benign
Instead of a guy
6-1
diving,
game, yes,
when he's supposed to be a great center fielder and not understanding that if he just keeps the ball in front of them, they're probably not gonna be up. You know what creek?
Mm-hmm.
You keep it to a 1-run game, you end up tying the game in the bottom half of the inning instead of being down 2 and losing by 1. I digress. But we had someone call in and call out Cherington. This comes from Dejan today in his Friday Insider column, saying this about Ben Cherington. He has been so strikingly passive within a season which maybe any other executive might embrace the opportunity to make a meaningful difference. For him, it's all about process, and I mean all. Going on to say here that he wants to basically win with his guys, his way. It's the process that weighs on him. It's why they've waited until the end of time for Rowdy Tellez to start hitting. He wants to be right rather than face the reality that his cumulative $34 million in free agent spending on all those guys we've mentioned was an epic waste of the most precious resource of all in a nutting run company, money. He'll wait on them, every one of them, because it's more important to him than winning games to demonstrate that the scouting evaluations and, above all, the analytics involved in investing those dollars was sound, even though it plainly didn't work.
Sunk cost fallacy to the max. Except in this case, it's like emotional and egotistical sunk costs.
And then he points out the John Nunnally thing and what happened last year. And Dejan writes that he got fired because that's not how the process was supposed to go. And in fact, it exposed that part of the process as flawed, so Nunnally had to go. The process hasn't worked and it isn't working. And rather than realizing that he could make everyone forget about all of it by doing his part to add to the current team and win a few more games, Cherington's obsessing over what's long since floated under the figurative bridge. There you go. You buy any of that?
I think there's obviously some truth to it. Like the process-oriented stuff, maybe not to the extreme that in every single case, but like there's more evidence than not that it is closer to every single case. To wit, who's batting cleanup tonight? Now, granted, he's been one of their best hitters, Rowdy Tellez. Who's still in the line? You know what becomes real interesting in light of what Dejan writes there? Did Jack Sawinski literally save himself with a 3-for-3 game? I know Palacios is up now, but that's at the expense of Jones being on the IL. Did Sawinski originally get the designation of you're going to go down to the minors, but then he went 3-for-3, and that was all they needed to see was a little flicker of validation? Just all of that stuff in very generalized terms makes sense and rings true because most of the guys that run teams now come from Ivy League schools or elite-like academic institutions and frankly are probably not used to having their best-laid plans go awry. I just think that this is a whole group of people who think that they are the smartest guy in the room more often than not.
See, I would think that he understands the economics of baseball, and when you're signing guys on one-year prove-it deals and they're not working a quarter or a third or halfway through the season, that you would be okay with punting on those guys or flushing those guys because you didn't invest much in them to begin with. The part of the, like, trust the process, we have a plan here, let's stick to the plan. If they went into the season and they projected that they were going to win 79 or 80 games, and they were okay with that, we're going to make more incremental progress, but we have young pitchers, and this isn't the year. Even though Jones has exceeded expectations, Skenes probably has even exceeded their own internal evaluations.
For sure.
Falter for sure. You know, these guys have done things, starting pitching-wise, that they didn't have when they were writing out numbers in pencil. They had them worse off than where they are now. The fact that they have the starting pitching foundation that might boost or improve their record, they're not going to waver from their initial outlook because they're circling next year or the year after that.
I said that to you 2 days ago,
Yeah.
that they probably viewed 25, 26, 27 as their real 3-year window.
So that, I think, is where the process comes in. Like, I do think if Ben Cherington had sold Bob Nutting on the idea that 2024 was going to be the year, and when the whole thing started, when he interviewed for the job, you give me this job, I'm going to tell you right now, here's how I'm laying it out. By 2024, you can expect that the Pirates will be back in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
If he said that and he thought the owner was going to hold him to that, I think the way he would look at their current situation would be much different, Chris, because there would be self-preservation urgency in that situation. But if the owner's on board with the plan, even though we know what he said at the Sheets unveiling, if the owner is actually okay with a plan where they still get a little bit better this year and the starting pitching looks like it's intact for next year, yeah.
And why say what he said at the Sheets unveiling?
I know,
is that just chum for the public? Seriously, is that just like
no?
Is that a nice little morsel for the public to chew on?
It shouldn't be.
But
because,
is it? Whether it should be or it shouldn't be is irrelevant to me.
I'm going to say no, because his PR people have to tell him, and they're good enough at their jobs to know, if he makes empty promises or puts out hollow quotes, those types of things, especially with him, fans will throw back in his face.
Tenfold.
Yes. Yeah.
I know, but like the reason I ask you what you think the rationale behind them is, or whether it's just like lip service, is if you say all that and nothing ends up happening, what am I led to believe that it was? If you're the owner and you make those kind of statements at that Sheets thing,
yep,
and nothing actually happens to seem like it was motivated by what you said, then what was it? Even if your intent wasn't for it to be lip service, that's what it comes off as in retrospect. It's almost like the only way that doesn't come off that way is if Ben Cherington does make some sort of move, or his process finally plays out. Sawinski hits 400 the next couple of months.
He did bring up
etc.
He did bring up guys getting better offensively. Nutting did on the current team. And then we had Greg Brown say earlier in the week that that's where their improvement has to come from.
So that's all. That backs up everything Deion's writing there, that it's process-oriented.
The only other thing I can think of that makes sense is, does the owner think that his GM can make baseball trades that bring in hitters on longer-term deals that aren't super expensive, that aren't like, this is a move that is strictly for or mostly about 2024, and he thinks those kinds of trades check all the boxes, and that's what he really wants his GM to be looking for and doing right now? Hey, so let me put it this way. Whether we're 4 games out and it looks like it's going to be a struggle for us to make the playoffs or not, just overall in our system, we do not have enough hitters. We have a surplus of pitchers. The trade deadline is July 30th. Between now and July 30th, we need to find a way to get some more people in our cupboard that can hit the ball, because whether we're going to compete for the playoffs this year or in the future,
even if they're not ready till 2025, 26, we need players at that. So it's a longer range plan from him.
Well, like if they traded for one of these outfielders that is not even in arbitration yet, that's on the A's or the Rockies. I'm just throwing out random teams. Marlins.
White Sox.
White Sox. You could make the case that
it's a long-range move.
It's not something that was about – the process was the goal is to still make the playoffs in 2025, and we just made a deal that helps us do that.
Mm-hmm.
We gave up a young prospect, but we got a young hitter in return. You know what I mean?
We dealt from strength to augment a weakness.
Yeah, like almost the kind of trades you see teams make more in the offseason than they do in the regular season.
So make a baseball trade in the long range might be what his marching orders still are.
That would be consistent with this quote-unquote process that Dejan's talking about in this article.
Then I will say all the urgency stuff from the offseason is all hogwash from everybody involved.
Yep.
Saying there's an urgency to win. I think Bob Nutting said that, or something very similar to that. Similar enough that I don't feel like I'm misquoting him. Ben Cherington echoed that urgency. It's hogwash.
How about this, though? Do they think that there's a step that's necessary between 76 wins last year and making the playoffs?
Teams go worst to first, not all the time, but regularly enough.
I know, but this is not, Cherington is taking great pains to say we're not a microwave organization. We're not a minute rice organization.
The Diamondbacks went 10 wins better and got to the World Series.
I know.
It happens routinely in baseball, actually.
But what did Mackey say before the season started with us? Basically, he said if they won 81 games, they'd be thrilled.
It's just, how do you expect to inspire people on a grand scale in town with that?
Because that's kind of like 2012 with the Pirates, where it ended horribly.
It ended
went up in
horribly, and
flames.
people actually thought that was their best shot. It was surprising to many people that they won with the way they did the next year.
But my point is, they made progress off the year before. They went from 70 wins to 79.
Okay, so they're on pace for what right now? They're 86 games in. They've won 41 of them.
They're on pace for 78 wins,
which would be an improvement of
2.
Man, you aren't a microwave organization. That thing is a slow-cooking piece of brisket right now.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line.
But who cares about all that?
We've got the hacksaw coming up. Do we have confirmation if he's going to be on video for our fans to watch over on YouTube? Do we know yet?
I don't have it yet.
Okay, so this might be, if you go over to our YouTube channel where we broadcast our hot dog eating contest 2 days ago, you might see one of the great...
We got to ask him about that, by the way. How many hot dogs in his prime could he have put down?
Or how about Andre the Giant?
Did he ever, he would have crossed paths with him for a couple of years in, the golden age in the late 80s in WWF. I wonder if he's got any Andre
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Cardinals beat the Pirates 3-2 yesterday. St. Louis takes 2 out of 3 against the Buccos this week. Brian Reynolds hit his 14th homer in the loss. Mets and Buccos tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45. All brought to you by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros who serve. America is healing because the hot dog eating contest was proven to be fun again. No Joey Chestnut means parody, and parody means entertainment, which is exactly what we got with Bertoletti slugging dog after dog en route to a victory. Enjoy the vegan endorsement, Joey. Just remember, Wayne Gretzky never left the NHL to play in Russia. I'm Sean Morash. For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
O'Reilly.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Club Erotica in McKees Rocks has a brand new vibe, brand new lineup of sexy ladies, and brand new ownership. Still open late, still Pittsburgh's premier venue to host your bachelor party. Girls begin dancing at 7 p.m. Mention you heard this on 93.7 The Fan. Get a $5 admission discount.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, inbound traffic on the Parkways is already moving pretty slow. Parkway West inbound side is backed up to Greentree. Inbound Parkway East is backed up to Wilkinsburg. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What number, Pony, at the 92 Rumble? You were there. What number?
Ooh,
Can you remember what number this man came out in the Rumble without looking it up?
Maybe 22? Somewhere in there?
I can't fact check you to tell you that you're right or not, but
well,
I'll take your word for it.
I did a weekly show with Ben Roethlisberger, and that was cool. Doesn't stack up to what we've got going on right now. He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. And he is coming to Pittsburgh tomorrow night. 4th of July block party over at the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. It's one of their signature games every year. 7 o'clock kickoff for the Riverhounds and Monterey Bay FC. Yeah. And they have brought out the heavy hitters for this one. Hacksaw Jim Duggan will be there, and he joins us right now on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Hacksaw! Ho! Let's go! Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
That's really good, fellas. That's, you know, holy hacksaw. That's the way I got to start off a day is a ho! USA! Kind of warms me up. Gets the blood flowing. Gets the air in the lungs.
Yeah!
I tell everybody should start the day off with a good ho.
Hacksaw, are you going to have...
I always ask Flair. I see Flair all the time. I say, Rick, how you doing? He's like, woo, woo. I'm like, Rick, are your trunks too tight or what? It's more like a ho.
Will you
he
be
knows
bringing...
a thing or two about hoes, doesn't he, Jim?
Hey, brother, family show.
Hacksaw, first question. Will the 2x4 and the American flag be appearing with you tomorrow? Are you allowed to bring the 2x4?
I'm not sure they'll let me bring the board out nowadays, you know, but it'd be my honor to carry our flag. You know, and over the 40 years I've been wrestling, I carried our flag in every state in the Union, every province in Canada, in 30 different countries. It's unbelievable the popularity of pro wrestling.
You are a guy who is a WWE Hall of Famer, as we said, first Royal Rumble champ. You won't know this about us because you've never talked to us before, but during the off-season for football and when we're in the summer here, we have 2 TVs in the back, Hacksaw. One is usually on a random sport, and the other, I kid you not, is on various pay-per-view wrestling events throughout the years because we have the little subscription here. What is the biggest wrestling memory that stands out from your entire career, the one thing that you're always going to think about?
How about that one?
Well, you know, obviously the biggest feather in my cap was winning that first Royal Rumble. You know, folks said, well, you never were world's champion. You know, you were never tag team champion. You were never intercontinental champion. I said, I was lucky to win a match. Are you kidding? But that was my character. I don't care if I win the match, as long as I win the fight. But what I remember most, though, is as a kid, I lived in Glens Falls, New York, about 200 miles north of New York City. My dad would bring me and my sisters to Madison Square Garden to see the circus. So you only can imagine who my dad was my best man at my wedding. To have my pop with me driving to New York, pull up in front of Madison Square Garden, see Hacksaw Jim Duggan versus Andre the Giant.
Man.
I mean, a double whammy to be main event at the Garden and to be main event in there with Andre. It was an honor. And, you know, no matter what profession you're in, you know, arts, dance, whatever, you sell out the Garden, you sell out the Garden. And we had 22,000 jammed in the Garden. Andre beat the hell out of me.
Hacksaw, you're going to be in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a Bruno Sammartino town. Do you have any history with
I've met Bruno many times. Yes, quite a man. Bruno was quite a man. An honor to meet Bruno.
What was he like? I mean, he grew up, actually lived near where I grew up around the suburbs of Pittsburgh, Hacksaw, but what was he like? Because he's from a different era before kind of the wrestling
Golden Age.
Yeah, before the Golden Age. He kind of predated that even, correct?
Yeah, he sure did. But folks, especially up in the Pittsburgh, the Pennsylvania area, Bruno, everybody still knows Bruno. But he was a gentleman, and what a life story. You know, him and his mom hid from the Nazis in Italy as they chased him. I mean, and just a knowledge of wrestling and just the mainstay. You know, everybody said, well, that says the business is bigger than any one guy. Because you're like, there'll never be another Bruno Sammartino, and then, well, there'll never be another Hulk Hogan, and there'll never be another Stone Cold, there'll never be another Rock. I mean, the business is bigger than any one star, but Bruno kind of transcends the time.
Hacksaw, you were an awesome high school athlete. You were a letterman in a bunch of different sports.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You were getting recruited to play, I think, right by Ohio State. You ended up going to SMU.
Wait, he played football at SMU?
Paterno recruited me.
Get out of here. What's that story like? What did Joe Pa say to you, Hacksaw?
Oh, yeah, I was pretty highly recruited. You know, I'm from upstate New York, and, you know, I had 10 varsity letters, 4 in football. My shot put record still stands today in Glens Falls, 50-plus years later. I'm like, get those kids some Cheerios up there or something, you know. And I won the New York State Heavyweight Wrestling Championship, undefeated. So I was recruited by Woody, by Paterno, by everybody. But the SMU offensive line coach, Bob Cutler, came up to Glens Falls, big cowboy hat, cowboy boots, a big cowboy buckle. You know, this in the 70s, stuck out like a sore thumb. But my mom fell in love with him, and she said, you know, if you go to Ohio State or Penn State, you'll be a number. You go down to SMU, and it was a great decision. I went down. I was able to start as a freshman. I was captain my senior year. But the biggest thing about it is that's where I met Fritz Von Erich and opened up the doors to wrestling.
So the reason I asked
the
that,
Von Erichs.
Yeah,
did you see that movie that just came out about the Von Erichs, Hacksaw?
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah,
what did you make of that?
Well, I mean, it's the business. You know, a lot of folks try to compare us to sports teams. Our business is more like a rock and roll band. You know, you're in a different city, a different country, a lot of booze, a lot of drugs, a lot of women. Gosh, I miss the old days. That's the old joke. But a lot of people got caught up in that lifestyle and the Von Erichs. You know, they call it the curse of the Von Erichs.
So it was an accurate movie then? You thought it was a fair depiction?
Well, I didn't have much to do with Fritz. You know, I was way down the totem pole there. I was a jabroni. You know, I'd be setting up chairs in the ring and everything. I started off as Big Jim Duggan with short hair and clean shaven. And actually, you can find me on YouTube. I wrestled Hogan as Big Jim.
So were you playing a heel against Hogan, or is that when Hogan was still heeling it up?
I think he was heel, and I was just a jabroni Joe. I was doing a job for him, and and then they sent me to Hawaii, and I wore a mask in Hawaii where I worked for High Chief Peter Maivia.
Oh, man.
Then I came back to Georgia Championship Wrestling. Then I went to Pensacola. Then I went to San Antonio, and that's where I developed the Hacksaw character. So out of 40 years in the business, probably 36 of them I've been Hacksaw. Those first 4 were pretty lean, brother.
Hacksaw, I got to ask, you being a legend in the pro wrestling world, who would be on your Mount Rushmore?
Oh, Hogan, Flair, you got to stick them in there, man. I mean, there's no question. They kind of transcend wrestling. And then the Rock, of course, maybe. I'm not sure who would be there's such a tie for that 4th spot, you know. People say Stone Cold. I said, I think he was stunning Steve Austin.
Oh, yeah, he's a Hollywood blonde.
So bad he had to shave his head.
That's right.
I beat him so bad he had to shave his head and change his name. I should get a kickback on this Stone Cold thing.
Now, was Hogan kind of a D-bag? I hear mixed things on him.
No, I get along with the big guy, yeah. But, you know, I do. I've been down to his place in Clearwater and sang at his karaoke bar.
What did you sing? Donnie went to the place in What was the place called, Donnie?
Hogan's Hangout.
He
wasn't there. It wasn't
It's a fun time. Yeah, he came down. He bought drinks for a couple of rounds for the patrons, ice cream for the kids. I mean, he gets more bad press than anybody, but it's his kid, Nick. You know, and Hogan knows, like this last time, Nick got popped for DUI. Hogan went down there, and he knew every camera in the state was going to be on him, but he still went down there to stand by his kid. So, you know, people are like, I give him credit for
And then he just saved that person's life, too. That car flipped over, and he said, grab my hand, brother, and he pulled that person out of the car a couple of months ago.
I go, you know, and that, you know, Hogan's Hogan, and, you know, that's the one thing, you know, people don't realize about our business is how competitive it is. You know, people say, pro wrestling, that's all fake. That has nothing to do with it being competitive. I tell kids, you know, there's 1,000 NFL football players. There's probably, 300 NBA basketball players. There's 40 WWE wrestlers. It's television. It's more competitive than sports. And it's just not kids from America. You got kids from Japan, Australia, Europe. Everybody wants one of those 40 spots. It's an extremely competitive business. And people go, you guys are all good friends, aren't you? Like, oh, yeah. we're all real good tight. Yeah.
Hacksaw, almost 2 years ago now, this was a story that went pretty viral.
We loved it, Hacksaw.
You had that home invasion. We watched your interview with Tucker Carlson. You're talking about having the guy spread eagle and everything like that. I mean, that had to be nuts.
No, it was actually pretty terrifying, man. We live in the country. We're 100 yards off the road. We got a fence and gate and cameras and everything. So just to have somebody come to the house was something. But I could hear somebody running down the porch, and as the guy burst into the doors, he tripped into the house. So as I came around the corner, he was right on his knees. So I was like,
took
him down. Him, and I went right back on him, banging him on the porch. My wife stood on him for a second, and I reached in, and like I said, we got chickens and ducks and everything. And so I got a big 44 Model 29, the old Dirty Harry gun, that just so loud it scares off the fox.
Yeah.
And I grabbed that 44, and I came, and I watched the back door for a 2 count, like 1,001. I know somebody's coming in my back door. I was sure they were robbing me. And I came back to the guy on the porch. I had him spread eagle, and I said, "Don't you move, or I will shoot you." And I said, I wish I came up with something like "Make My Day" or something, right?
You should have gotten down in that football stance and tackled his ass.
I was over 70. Are you kidding? I joke. I say, Flair and Hogan call me kid.
Hacksaw.
And Jake says he's younger, but I want to see a birth certificate.
I wanted to ask you this. We got sidetracked with a bunch of cool stuff here just from you getting recruited by Ohio State and Penn State. But you play football in college, and you've been a huge hit with the crowds in the WWE. What can you describe? Like, obviously, you play in front of big crowds in football, but then it's different in pro wrestling. Can you describe the buzz that happens especially when you're a good guy and you're coming through that curtain and that crowd just erupts at the mention of your name and the music hitting?
Yeah, at first it was kind of hard making that transition because, in football, you got 10 other guys around you, helmet, shoulder pads, the fans are 50 yards away from you. All of a sudden you're wrestling, you're in a pair of short shorts and patent leather boots, and the fans are right there. You're like a stripper.
I know, but it's got guys who have done it talk about how you just can't replicate that
it's an
buzz.
Intoxicating
that
buzz.
It's just incredible when the crowd explodes.
WrestleMania 3, think of that, 93,000 people. I ran down with the flag of the United States of America standing in the middle of the ring, chanting, USA! USA! I get chills right now. I got goosebumps going. I mean, the whole place was standing up. It was just, it was amazing. You can't replicate that. A moment in time. But, and especially back in the golden age of Hogan, Macho Warrior, I could do the USA thing pretty much all over the world. The people in Australia would chant USA. People over in the UK would chant USA. Maybe not in Canada.
Now, what happened? Oh, they had those Hart brothers up there. They had the Hart Foundation. You couldn't get that chant going. Now, Jim the Anvil Neidhart would run out at you.
Yeah. Now, what happened with Andre the Giant for a second? You mentioned his name. We had a hot dog eating contest here 2 days ago, Hacksaw, and the winning 10-minute contest, 6 hot dogs won the contest. Back in his prime, you set Andre the Giant down like at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. How many hot dogs do you think he could eat in 10 minutes?
Well, got to remember, Andre was a giant. I mean, nowadays there's a lot of 7-foot guys. Shaquille, the Big Show. There's a lot. Back then, 7'2", 500 pounds, and he had those giant features.
Oh yeah.
So I tell folks, if you've seen the movie Princess Bride, that's it, the Bruce Squad. And Andre eating hot dogs. I don't know that there's a famous steakhouse down in Amarillo, Texas. They eat 72-ounce steak. If you eat it all with all its trimmings, it's free. And very few people did it. Andre ate 2 of them.
Oh, my God. I love that picture of the beer can in his hand that's online. You ever see that one? It looks like a toy.
Oh, yeah. It was a tough life, though, because like I said, back then, I mean, he was kind of a lonely guy. He couldn't fit in the cars. It's hard to find clothes. Imagine trying to fly to Japan.
Imagine sitting on a toilet. That couldn't have been easy.
You couldn't do any of that stuff. In the bathroom. You can't get in the bathroom if you're flying. He's way too big to get in the airplane toilet. I mean...
Yeah,
it was a tough life, but I got along with Andre. Thank goodness. He elevated me from mid card to main event guy because I knocked Andre out with my 2x4, which was a huge moment in my career.
Well, a huge moment for everybody will be tomorrow night when we're at the Riverhounds game. You can go to riverhounds.com to get tickets. There's a block party. The parking's already all sold out. The place will be packed. And they'll get that USA chant going for Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And you got to get out on the pitch there. That's what they call the soccer field. And right before it starts, Hacksaw, you got to let out a big,
I'll be home, of course, brother. But, the pitch is for the football, too, now. I spend a lot of time in the UK. They get hot as us for calling it soccer.
Yeah, they do.
They say it should be airball. That NFL should be airball.
Hey, Hacksaw, how about Pitt now plays SMU because SMU's in the ACC? They're going to go to Dallas this year. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, Mustangs are doing, they got the death penalty. Well, that's still a joke. Gene Okerlund used to say, we're going to talk to Hacksaw Duggan, who took a cut and pay to leave SMU and go to the Atlanta Falcons.
I like that line. All right, Hacksaw, thank you so much. It was an honor to talk to you, and would be thrilled to meet you.
Just let the Riverhounds know if they need somebody to stand in as goalie, I'll be there for them.
Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3,
ho! Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
Thank you, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, everybody. That was pretty sweet.
Was that everything you were hoping it would be?
Yeah,
it was for me.
I just wish he was here. I just wish
if he had come in the studio, would have been we'd have gone till 4 o'clock.
I said the other day when Pony brought it up in our little group chat, I said if we get Hacksaw Jim Duggan in studio, it will be the greatest interview.
I had my Macho Man T-shirt ready for him, but
Donnie liked Hulk Hogan.
Donnie, I don't think he realized, at least in the case of me and you, until a couple minutes in, that he was dealing with people who actually knew the industry terms and everything. I was like, "You working heel in that match?" And I heard a little ounce of surprise there from him.
Man, he had that home invader spread eagle, huh?
How about his wife? What a badass she must be. She just stood on the guy.
Yeah. That's
Honey,
a good point.
just playing a foot on him. Who used to pin people like that?
That was an underrated point.
That was always like a real big man type
like a big
move.
show type thing.
Yeah.
He'd just stand on a guy after a chokeslam. Yeah, hey, honey, just stand on this guy and don't let him move while I go get a gigantic Dirty Harry style
Don't
Magnum.
you think if he had played for Paterno, he would have ended up in the NFL? Can't you see him playing inside linebacker for Joe?
I mean,
he's in the.
I was going to
Arrington,
ask. Well,
Jack Ham,
Jim Duggan,
linebacker.
Can you imagine him at the snap of the ball coming around the corner on like a cross blitz or something? Oh, right as he's getting to the quarterback.
Oh man, Donnie. Chris asked a good question. Do you think this will be the first soccer game of Hacksaw Jim Duggan's life?
He clearly not though, because he just said he's in the UK so much that he has respect for the sport.
That is true.
And then there was a quick. He doesn't like the modern NFL with all the safety stuff, I think, or the lessened hitting. He says, call it air ball.
Yep.
The ball's in the air and you can't hit anybody. That was fun.
Somebody texted in during it and said that their great uncle is Big John Studd, and he used to wrestle Jim Duggan all the time.
I believe that's believable because Big John
Butler?
Studd's from Butler, yeah. John Studd was
Goes
like
way back with Duggan.
Yes, they absolutely wrestled because Duggan was usually the good guy, the babyface big man, and Big John Studd was massive.
Yeah,
dude.
he had the body slam challenge with Andre at WrestleMania 1.
Yes, dude. Man, that was Hacksaw also came up.
Sounded pretty good for a 70-year-old that got his brains beaten in on a nightly basis. I thought he sounded pretty lucid, Mulsey.
He sounded real good. Oh, he has like a flawless memory of his career. I bet you if we had him in here and said, we have like 45 minutes to talk to you, we carved it out. We're huge fans. The Andre stories he could have told that would have at least required very little like changing for FCC regulations, Pony, would have blown your mind. Like the amount that the guy would drink in one sitting, basically like a whole barrel of wine. He would just put the whole thing down.
But how would he sit on a regular toilet?
He didn't. No. He clearly, you wouldn't have any reason to know this. Like I've read stories where he would just he'd have to like go in the bathtub of places. Like, and have it cleaned up because he literally could not fit on hotel toilets.
Oh, my God.
But no, when he said sad, kind of lonely life, all true about Andre.
Speaking of Penn State, did you see LeVar Arrington Jr. committed there? You want to talk about feeling old. LeVar Arrington Jr. now headed to Penn State.
I don't think that one's nearly as bad. Like
PZ Jr. makes me feel older than that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also saw last week you had Bettis' son, Ike
Taylor's son makes me feel
all going to Notre Dame.
Those all make me feel very old compared to LeVar Jr. I mean, I've also known of LeVar since I was like a kid, so he never struck me as he's that much older than me. I know he is.
I should be used to by now guys who I watched their entire career from college all the way through, now seeing their kids matriculate into college football and then the pros.
This particular guy is a big screw up now, and we kind of are bummed and annoyed at the way he's turned as a person, but Antonio Brown's probably going to have a kid who ends up playing, getting on like recruiting radars for something. I'm willing to bet within what?
Which one? Doesn't he have
5
a bunch
years?
of them?
Yes. How about Dennis Rodman's daughter is like one of the best women's soccer players in the country, I think. She's on, I think, the U.S. women's national team.
Dottie, didn't you call games where Randy Moss's daughter was playing college basketball against President's Conference teams?
Sydney Moss played at Thomas More. She has the single game, I think it still stands, single game scoring record for like any Division III player. It was like 63 points in a playoff game.
Trinity Rodman, U.S. women's national team star. I mean, we're all just ancient. Can you imagine if Michael Jordan's kids had been actually good enough to play in the pros? We're going to know about Bronny James will have a kid who's getting drafted into the NBA soon enough.
He just got a multi-million-dollar deal.
4 years guaranteed. Nice. Can't love that at the end of the day, can he? Do you think really quick, do you think deep down, Pony, he's embarrassed by all this? Bronny?
I would be.
I'd be mortified.
But I don't think he is.
I
think he feels like he's earned it. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. PM Team Friday Draft, greatest wrestlers of all time next. First, a timeout.
Now, fan headlines. Sports, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Mets tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
That's a fair argument. But this whole Arthur Smith doesn't use wide receiver 2 thing is poppycock.
Yeah.
What? Poppycock? The definition is empty talk or writing. Nonsense.
Where did you like that? Like, why did that word pop up? Like in your mind? Like you've never used that before.
Poppycock.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
I had a CT scan that found that I had a 1-inch tear in the inner lining of my aorta. I knew that I needed to go to a UPMC surgeon.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute has performed more than 20,000 heart surgeries in the last 5 years.
If not for the care of the UPMC health team, I would have missed the birth of my grandsons. I wouldn't be here to share the memories.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
This is Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. We run a lot of ads about our firm, but often we don't discuss the resources Cordell & Cordell has available for men facing divorce. We provide many webinars and town halls on YouTube that contain a wealth of information, including our Men's Divorce podcast. Visit cordellcordell.com/resources for the latest news and to download our guides.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at cordellcordell.com.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
O'Reilly. Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Ready for a loaded July 5th MLB slate? I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Philadelphia Phillies have the best record in baseball, but the BetQL model sees value betting against them in their matchup against the Atlanta Braves on Friday ahead of the weekend. Consider taking the Braves on the money line, as our model rates picking Atlanta to win outright as a 4-star play. I'm Kate Constable. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
If winning is part of your game plan this season, then it's time for a trip to Pure Hockey. We've got the newest inventory in sticks, skates, and more, arriving now through year-end. So it's time to gear up and unleash your potential. At Pure Hockey, you'll find the biggest selection for on and off the ice. You'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store, plus 2 other nearby locations, and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data, all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Thanks again to Hacksaw Jim Duggan. That was a lot of fun for us. Hopefully you enjoyed it. 937thefan.com, our podcast page. And he will be at the Riverhounds game tomorrow. They asked if we wanted tickets, and I have to politely decline because I have a big family reunion that I'm going to tomorrow.
I got the boys all day. I'm playing golf in the early morning, and then I got the boys.
But Don, if you want to go hang out with Duggan,
you should go.
Invitation stands.
God, dude, you should go, man. He'd be so pumped because he clearly appreciates the business. You love the business. You could swap stories. I feel like we'd get pictures. He'd take one look at you, your build, even 45 pounds down. He'd be like, "You're my kind of guy."
What if he became like your mentor in this business, and the guy you called when you needed life advice was Hacksaw Jim?
He ended it every call with a, and Donnie, remember, no matter how high or how low you get, ho!
Those are some good hoes. He had some sneaky good lines there, especially early on.
He's clearly
the Ric Flair line was a good one.
He's clearly got a couple lines he sets up for himself no matter what, and make sure he hits his marks.
All right, so we're drafting the greatest wrestlers of all time.
Brian tweets in before we do that, my great-grandpa was next-door neighbors with Andre the Giant in North Carolina, which is where he lived. One of the nicest guys ever, and every drinking story is true. He could outdrink a small village and walk away. He lived on like a horse farm, literally. That was
It's
his
a good thing he made a lot of money wrestling, because that would be so expensive.
I think a lot of the time it was
and
just
drink that much and whatnot.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the time it was Andre's drinking here. It's on the house, buddy.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
the
that's
publicity,
what I was thinking.
the
Like,
publicity
he
for
walks,
our bar.
He walks into your bar. Like,
No,
you're not charging
I
him.
agree, but I'm saying if he was just a dude that was that big who didn't play sports
yeah.
or wasn't a celebrity, he would have been effed.
Correct. I think Big Show had the same like pituitary disease he had, but he got it fixed basically.
All right, so wrestling draft here.
Got to take one singles wrestler,
One
a tag team, a women's wrestler, and then either a manager or an announcer.
Well,
somebody who inhabited that capacity.
So I have the first pick, Donnie second, Mulsey's third.
No, not where I wanted to be.
Because of the rules, I'm exercising a loophole. I don't know where I'm going to play her yet, but she's got position versatility. I'm taking Trish Stratus. She could be my female wrestler. She could be my manager.
You have to declare it, I think, right now.
No, I don't.
You have to declare. You can't just slot her in. You have
Why?
to declare. That's part of the strategy of the draft is knowing where you're picking somebody and for what category. You drafting Trish the wrestler or Trish the manager?
Manager.
Okay.
Wait. Wrestler. No.
Make up your damn mind.
Manager.
I hate you.
She's so hot.
Wow, Pony, thanks for that revelatory.
He's going to use that pick at the end and then argue like that's why he won the draft.
That's my analysis.
He's falling. He's just playing to the. Yeah, he's playing
the
to the horny guy
quotient. Damn right on a Friday in July I am.
He's thinking about all those horny guys out there who love Trish Stratus.
How do you argue it?
I don't argue it. I'm just saying you kind of went for cheap heat here. That's like you're like a wrestler saying it's great to be back here in whatever town I'm in. Donnie.
Yeah. So since I feel like there are so many like male singles you could go with, I'm not worrying about that right now. Feel kind of the same way about the manager / announcer / whatever. I'm going to get my tag team off the board. I'm taking Legion of Doom.
They were considered by me.
Easiest pick to forecast. I would have bet my entire life savings you were taking Legion of Doom.
Really?
Yes.
I probably would have taken them first overall because I think you get Legion of Doom, you're already kind of ahead of the game with tag teams. I mean, there's a few others that stack up, but I feel like the consensus when you bring up tag team wrestling to people,
they're great.
Road Warriors.
I'm not going to dog you here. I'm not going to. And they had the coolest looking entrance of any tag team. I'm not going to dog that.
Are the Four Horsemen a tag team?
Stable. A faction, if you will. Yeah, I can take my singles wrestler second here. I don't have to do anything, but I'm going to take the guy who I think is more influential than anybody. He wasn't the most crossover appeal guy, but for the most rabid period in wrestling history where they made the most money, about what?
Virgil?
97, 98 to 2001. One dude. They couldn't even turn him into a bad guy because people just refused to do anything but cheer like insane people. The most bankable star in wrestling history, in my opinion, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Bottom line.
A little after my time, but
that's the bottom line. Yeah.
Doesn't sound like Jim Duggan would have agreed with that.
No,
pick.
I think there was some heat there. He knows he's great, but I think there was heat.
I was a little bit surprised. He quickly named 3 that I don't know.
Then he did like a bit
I don't
off
know if
of
I
Austin.
would have agreed with, and then he kind of brushed off the thought of Stone Cold.
No love for Dusty Rhodes.
I'm going Austin here because not only did he pop the roof off the place every time his music hit, but he also could actually wrestle and work in the ring, and he could do good matches. There's one guy who couldn't do that.
I might be taking him if he's still on the board.
No,
Next.
too bad. I'm going to go with my announcer next here, actually, because my manager announcer. It's got to be Jesse Ventura, of course.
I was hoping he came back to me.
Why don't you tell me, Gorilla?
I like that guy.
I mean, just ridiculous. He was the greatest heel announcer ever.
Don?
So I'm also going to go that route, and this is where I thought Mulsey was going to go with it.
I know.
This guy was a great manager, also a great announcer. He did it
so
both.
what are you going to pick now?
I know, but
Mulsey
I
made me
like listening.
Well, no,
he did managing and announcing, so he could check either box.
He has to declare one, though.
No, you're just saying he's in that category only.
Yeah,
he's not. You were doing between women's wrestling or manager announcer.
Okay.
This guy was
just writing it down.
Both.
Yeah.
Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Yeah, he was.
I just went with Ventura. Usually made me laugh way harder for some reason. It was because I think
I had him on the board high.
He and his partner on the broadcasts were just terrific together. Heenan's a good pick though.
Do.
I love my first 2 picks. I feel unbelievably good about this draft.
So now it's back to me.
For 2. You got singles, tag, and women's all available to you.
I'm not going to take singles. I'm going to save singles for last. You know why?
You don't have to. Well, you might have to because
I want to have Donnie pick between Hogan and Flair and see which one he goes with.
Okay.
All right, so I've got to pick an announcer here? No, I got to pick a women's wrestler.
Yeah. He can't even name one, probably.
Yeah, I can. I'll take Britt Baker because I'm friends with her.
I think Britt is really good. She's worked some looks like death matches where she's bleeding all over the place. That's cool.
I mean, she's the among people that are eligible here. She's the only one I would say I have an acquaintance with. I'm going to see her next week at the celebrity softball.
Does she usually work as a heel or a face, Donnie?
I have no idea. I've never seen her wrestle before.
I think usually a face.
Which is surprising. If she was a heel, I think that's why she would be friends with him.
I haven't watched AEW in quite some time.
Wait a minute. Can I repeal the pick?
No, you can't. You made
it's
the pick.
already in.
Damn it.
Picks in.
No, I had a better pick.
Too bad. Your own ego got the best of you. Your ego got the best of you.
I should have taken Moolah. I love Moolah. She was a looker, too, back in the day. Way back in the day.
What, before photography?
Before electricity.
I think Prohibition was her era.
They're making daguerreotypes of her?
You know what? I'm taking the Hulkster.
You're panicking in this draft right now.
Yeah,
you really are.
But that's okay. I have Trish Stratus on my team.
Yeah, all the
good team captain.
Horny guys, you're not.
It's like having Mahomes. You can kind of screw the rest of it up.
Come on.
Yeah, there's never been another woman in wrestling who was very attractive. You're right.
That measures up to her. Good luck with that, Mulsey.
There are a lot of Stacy Keibler types out there.
Yep,
yeah.
Me? I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better, and came from the hottest era
I already know
of
who you're
pro
picking.
wrestling. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her?
Should I?
Her web browser probably does.
I like that girl Sunny better than her. She was a looker. She's gotten herself in quite a bit of trouble, though. Does she have 9 DUIs?
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her. Sable's married to Brock Lesnar.
Oh, I didn't know that. Congratulations on his success.
Sable also once won a bikini contest by coming out for a pay-per-view with just 2 big handprints where her bikini top was supposed to be.
Can you find that for me? We need to speed this up. 2 picks, Mulsey.
Yeah, my tag team, I'm taking Donnie, get the tables. The Dudley Boys,
damn it, that
legendary.
Was the only really tag team that I knew.
Dudley Boys, easy, great gimmick. They put people through tables. They put Mae Young through a table. Wonderful. You know what? Women's wrestler, I could take Ric Flair's daughter, but I'm not. I like that Rhea Ripley. She's awesome.
She new?
She whoops ass. She was like a blonde bombshell type, and now she's like dark hair, piercings, goth, and she's very cool. I'm a big fan of Rhea Ripley.
Never really seen her wrestle. John?
Back to me. Okay, so this is my male single.
Yeah.
I'm going to surprise you guys here because I've said in the past I'm not like an overly huge fan of this person. Like, I mean, I'm a fan of him, but I'm not, to the levels that some people are. However, one of the longest careers, one of the most successful careers in pro wrestling history, he pretty much transcended like 3 or 4 generations of wrestling fans. I'm going with the dead man. I'm going Undertaker.
I'm shocked by that.
I had Ric Flair already written in.
So Flair's going to go undrafted. Interesting. All right. My Mr. Irrelevant is a tag team.
This is going to be a funny one. I know it.
I'm taking Earthquake and Typhoon.
The natural disasters. I actually like it.
They were some big guys, and they could F you up. They were some big dudes. What was their combined weight? A ton?
I'm pretty sure their theme song was just like a rumbling noise.
They were each 1,000
my
pounds. Team. What do you think they are? As heavy as cows?
Haystacks Calhoun.
The only regret, I mean, Britt Baker's a phenomenal person and a dentist in real life. I should have taken Moolah there. That's my one regret. All right, we'll post these online. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 72 degrees. Coming up next, Prospect Insider lays out what the Bucks are going to do at the deadline. Then Mark Cabali will be right back. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, warm and muggy with temperatures in the low to mid-80s. Isolated showers and thunderstorms possible, and a few showers lasting through overnight with lows near 70. Mostly sunny Saturday with highs in the upper 80s, and Saturday night mostly clear with lows in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
You make the world fun. Faygo makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Time's running out on those crazy window deals. You've seen them, right? Buy one, get 17 free. Well, that's where Pella is different. No gimmicks, no tricks, just unmatched quality. With Pella, what you see is what you get. Durable, energy-efficient windows. So why put your money and faith into a company whose promotional offer sounds too good to be true? Right now, get 10% off your entire project and no payments for 12 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
A gained scent bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of gained scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them gained scent beads. Try gained scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to 0. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WAVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WAVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, crews are on the scene of an accident on the on-ramp from the 40th Street Bridge to the inbound side of 28. Traffic is being diverted around it, so expect some delays in that area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Mets and Pirates, 4-game set. The Mets, one of the 5 teams ahead of the Pirates in the wild card standings. First pitch, 6:40. It's a Paul Skenes night at PNC Park. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Miller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's been fun. Every year is a different type of year. You'd rather, if you're going to struggle in the minor leagues. And that's kind of, I've had a little struggle this year and really picked it up as of recently. And I think that's a contribute to the struggles we've had. So I wasn't throwing strikes. I wasn't letting my stuff play. I was just kind of, trying to do way too much. And when that happens, you walk people, and then next thing you know, you give up a hit, and a couple rounds come around, and kind of just messes up an outing. That's kind of what I was dealing with.
50-minute mark on the Fan, only 15 minutes late. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That was Bubba Chandler on today with Jeff on this Feel Good Friday. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Donnie Football. With the Pirates and Mets just a couple hours and change away over at PNC Park. Chandler is headed to the Futures game. He had another good start at AA Altoona. It was not a great start, but based on the latest Baseball America prospect ratings, he is now the Pirates' best minor league trade chip. They rate him as their best player, not in the major leagues. Speaking of which, Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette talked to someone from Baseball America who said of the Pirates' current situation, quote, "If I were running this team, I would not be pouring all of my assets into going for it this year. I would be trying to get the most out of the assets that I have right now." So the prospect nerds, the prospect writers have the same stance as I guess what we think the Pirates are thinking.
Which is that it's a good farm system that's going to help them a lot?
No, that the answers are here. The answers are within the organization. Either
I know, but
guys,
but they're saying go with what you've already. Okay, so within the organization, but I don't know. I guess I read that as them also saying don't mortgage your future because we think your future's good.
Yes.
But that goes against what I've been hearing lately about a lot of these top guys. Chandler's done really well, but Tamar Johnson had a miserable start and still hasn't, I haven't seen people writing glowing write-ups of him.
Well, there's rumblings out there.
Meadows had a bad year.
There's rumblings out there from people that believe the Pirates have ruined Tamar Johnson.
Well, guys never seem to come up through their minor leagues, at least position players, in my experience, just kind of thinking about this off the top of my head. Guys rarely seem to come up as position players and just look ready to hit at the major league level. It just does not feel like there's a quick transition there. And then Cherington even said, well, it's tough to jump from AAA to the bigs, but their guys, even going back to Neil Huntington, just seem to do it the most rarely.
This is what Baseball America said about Tamar Johnson and why he's now no longer considered a top prospect. The contact is bottomed out. This is a guy that scouts universally said this is one of the best hit tools that we've seen in a high school player, and now he is swinging and missing at an alarming rate. The type of rate that you expect with a huge power guy with no approach. And this is supposed to be a batting champion, batting crown. Think better version of Freddie Sanchez.
Or a Luis Ariz type. Well, with more power, I would guess, than Ariz, but
think someone that's going to hit, even in today's baseball, over 300.
So quickly, when you bring that up, Pony, all I can think of is if the guy had a great hit tool and they, now he doesn't, what's to blame other than coaching? The player suddenly just not caring about getting to the big leagues, or is he being coached to do something different?
Not every prospect or first-round pick is going to hit, but when you have multiple guys, when you have Henry Davis and Tamar Johnson that seem to be in the same boat, that's the type of stuff that I think should get development people fired. You get enough guys who are highly thought of, who don't work out, don't pan out. You fire the people that are either drafting the guys, developing the guys, or both. Heads roll. You don't chalk it up to, well, it's the draft, it's a crapshoot. We're allowed to miss on our first pick and our fourth pick. Because this is also the same team that tells you that they need to win with draft and development.
You eventually have to.
You're not the Yankees. You can't buy your way out of those problems. Yeah.
You have to have consequences for not getting results.
Donnie, if you were Ben Cherington calls you and says, I will heed your advice, whatever you say goes, what should I do at the trade deadline? What would you tell him?
I'm at the point now where I actually think they're going to just stand pat.
What would you tell them,
I think that's what they should do.
You should do. Okay.
Man, I'd still tell him to try to go for it right now because you already have Jared
Jones. Even with the Jared Jones news?
Well, isn't he like the fourth guy with a lat injury this year for them? They are using that injury designation, the
Bednar had it,
lat.
And now
I think there's more guys, though, organizationally that they've said had it.
Do we think it's for sure, like, this isn't just we're going to get him a few weeks off to save him?
Well, I'll give you Derek Shelton's answer on what he said today, and then we'll come back to you. Grade 2 lat muscle strain will probably be about 2 weeks before he throws again. Then the Pirates will reevaluate him from there. So out 2 weeks would be, well, he's on the 15-day injured list anyways. But this is making it sound like it'll be longer.
So this week, All-Star break is next week.
Yep.
At least through what would be his first start coming out of the All-Star break.
And then reevaluate him on
but if he's not
the
throwing
19th?
But if he's not throwing for at least 2 weeks, he's probably out for the whole month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But so you might
So let's go back to what Donnie said. Let me put it this way. I don't think they're devastated by this news. I think they see positives in it. Now the chances of him exceeding that innings number, that innings limit that we have in our head, it seems much harder. Like he's not going to make 30-plus starts now. He's getting shut down for a month. And in the long run, they'll probably be okay with that. Now Marco Gonzalez gets to come back and pitch before the trade deadline. Maybe they can flip him. Yep.
See, I mean, him getting hurt, Jones getting hurt and being out for this length of time, however long it ends up being, I know some people would say that undercuts the idea of going for it this year because now you're pitching at a little bit of a disadvantage compared to what you thought you'd have. But his getting injured in the first place should underscore how you can't just assume next year is going to come and plan for it. Right? Am I talking nonsense to people here?
No, I agree with you.
So, like, when I say take the chance while you think you have it, it's because of stuff like this. It doesn't get, undercut by stuff like this. This is a further reinforcement of what everyone who didn't like that mindset from the Pirates, where they might be looking towards next year, what they felt about it. You can't predict that all three of these guys, especially the two young guys, are going to stay healthy. You hope they will. But Jones is a smaller guy compared to the other two.
Let me put it this way. It's so close between these teams. Jones misses a month. Without his starting pitching, if it goes from Jared Jones to bullpen games until Marco Gonzalez is ready, they're already needing to pass 5 teams. They're not going to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So the only trades I would advise that they make are hitters with extra years of control, not rental. Like, you can't – I guess what I'm saying is you can't make a rental trade now after this. It doesn't make sense to do that.
And they're probably
okay with that.
Yeah, they're probably happy with that because it wasn't about this year anyway, despite any comments about urgency to the contrary.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. I'm getting murdered for this stupid wrestling draft that we did last hour.
You did a horrible job. I know you very well. You usually are prepared 3 moves ahead like a chess player, what you want to say in an argument. I could see the gears turning while you tried to make picks. You actually tried to take backsies with a pick.
Twice.
That's just horrible job by you.
Kabali next on the Steelers. First a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Cardinals beat the Pirates 3-2 yesterday to take 2 out of 3 in the series. Brian Reynolds with his 14th home run in the loss. Mets and Buccos tonight, 6:40 first pitch. The coverage on the Fan will begin at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy, you have something here.
Sorry, Donnie. I got to be honest with you. I was looking at the responses to Pony's draft. Thank you for the heads up here. There are people actually starting to defend his draft now, by the way, which is horrible.
How?
Hold on. Hulk Hogan single-handedly turned wrestling into a mainstream attraction. Trish Stratus holds the record for longest tenure as women's champion, not what he drafted her for.
No.
So, invalid.
He drafted the Test and Albert version.
Britt Baker is a local. Pony's only waste pick was the tag team. Woo! The Natural Disasters was his best pick. Anyway,
his draft sucked.
Make a great pick right now. Don't be the one left out in the cold, or in this case, left out in the heat and humidity. Fix up your window game right now. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct. Call my friends at Universal Windows Direct if your windows, frankly, are letting cold air out of the house that you're paying for. That AC is running overtime on days like today where the real feels something like 90. If the air is seeping out because the window seals are bad, that is a big double loss scenario for you. You don't want to lose the extra money it's going to cost to cool your house. You don't want to lose all that cold air. Universal's windows last up to 5 times longer than other window systems, and they just perform better. Right now, what you got to do is call them, 412-545-6003. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit, plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Universal, by the way, also backs these up with a true lifetime warranty. That means as long as you own the home, and then 20 years to the next homeowner. Go to UWD.com, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Somebody check the weather in Arlington because July suddenly feels like January for the Cowboys. Dak Prescott has been spotted in a walking boot with reportedly a mild foot sprain. This after Malik Hooker admits he and other players may not be a big fan of where Micah Parsons' priorities are at. Oh, and then there's that CeeDee Lamb looming lockout. Oh boy, how about them Cowboys? No Lombardi again this year. I'm Sean Morash.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
The light is fading, your hands are sore. and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Thunderstorms tonight, the low 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28 at the on-ramp from the 40th Street Bridge. Expect some delays traveling through Millvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Design.
Don't miss 4th of July savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to 60% on select Nordic-inspired furniture and decor. Shop our Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusting plumbing experts. Wearing his Butler Bulldogs cap yet again, Mark Cabali, over on our YouTube page. You can see him there. Our streaming, is it Butler? No? Who is that?
It's the Portview Bulldogs, 8-under champs, by the way.
Oh, congratulations on all your success. What position were you coaching? Third base? First base?
No, I was a quiet father in the right field stands.
That's going to be
Good
me.
for you. Good for you. I mean that, Mark. Good for you.
Great job, Mark. Not getting caught up in the
My
8-year-old politics.
My dad used to, when I wasn't in the game for North Catholic basketball, would read the paper, which I always thought was an absolutely respectable move.
Trib or PG?
He was a PG reader. It was usually he would read the whole paper. And by then, he was usually on to the business section or something like that. But he would literally read the paper if I wasn't in the game.
Mark, we have Patrick Peterson today on his podcast with his cousin saying, why are guys like me not on teams? Stephon Gilmore, Eddie Jackson, Xavier Howard, all these great corners are out there. Why hasn't anybody picked me up? Why didn't the Steelers want Patrick Peterson back?
Well, I don't know if that's quite the case quite yet. You look at all those guys right there, and they're all very similar. Older gentlemen that really don't need off-season work. They're going to come in and they're not going to do anything during OTAs. They're not going to do much during training camp. So they're sort of about sit back and wait type of guys where if things go wrong, I'm not even talking about the Steelers. I'm talking about around the NFL. If you find out that you need a guy, that's who you go to because you could pretty much plug and play a lot of those guys. I mean, obviously they're, not the best in the world anymore, but they definitely could help out a lot of teams. I wouldn't be surprised if all those guys eventually land on a team.
Do you think Peterson is still on the Steelers' radar? Do you think he could still be back?
Yeah, I think he could be. I mean, it all depends on what happens in training camp. See if Corey Trice can be able to play. See how Dante Jackson, if anybody gets hurt. It's one of those guys where you can easily make the call and say, come on in here and we need you. But if you don't need him, then why grab him right now? And like I said, I think that goes with a lot of those guys across that he named right now. Those are guys who are not top of the priority list right now, but they might become pretty important here come, late August.
Mark, how much do you think they are counting on Corey Trice to be fully recovered and be the player I think they felt like maybe they were getting last year? Like, how big of a part of their plans do you think he is?
I think they're cautiously optimistic. I mean, you can't go into the season thinking this guy's going to take a snap because he has yet to. And, I mean, it's not even here last year where he got hurt in the first day of training camp, but even back to his days in college where he was hurt as well. So I don't know. I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why he fell so long. I mean, he looks the part. He he definitely looks like he could be a guy to come in and play right away, but you just can't take that as an assumption right now because he is yet to do that. You've seen a lot of guys around the NFL that look the part, then they come in and just don't do it. I think they'll approach him as a guy that whatever they get for him, it would be just a benefit right now, but they can't anticipate it. And that's why some of these other guys might come into play here in the middle of training camp.
One of these stories, again, where everyone has a podcast, so we get to hear from people we never expect to hear from podcasts. A couple of weeks ago, it was Cam Canada talking about Ben Roethlisberger and Antonio Brown's relationship. Now we have Chris Oladokun on his podcast saying the best thing that ever happened to him was the Steelers cutting him so soon so he could latch on with the Chiefs, that before training camp was even over, he was out there warming up and someone said, "Hey, Chris, they want you upstairs." And he said before he even got to his hotel to clean out his room, the Chiefs were on the phone saying, "Come to Kansas City. We've got a spot for you." Why the hell was he even on the team to begin with, Mark?
That's a good question. I mean, it was going to be a long shot for him to even make the team, right? I guess it was just in case, somebody came and wanted Mason Rudolph and wowed the Steelers and they got rid of him. Then you can have a third guy, I guess that. But that was probably a mistake. Trying to drafting him, but as of letting him go early, that's very usual for the Steelers. I think they just did that. At the end of OTAs, they let a couple of guys go, and I think Trenton Thompson maybe, and I believe somebody else they let go,
Denzel Mims.
so they can go. Yeah, so they can go catch on somewhere else real quick because they weren't going to fit in right here. But as for Oladokun, I don't know why they drafted him. It was a wasted pick at the time. And but it was a seventh round pick.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to lose any sleep over that.
Was it true that was a pick they just said, Kevin, this is your final pick as an NFL GM? Do you want to make that pick? Have you not heard that?
I never heard
the
that.
apocryphal story there is that they just kind of said, Kevin, it's a late pick, obviously. It's the last pick here. We're just going to let you make it. Basically, pick the guy you want to pick here of the whole board.
You know what, Mosley? The funny thing is if you ever talk to Kevin Colbert, he values those seventh-round picks more than anybody I've ever met in my life. He always mentions, well, you can always find a Brett Keisel in the seventh-round pick, but you know what? You can find about 24 other guys that get cut and they stink right away. I mean, nobody mentions the Dallas Bakers of the world, who is a seventh-round pick back in
nice pull,
2003 or something like that.
No, more recent than that is a good pull.
Was Tony Clemens a seventh-round pick?
Yes.
No, I think he might have been a six, maybe. He was a three. I think they had 3 sixes that year. He might have been the last of the sixes, if I recall. But I mean, saying that, then just have a throwaway like that on Oladokun. If that is Colbert, if that was the story, I didn't hear that it was the story. That kind of goes against everything Kevin Colbert believed in.
Mark, any comments on what we experienced 2 days ago with the hot dog eating contest and what transpired here at the Fan?
Yeah, first of all, I have no idea who won. Never heard of the guy before. No offense.
T-Bird. Big pothead.
Yeah, T-Bird. What does T-Bird do?
He's an on-site engineer, so when we take our show on the road, he's the person that's keeping us on the air on site.
Okay, so T-Bird's quite important to it. And, I'm very – I called it with intern Dom. He was giving me a little crap last week when I said he's lucky to eat one, and I think I was correct on that one.
Yep.
Harry Callis, man, a little disappointed in him. A little disappointed. I thought he could power through a little bit. So Donnie needs to, he's just a skinny guy now. So I guess we have to expect that from him.
Mark, I also had a theory with the guys, and I think it's hard to disagree. Now, you weren't in the room watching this. If that went 2 or 3 more minutes, very real chance that Harry Callis, who went in as the heavy favorite, was going to finish in 4th place. He hit a wall like I've never seen somebody hit before.
Wait, did you call it? You said it was like the wall the size of the Mexican border or something?
Yeah.
Like
Great Wall of China.
Yeah.
The Great Wall of Callis.
Yeah, it might as well have been. He had 5 dogs down with I think 4 minutes to go.
He did. That's exactly right.
He did not finish another one.
He did not get to 6.
What about that guy yesterday that drank a gallon of lemonade in 21 seconds? That would be next
Badlands
year's.
Booker?
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe that would be next year's.
Do you know that it's supposed to be physically impossible to drink a gallon of milk without projectile vomiting it back up?
We used to try to do the challenge where you would eat 6 saltines in 2 minutes and no one could ever do it.
Right. Well, same deal with the milk. It's supposed to not be physically possible to do.
Well, that sounds like a good contest you guys should whip up here in the near future.
I would do the saltine challenge against you, Pony.
No, I'm talking about the milk challenge.
Yes, because I want to see a bunch of people projectiling.
Well, Terry Callis can't do that one, or else there's a lot more than just projectile vomiting that's going to happen.
I'll tell intern Don I'll pay him $5,000 if he can drink a gallon of milk in an hour.
Without throwing it up, though.
He'd probably have to drink. He'd probably drink the almond milk, right?
Oh no, it's got to be the real deal, whole milk.
All right, Mark. We'll talk next week.
All right, we'll see you, fellas.
See you. He was on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. The Donnie Football Debrief, whatever Donnie's got cooked up. Plus, we will do a little bit more post-mortem on our hot dog eating contest. But first, headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Mets tonight, first of 4 at PNC Park this weekend. It wraps around to Monday. First pitch tonight, 6:40. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Cooling has been a big word around here lately. You need it, given everything that's gone on. So much humidity has been out there, a big part of July, the hot weather that comes through. So let me tell you something about what McVeigh is doing. Don't stay sticky. Don't stay hot. Go with the local experts. They got all the cooling solutions, all installations, repairs, and maintenance. They do all of them. And McVeigh's offering up $2,000 off energy-efficient Lennox and Bryant systems with multiple financing options to fit your needs. That's right. So stay chilled this summer. Call McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing or visit McVeighPlumbing.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by Soloni's Italian Bread. Donald?
The debrief, July 5, 2024. Something of note, 2 months from now, the NFL kickoff game. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Has anybody in the NFL, Twitter media, done the 2 months till football?
Yeah, I think the NFL Twitter page did it.
They don't count. It's their thing. I'm talking about, your...
How about Ari Myroff?
No, I'm talking about, your Albert Breers, quite honestly, for something like this. Your Albert Breers, your people who can be sometimes annoying.
You know who does stuff like that? I like this guy, even though he doesn't like me. The guy that looks like Donnie, who works for Alan Saunders, I think he puts out
Nick Faribaugh?
No, not him. I know Nick. I don't know this other.
Zach.
Yeah. He puts
Zach
out
what?
if
Zach
it's
Smith.
X amount of days to Steelers kickoff, he'll have a play or a picture.
Donnie did. They're all ripping off Donnie. He did that first. Every one of those people. I think Steelers
Well, wait a
Depot
minute.
started
Maybe it was
doing
just you that did that. Now I'm confusing you.
Well, I mean, I did it like the last couple of years.
Oh.
Now I think I'm just doing like the Sundays leading up. Because doing it every single day was kind of tough.
A grind.
Yeah, you were looking for plays involving the player who was the number of days.
Juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
No. Well, he didn't get any, deals out of it.
I wasn't really looking for that, but I mean...
It wouldn't hurt, though.
I mean, no. But there were days where I was like, oh, man, I'm about to, forget to do one. It's like 2 p.m.
I don't think that Zach Smith likes any of us other than Donnie. I think he probably likes Donnie. I don't think he's a fan of either of us, Pony.
And I feel like I'd get along swimmingly with him. He seems like a guy that would like to drink beer, go to games, and hang out.
I know. He probably just reads your tweets, and it probably sours things.
I think he likes you, too.
What about my tweet sours, people?
People get annoyed by them.
What?
Yeah, you're reacting like I actually hurt your feelings a little bit with that one.
My last tweet, got to reward Michael A. Taylor for screwing up yesterday's game by playing him today. WTF. You think that's annoying people?
No, that one I think goes over well. I think it's when you tweet something like, retweet if Paul Skenes is going to be the greatest pitcher since Roger Clemens in his prime. People are always like, you're ruining his career, you're jinxing him,
Well, I jinxed Mitch Keller bad the other day. I said he was going to pitch a complete game, and it was his worst start since March. So...
Yeah,
but I do think
Grand Slam.
I do think Skenes is going to rebound. I'm predicting 7 innings, 11 Ks, then only 1 run.
Thank you, Michael A. Taylor, for diving for that ball for no reason. Gold glove defense, my big hairy ass.
Yep. Donnie, if you don't mind, can we have a little bit more of a discussion about the hot dog eating contest?
Absolutely.
There's no doubt that Callis choked. I think in the moment, in there, you're doing the post-game analysis, and the people are right there. And I wanted to congratulate Callis on participating and competing. But as time has gone by, if I were him thinking about the $500, how do you not get one hot dog down in the last 4 minutes? And the stipulation that we put out there,
He just had to put it in his mouth and chew it up.
If he shoved the entire hot dog in his mouth before 0, he could have chewed it out.
When you hit the wall, I think you truly hit the wall.
And his strategy of not eating or drinking anything other than apple juice all day,
it was a terrible idea.
Sitting down for the entire competition, blew up in his big face.
I told him it was a terrible idea to do the no eating. I said your stomach's going to get full fast because you're not going to have expanded it with a small meal. And he didn't do it. And yet there's T-Bird, who probably was, several edibles deep on Reddit the night before, drinking chia water, eating some sugar to get some energy, standing up.
Put it in this context.
Bad work by Callis.
Put it in this context. If I had told you at 2:55 on Wednesday that Little Austin was going to eat only 2 hot dogs less than Harry Callis, you would have thought Callis had to pull out in the middle of the competition to go crap himself.
Correct.
A 2 hot dog gap?
Correct.
Between those two
and
guys?
Little Austin was picking up steam. If that goes another couple minutes, Little Austin might even catch him.
That's what I'm very confident that if it's another couple of minutes, Harry finishes in 4th
Harry
place.
needed to calm himself
I would
down.
have passed him.
He was bear pawing those things. He was expending too much energy actually physically eating them. He's grabbing rah like that. No, just eat the hot dog like a normal person.
I mean, I was never a real true threat to T-Bird. I think he wins it anyway.
Correct.
If it does go another couple of minutes, because he seemed in a pretty good spot. But, I mean, I was just kind of going steady Eddie pace, just a little bit slower than him. Callis, he was done. It was like the end of the second fight in Rocky.
Because I went and listened
where
back to
Creed
it.
just falls in the corner.
Exactly.
He's got nothing left. He's done.
Well, that was his whole. Well, then the same thing happened to Clubber Lang. He was notorious for not having great stamina.
But he was crapped out 3 rounds in.
Yeah.
Because Mr. T couldn't literally film for that long. He was so
But
bad.
I think
Callis' hot dog endurance was brutal.
I think I pass him up if there's another couple of minutes. And I think Seth does.
Here's another question.
Poor Seth.
Did I hurt him with our training? Because I tried to do the right thing on Friday. I bought him 4 hot dogs.
You gave him a false sense of security.
But I didn't know, because the hot dogs were not purchased yet, that you were getting quarter pounders. Or was that a unilateral Chef Homer decision to get quarter pound hot dogs?
Oh, I had no input.
So maybe Callis' training methods need to be called into question.
It doesn't sound like there were any training methods other than you bringing the 4 hot dogs in and him thinking I have this in the bag. Is what essentially
happened. All I'll say about him hitting the wall is I crapped out basically halfway or 55, 60% of the way through the half marathon and walked for a little bit. I wasn't so tired that I physically couldn't take another running step, but my brain just said, we're done doing this right now. I don't know how his brain had to have gotten to that point where he just said, we're not doing this, Nick. No way.
One of the questions I've gotten the most since the competition ended was, does Donnie think that the lifestyle change did compromise your competitive eating ability?
Maybe a little
I
bit.
think it did.
I mean,
he doesn't have the will to do that anymore. He called it an Awaken 180 victory, and I agree with him. It's a victory for Awaken 180 that Donnie didn't win this thing.
But it was also surprising. Like, normally you throw something out on Twitter, as you both know very well, no matter what it is, no matter how heartfelt it could be, you get shredded. I throw out the picture of myself just holding up, like, the little number 5, and I was astounded, like, the amount of people that were like, damn, dude, you look really good, like, after eating all those hot dogs. Like,
right. So that's what I was thinking.
I felt very, very complimented by the people out there. I had to text Mulsey about it.
I should have... I still had the double stack win on my mind when I picked Donnie for victory. And the fact that Donnie did have that steady pace but never tied for the lead, he was solid. But I expected greatness.
It took me way too long in that very first one. I went about it the wrong way. I tried to eat it like an actual hot dog.
It's like, you know what it reminds me of? I had expectations for you like I did of the Bilesma Penguins after they won their first Stanley Cup.
They're going to go on a big run
or
of these.
like the Steelers' Killer Bees. They had good seasons, but they never won the title. And that's what I felt like watching him in the hot dog eating contest. Like, it was not an embarrassing showing by any means. It was solid. It was objectively good. You tied Harry Callis. If I had told you beforehand that you would have had the same number of hot dogs as Callis, he probably would have been.
He didn't attack it with the energy though, and like the vigor that he did the double stack challenge. And I think he was a little surprised again by the size of the meat there. The quarter pound dog.
No, I just think his stomach is different.
Well, it is different. It's a win for Awaken 180. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted while Donnie was finishing that little bit of his soliloquy like 2 minutes ago by an NFL headline. I really apologize. It has to do with eating. Rams star Puka Nacua has started eating fruit but remains wary of vegetables. He doesn't eat vegetables.
It baffles me how guys who are like world-class athletes.
Pisses me off is what it does. We're all sitting here. He's worried about nitrates. I'm trying to make sure I'm eating a ton of vegetables. You and I both, Donnie, really much more conscious of what we eat. Here is a guy in the top 1% of 1% of physical specimens in the world.
Yeah.
I don't eat vegetables. I'm just now starting to add some fruit to my diet. DK Metcalf eats like Skittles in one meal a day.
I think that's why you kind of see sometimes after retirement the skill players blow up, the offensive linemen and defensive linemen shrink.
You know what else I was thinking a lot about,
because
too?
I think the skilled guys eat terribly.
You know what else I was thinking about, too?
Nacua doesn't even like fruit, but he eats it because he knows he has to poop. And if he ate bacon and eggs every day, he wouldn't poop. Unreal.
I've been thinking about this since the competition ended. The fact that Seth put all that time and energy into watching videos, training.
He said he watched 10 hours of film
dipping
on
hot
Kobayashi.
dogs in water and water. Just trying to do everything he could to win that $500.
Yeah.
Like listening back to what people said, like finding slights, invented reasons to get upset and angry.
Yep.
Then he ate 4. He was only 1 better than Little Austin. And the fact that I had to eat that fart from him. At the end of the day, Donnie, you missed this. He had such horrible gastrointestinal problems. Like, we were having a conversation in the back, and he, like, emptied the room.
Okay. It was terrible. I walked into the conversation. I said, "Who ripped ass?" And I looked right at him, and he goes, "Oh, that was me." And then Pony almost fell over he took a breath in and almost died.
It's funny you bring that up. We're halfway through, maybe 3/4 of the way through the other day. I'm right next to him, and then intern Dom's on the other side of Seth.
Yep.
Seth let out a burp that literally stopped both Dom and myself in our tracks. Like, I turned, and I'm like, this guy's going to blow up.
Well, let's not say Dom. Dom had no tracks down. He made a farce of it.
No, if you guys were all trains on tracks, you ever see those little pulley carts where, like, the 2 people are supposed to propel it? That was Dom.
He honestly is going to, if we do this the same way next year, he's going to have to do something to qualify to get himself back in.
He's going to have to eat.
I can't give him an automatic invite anymore.
He's going to have to eat, like, 2 hot dogs in under 90 seconds to get in.
It was an affront to competitive eating is what happened.
I would agree. I think he really did have a stomach ache, but instead of withdrawing and maybe leaving it open for a dark horse entrant, he just sort of made a mockery of it, which I liked.
What?
No, I'm just thinking about the Seth fart, and then Donnie and I were walking down the hall to the show today to walk into the studio, and we saw Seth walking the other way. I said, "How you feeling, man?" He goes, "Oh, I'm good now," and then he paused and he said, "Later that night, though, wasn't good."
Poor guy. Oh. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 72 degrees. It's a Paul Skenes night at PNC Park. Your expectations for his second half of the season and what baseball's biggest insider is saying about Skenes. Right now, a timeout. We're right back. It's the PM team. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you, Pony. Let's talk about Awaken 180. How about that? That's a big reason why Donnie did not fare any better in the contest. I think it was a big lifestyle change he's made. He's not geared to do what he was asked to do a couple of days ago anymore. And we were at Donnie and I were at the Awaken 180 open house last week in Mars, the new location. It was awesome there. It was awesome to see the way the coaches there at Awaken 180 worked with the clients, the friendliness with the whole, it's just such a supportive environment and atmosphere. I mean, you're talking to your coach and they're trying to help you, but it's like you're talking to a friend. And I think that really helps a lot of people. It was great, too, for me and Donnie to hear from listeners who tried Awaken 180 solely because they heard us talk about it on the show here and had big successes. I think in every case, the least I heard anyone had lost so far was 30 pounds, which is very awesome. But the thing that struck me the most was just how friendly everybody was at Awaken 180 and how that kind of friendship that they formed with their clients informed and helped so much of the success. You're working with Awaken 180. It feels like you're teaming up with a friend because you are. So what are you waiting for? Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no.
I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also, enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaventura, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaventura is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaventura is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaventura means good beer. Stone Buenaventura is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaventura. Cheers.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular's single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a card, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like bringing brownies to a dinner party. But I never bring brownies with nuts, because not everyone likes nuts, so they wouldn't eat those brownies. And even people who do like nuts will still eat brownies without them. Why? Because they're brownies.
But still, it's the right thing to do. So compare rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain. Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. You can wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up right now, getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. So right now, what are you waiting for? You can start a plan with Wetco for as low as $17.99 per month, and that second month is free. Undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax, making sure your car looks fantastic, and every time you go through, you are saving money. You're getting a better deal every time you go because you're only paying that one-time price once a month. So sign up now, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and experience the Wetco car wash for yourself. It's Wetco.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There is a disabled vehicle on the outbound side of the Parkway West heading towards the Fort Pitt Bridge at the exit for the Parkway North, so there is a slight backup downtown as you work your way around that. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Pirates and Mets tonight, 6:40 first pitch.